Janju City was enjoying a deceptively peaceful night's rest. On May 20th, 2024, a massive purple lightning bolt tore through the sky, serving as the dramatic and unwelcome celestial warning. Unfortunately, a fresh and inconvenient spatial rift suddenly materialized directly above Janju. The 3rd Division received the urgent command to sortie, so the brave warriors leapt into a fight where life was very much on the line. A wolf monster let out an arrogant roar, scoffing that these inferior humans actually had the audacity to fight back. Poingjin, the self-proclaimed gold-tier wolf king, stood amidst the chaotic fighting and declared that wiping out these pathetic humans was merely a matter of time. An absolutely lethal blow surged toward a female warrior who lay defenseless on the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining warriors were far too busy trying not to die to offer assistance. The blue-paid girl shrieked in shock. The gold-tier monster? This was supposed to be just a C-rank gate. Poingjin's enormous blood-soaked claws gouged deep furrows into the earth. The wolf king growled at the white-paid female warrior, informing her that realizing her mistake now was far too late for her. Poingjin's sweeping attack violently launched the white-haired girl into the air without mercy. Just then, a heroic new figure arrived. The man, let me handle this one. You all go take out the others. The blue-haired girl and her comrades cheered in relief upon recognizing their reinforcement, shouting, "It is Sir Wenyuan, P.S. incredible." The world-rocking explosion engulfed the entire battlefield, completely sealing the outcome of the confrontation. Later, in the command office, the blue-haired girl reported that they had successfully defeated the 6-E demon wolf tribe, largely thanks to Sir Wenyuan's intervention. The senior officer reflected grimly that if this trend continued, Janju would eventually be completely overrun. We concluded that starting this academic year, martial arts universities would remove all cultural exam requirements for awakened individuals. Meanwhile, back in a normal school, the dismissal bell rang to signal the end of the day. 2 students were gossiping about why Subai got to sit right beside the stunning Yanran. Inside the classroom, the beautiful female student was completely focused on reading her textbook, Fundamentals of Races and Beasts. The girl in question was Lin Yanran, the widely acknowledged class beauty. Meanwhile, at his own desk, Subai replied to his nosy friend's question with a completely indifferent, "I don't know." The young man was preoccupied, feeling hopeless about his dreary future and his own untalented uselessness. His fiery red eyes reflected his deep despair as he wondered where else he could possibly go. Subai secretly cursed his bad luck, having transmigrated here without the essential system or any cheat codes to help him succeed. Suddenly, Lin Yanran came over and gently proposed that he join the Liberal Arts Academy along with her. She whispered mysteriously that she possessed a method to help him get admitted without having to take an exam. Subai let out a startled gasp, prompting Lin Yanran to shush him quickly and raise an energy barrier around them. Immediately afterward, the bright blue information panel materialized before Subai's eyes, congratulating him on finally receiving a system. After checking with everyone, Lin Yanran found out that the supernatural interface was for his retiners alone. Our protagonist, Subar, grabbed her palm to soothe her, claiming he was fine, which made the nearby boys explode. Some beefy dude screamed, telling him to get those filthy pores off his favorite girl. He launched a fist while charging toward Subai, barking about teaching the punk a few manners. Suddenly, Yahello, head instructor arrived, easily grabbing the bully while ordering everyone to shut their mouths. The professor shared some hype news, stating the Janju Combat College just dropped a fresh update. Starting today, superpowered folks can apply for entry lacking those boring written tests. She added that for anyone showing fighter potential, the required academic grades will be slashed in half. The whole room erupted with joy, as everyone started screaming and gossiping like crazy people. The instructor finished by saying that superpowered kids plus martial arts geeks should head toward her office. During that lecture, Subai plotted a college journey, whereas a very skeptical Lin Yanran sat staring nearby. Our hero started his life story, mentioning he had been breathing this planet's air for 17 long years. The madness kicked off during 1906, when a gargantuan rupture split the clouds wide open. From that nasty crack, a literal parade of ugly freaks started flooding into our human neighborhood. Those critters wrecked towns, leaving only absolute panic and debris. Global military spent 3 miserable months playing defense to kick the first wave of invaders out. Seeking a permanent fix, the humans dispatched a group of brave sacrificial souls into the void. Those folks were shocked to find a massive, untamed wilderness waiting for them across the border. A huge fortress was constructed on that weird planet to whack the beasties before they even left. The new chapter for mankind started. Yet soon, more cracks began popping up like uninvited guests. Over many decades, those celestial ruptures sprouted like fungal growths, appearing with relentless regularity, every portal linked to another species, turning the world into a massive, multi-species brawl. Meanwhile, magic vibes spiked, letting people gain crazy skills and kung fu that made guns look useless. Back in the now, Subai understood that things in Janju were getting sketchier by the second. Armed with his cheat code, he vowed to keep his kin safe and attend the army's fight school. Luckily, having monster, taming gifts allows me to skip entrance exams, Subai mused, working with total boss energy. But he paused, recalling his tiny pile of savings after 10 whole years. While entering a pet boutique, Subai questioned the system's silence as a female clerk said hello. He claimed he was a monster whisperer, so the lady gestured toward the section with all the critters. The worker showed him a demon, blooded kitty costing 36 grand, which nearly gave Subai a heart attack. The clerk kept yapping about those insane prices, claiming a 6-year-old monster is 33 grand while the other costs 90. Whirling around with a puzzled face, the lady scanned the surrounding area while contemplating where the boy had disappeared. Subai had already ghosted her, grumbling down the sidewalk about how selling basic genetics at those prices is criminal. Plus his cheat code was missing. Arriving at his place, he chucked his backpack onto the floor and announced his presence to the MPR. The glowing holographic screen popped up, paralyzing him with shock and revealing that his epic system was actually just a slow turtle. Rubbing his eyes in pure disbelief, he snarled about whether the universe was trolling him by choosing his father's new pet as his legendary partner. Defeated, he leaned his forehead against the aquarium glass, weeping inside because his starter pack turned out to be a pathetic, miniature-shelled reptile. Since he was not hitting the front lines anytime soon, he sighed and smashed that accept button with a vibe of pure resignation. Without warning, the blinding radiance consumed the tiny scaled creature within the aquarium. Resembling a flash, the data screen left Subai speechless, revealing that his pet carried Chuan Wu's lineage and could expand endlessly just by eating. The boy's mood transitioned from total bewilderment into sheer, unbridled euphoria, hoisting the reptile skyward like a tiny simber. He cackled about how he wouldn't swap this mythic bloodline for a mountain of gold bars. Suzairama barged through the entrance like a storm, screaming at her brother for messing with the pet, their father's ultimate pride. Before Subai could defend his honor, the turtle parked out of his grip and dived headfirst into a feedback, screaming for snacks. The duo watched in terror as the beast cleared the pantry, wondering how a recently fed creature had a bottomless pit. Subai guessed that a massive level up was coming, so he ignored his sister's shrieking to go hunt for more calories for the hungry beast. Right then, the pair worked into the wreckage, wondering if a tactical squad had pillaged their home or if thieves had struck. Within the mess, the hungry beast was relentlessly tailing the girl to seize the final container of treats from her hands. Both parents gaped as the little reptile sprinted by, questioning their pet's sudden athleticism while the boy nervously fiddled with his hair. Their apartment looked like a war zone, all thanks to the legendary hunger pangs of the baby god, Chuan, who decided his stomach was empty. Messing up his hair, Subai decided to handle this solo rather than stressing out his parents. The girl's temper flared, convinced that her sibling was planning to put the pet on an unintentional hunger strike. Out of nowhere, the giant wave of power exploded from the pet, making them wonder if that divine lineage was finally activating. By morning, the power flare vanished, but the turtle's hunger reached astronomical levels, making Subai realize he needed a serious bank account. Striding back into the pet shop, he shut down the lady behind the counter before she could even start her annoying marketing script. Subai leaned across the desk like a shady dealer, whispering a question about whether they were in the market for some rare monster juice. The manager overheard the spicy proposal and quickly waved his muscular security detail away so they could have a private chat. Once the staff member was dismissed, the owner himself moved closer to discuss matters with Subai. The old man asked if the rumors of the rare essence were true and requested a sample, which Subai provided with total confidence. Popping the cork on the bottle, the owner took a whiff and knew the liquid was a fortune. "This liquid is legit premium monster juice," the guy gasped, then immediately demanded to know the asking price. Calculating his sweat equity, Subai aimed for $100, but his mouth malfunctioned and shouted $1,000 instead. 1,000? Subai froze in panic, yet the manager merely smirked, noting the kid clearly recognized high-quality goods. Chuckling like a maniac, the merchant dismissed the lowball offer, insisting such luxury items deserved 10,000 minimum. 10 big ones. Subai stood paralyzed, making the buyer panic and hiked the bid to 15,000. This final offer, realizing the pet turtle was basically a working gold mine, Subai slapped a hand over his face to mask his grin. Grabbing the cash, we acted like a snobby noble, claiming he only sold it because he needed some quick spare change. While Subai retreated, the shopkeeper hollowed after him, begging the lad to bring more mystical treasures back to his shop. Rambling like a lottery winner, Subai celebrated the massive windfall, knowing the little turtle finally earned its own lunch money. Suddenly his phone screamed, and a voice asked if he was Subai, identifying herself as the legendary Professor Lai. "The results for your exams are finalized, and I have some pretty massive updates to report." "Hey Professor, what is the big secret?" he grumbled, glaring at the device as the signal bars died completely. Caution, caution, a glowing holographic alert screen materialized right in front of his face. "Am I already on the menu?" he wondered, just as a giant mace decorated with spikes swung toward his noggin. The hairless ringleader grinned nastily. "Based on how that merchant acted, you puny shrimp must be carrying some serious loot, so cough it up now." "Listen fellers, I was selling junk not buying problems," he thought, pursing his incredibly unfortunate timing and general existence. "Regardless, if that shiny, headed buffoon is merely a low-tier fighter, I might actually survive this encounter with my limbs intact." The bald villain cackled at the boy's trembling, demanding the cash, while Subai submissively agreed to hand over the dough. Rather than presenting a wallet, they screamed, "Patch this," and launched the tiny turtle like a green scalar projectile. The pep soared through the air like a high-speed cannonball, colliding squarely with the criminal's ugly face. The dumb bandit stood there in total shock, his eyeballs nearly popping out from the sheer absurdity of the attack. Agony and embarrassment made the man howl like a wounded, angry wolf. Capitalizing on the case, Subai unleashed a swift roundhouse kick that launched the bully into a brief, unplanned flight. His two lackeys stared, shrieking for their leader in panic. "You little punk, you're hit the leader," the club wielder roared, swinging wildly while Subai used the turtle as a shield. "Little buddy, cling to my knuckles," they hissed him, transforming the tiny scaled creature into a makeshift set of brass knuckles. He focused his inner power, rooting his boots into the dirt to prepare a punch that would end things. The powerful uppercut, bolstered by the indestructible turtle's shell, connected perfectly with the remaining goon's jaw. The lackey flew into the air, losing consciousness before his body even hit the hard pavement. The hairless brute scrambled back onto his feet, his eyes glowing like embers. "I am going to end you." Diabao immediately withdrew its head, while Subai rotated his arm, ready to initiate the next assault. Without even thinking twice, Subai delivered a high-impact kick directly to the bald henchman. The powerful strike launched the large man into the air, causing him to scream like a startled cat. Standing over the defeated group, Subai calmly informed them that they had truly brought this painful experience upon themselves. Suddenly, an unusual sight behind him captured his interest, causing him to stop and say, "Page, look at that." Jiabao was holding a glowing vial, prompting Subai to rush over, asking what the creature was ingesting and where it found it. The tiny turtle quickly swallowed the entire pill in less than a second. Subai froze as he recognized the item Jiabao had consumed, a rare Kai blood elixir, worth a massive amount of money. He started to panic when Jiabao began radiating a bright green light, realizing this dose contained a month's worth of energy for a trained warrior, questioning if the small animal could possibly survive the ingestion. The very strange sensation suddenly enveloped Subai, making him gasp in surprise. A powerful energy surge coursed through his body, and a virtual display appeared, informing him that his statistics had dramatically increased and he had acquired new talents. He promptly checked Zyrobar's profile and was stunned by the ludicrously high defensive and physical attributes listed. Subai simply couldn't believe his eyes, as the turtle's body was visibly larger as well, leading him to wonder if this wasn't even the creature's full potential. After sorting everything out, he gently patted Zyrobar and declared, "Well, you've certainly had a big meal. Time for us to depart." The setting changed to a massive educational institution, where Subai was currently thinking about his future goals and grades. In class, the instructor made an announcement that shocked everyone, revealing that the special admissions officer from Wu University would be visiting their school tomorrow. The lecture finished, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with both anticipation and stress regarding the two coveted direct admission positions. In another place entirely, a young woman was disrobing in preparation for her evening bath. Her bare feet gracefully stepped into a luxurious soaking tub filled with fragrant flower petals. It turned out to be Lin Yanyan, soaking an expensive Kai blood elixir herbs while placing a call to Subai. With a playful smile, she announced that she had also decided to attend Wu University and had planned a big surprise for him. Subai was completely bewildered by Lin Yanyan's unexpected decision, asking if she truly intended to enroll at Wu University. He quickly terminated the conversation, refocusing on the much more immediate problem of Zyrobar. "Po wouldn't he stop eating?" Subai cried out in frustration that Zyrobar's turtle droppings would probably cause him serious problems. Meanwhile, at high school number 1, an important ceremony was taking place to greet an important visitor. The blonde female teacher introduced him, explaining that he was an alumnus, Coach Dankai from Wu University. Dankai began his speech by revealing a frightening truth regarding the extremely low survival rate among students each academic year. He stressed that achieving admission into Wu University was not a victory to brag about, but rather the very beginning of a path that could lead to life or death. You are basically signing up for scary tasks, heavy duties, and the epic job of shielding the homeland. Even with the cautionary tales, Dankai managed to set those young minds on fire with enthusiasm. Once the event wrapped up, the woman teaching there surprised the crowd by yelling Subai's name. Dankai skipped the small talk, saying you made the cut for Wu University, so pack your bags. Subai looked like he saw a ghost, pointing at his own chest, wondering if he actually won. The announcement triggered a tsunami of gossiping, jealous looks, and massive respect from the whole campus. Before long, the shuttle dumped the lucky winners right in front of the Grand Wu University entrance. Subai felt tiny looking at the massive campers, just as a lady started showing them the way. The humongous rock engraved with inspiring words left him staring, sensing a truly powerful vibe coming off. Our Lady leader barked the plan, grab your gear, then marched straight to the sleeping quarters. Once the boys were dropped off, she told everyone to sit tight and wait for test updates. Pausing at room 303, Subai wondered if he had enough cash and supplies to become a legend. Thereby, the dude with flaming red hair was bragging loudly about his super expensive muscle building juice. Stepping into room 303, Subai gave a friendly wave while introducing himself to the group. The red-headed kid named Han Jigun grinned, saying you must be Subai, making our little group finally complete. Two more guys named Tao Jiajun and Fan Xiron joined in, making the room feel like a party. Tao Jiajin grabbed Subai to whisper about the crazy expensive monster blood drink Can Estad just sent him. Subai felt a twitch when he heard about those Jade Mountain drops, thinking, wait, did I sell those? Pan acted cool, claiming those 3 drops were barely 100 grand, which was basically pocket change. Subai looked sour and clenched his jaw, imagining the sneaky dealer who had totally ripped him off. Out of nowhere, everyone ran to the window to see a gorgeous girl standing in the middle yard. The grumpy manager blocked the tall girl, reminding her this place is for boys and asking for names. Subai's roomies were glued to the glass, drooling over the girl who was clearly the school's top beauty. The girl was actually Lin Yanyan, who offered a grin and told the lady she needed Subai. The manager gasped and hollowed toward the upper floors. Subai, the total knockout is down here for you. Leaving his friends with their jaws on the floor, Subai casually mentioned he was heading out now. The 3 confused dudes exchanged looks, wondering how on earth a guy like Subai knew such a goddess. Once there, Lin Yanyan grinned and told Subai he was looking mighty fine in his fresh school gear. She leaned in to fix his collar, forcing the poor guy to turn red like a ripe tomato. Upon seeing the intimacy, the dudes watching from above erupted in massive waves of envy. Yanyan fretted over the assigned task and feared his wrath, yet the boy shrugged it off, claiming he actually planned on testing his own skills anyway. He grinned, gave her scalp a soft thumping, and expressed gratitude, leaving poor Yanyan feeling rather stunned by the sudden affection. Eventually, she offered a sack of magical goodies. Take these power-ups I made. Cheers. But Subai chose to stay humble and refused. Yanyan gestured farewell. Subai, I depart this instant. Catch you when the sun rises once again. That sweet display immediately triggered a mountain of saltiness among the dudes living in the boys' dorm. Upon entering his bunk, a mob of fresh roomies swarmed Subai, torquing to him like they were long-lost brothers already. They forced him into a chair, prying for tea about that heavenly babe, but Subai kept it chill, saying she just studied nearby once. Jagan hugged him tight, begging for a hookup. Since we are buds now, hook us up with that hottie and our cute pals. Desperate for a new bestie, he hyped up a plan. Let us go grab some grub tonight, a feast for the boys. The squad scrambled away to set things up, abandoning the guy standing there quite confused in the empty living space. Solo within the chamber, Subai smirked regarding those fresh pals, then yanked little Zyrober from the sack for some air. He clutched the energy dust Yanyan provided, thinking it was high time to treat Zyrober to a 5-star dining experience. Displaying a sneaky grin, the lad mocked the trembling reptile. Zyrober, you better level up once you finish the expensive snack, buddy. Simultaneously, the boys hit a fancy joint, where Jigang announced his wallet was open and the whole bill was on him. The lad hoisted his beverage and spoke gravely. Finding a wizard such as you, Subai, it's my fate, so I shall gulp it down. Subai returned the warm gesture while subtle in mentioning, Jigang, I actually need a small favor from a connected guy like you. No big deal, he whispered. I happen to have some liquid gold from a beast that I need you to liquidate quickly. The whole crew froze in shock when Jigang noticed the quality was way better than the cheap junk he used to carry around. Totally blown away, Jigang shouted, Brother Subai, the stuff is legendary. I have to call my old man to check it right now. The boy dialed fast, attempting to talk over his dad who was busy lecturing him about spending way too much money on useless things. Once the father heard about 7 vials of premium monster juice, his grumpy mood evaporated faster than a puddle in the desert. Give me the location, the dad barked. I am dragging Master Dao over there before you can even blink your eyes. 60 minutes afterwards, that silver-haired evaluation geezer simply managed 2 words. Total perfection. Truly a divine creation. Dao gripped the flask of monster essence, yelling that the vibe inside was incredibly clean. Perfect for making some high-end workout pills. The dad looked doubtful, but the pro nodded firmly. No error here. This juice is probably worth way more than I first thought. Subai just stirred his drink silently, ignoring his buddy howling. Dude, it is shocking that your monster juice is this incredible. Discussing the cost, Subai clarified coolly. The scarce beast juice only gets traded for high-quality energy powder of equivalent market value. Jigang's old man threw down a fat offer. I want all 7 units, and I will give you 14 vials of power dust. What is your verdict? Once those papers got signed, this fellow wore a devious smirk while mentioning 1 extra point. Yo Subai, do you fancy joining our hand group? He asked while extending a hand to recruit him. Subai laughed and declined, yet that man kept insisting he think about sticking with their kin. Suddenly, a freezing shout interrupted the offer, claiming he already mentioned he has no interest. The entryway flew open as Lin Yanyan entered with bossy energy, saying nobody could force the guy. She tossed a sharp look at those stunned fellows, wondering if they missed his initial refusal. The whole pack felt lost, and Han Jigang stammered about why their idol was currently there. The elder Han remained clueless until Master Dao leaned over, quietly spilling secrets about her background. Hearing those facts made his skin turn white, realizing the lady was actually quite a legend. Right away, this fellow's mood shifted completely while hugging the guy, laughing that both were essentially kin. Yanyan ignored the drummer, asking Subai if he was heading back to school and suggesting a walk. The pair exited fast, leaving the Handuro and their expert staring at the ground in silence. Pan Jigang tried chasing his crush, but his father yanked him back, telling him to stay put. His elder growled a command to stay friendly with Subai while avoiding the Indian girl at all costs. Pan Jayagon felt confused and asked if Brother Su and his lady friend were truly that powerful. 2 days later at the university training field, a shout announced a special drill for the freshmen. Coach Yankai named the site, causing everyone to freak out because it was a war zone. He spoke with courage, wishing all the rookies a successful mission and a safe return home. In the crowd, Pan Jayagon cheered for being in the same class, but Subai suspected a trap. Out of nowhere, a stern woman's voice cut through the noise, ordering Class 8 to line up. A pretty lady with crimson hair introduced herself as Lyra Yuxin, a new special training instructor. She folded her arms and scanned the day's freshmen, getting ready to announce their first big task. The atmosphere went totally silent before she delivered news that shocked them. Pen your death notes. Lyra Yuxin's chilly words echoed, making the atmosphere feel quite heavy. The students stood motionless before losing their minds, screaming about why they needed those final letters. That woman walked off after shouting the meetup schedule, which left every rookie feeling absolutely petrified. During the case, Indian questioned her friend regarding his tactics, only to get a very chill response. The friends said their goodbyes, each thinking about their own future before starting the dangerous trip. Working back to the dorms, Pan Jayagon suggested they go out drinking before heading to war. However, Subai declined, remaining at his table while telling the crew to enjoy the night without him. Jayagang stared at the floor crawler and poked its back, saying, "Wow, your armored pebble is actually pretty cool." Once his noisy roomies vanished, the dorm became quieter than a graveyard during a nap contest. Grabbing the expensive juice, Subai told his pet to eat up, because later at the monster arena, he better fight like a champion. The digital ding confirmed that the turtle evolved, making Subai stronger too while granting him the spicy ability known as Heavy Strike. Subai realized that magic powder is basically steroids for turtles. Seeing as his buddy is growing faster than bad gossip, he patted the shell and mentioned, "Great job buddy. When we hit the alien war zone, we are going to kick some serious butt." Over at the campus drill field, someone yelled to the boss that every single student is pumped and ready for some violence. The teachers stood stiffly until the command came to fire up the first magical transportation circle to move the kids out. Staring at the massive glowing door, Jayagang joked that only this crazy school would own a giant space elevator like this. Lin whispered some advice, telling Subai to keep his head down once they land in the middle of the monster party. While the bright beams swallowed the group, the speaker told everyone to chill out and enjoy the ride through space. The kids fell out of the light, and one girl gasped, wondering if the Stumpy camp was actually the famous war zone. The giant metal castle stood before them, looking very intimidating under a sky that definitely was not from their home planet. While the newbies were gossiping like hens, Lyra screamed for everyone to shut their traps and listen for 1 minute. The dude with a cool facial scar arrived, declaring that everyone from students to teachers better do exactly what he says. He barked a question about understanding him, and the whole crowd yelled back a loud yes in perfect, terrified harmony. Subai thought to himself that the guy with the cut face looks like he has survived way too many explosions. Boss let out gave them their first chore, which was to scrub the area clean of those pesky, annoying shadow felines. Swashing those dark hitters earns you store credit, which you can trade for some of that high-quality performance-enhancing juice. Once they heard about the prizes, the trio of friends got more excited than kids standing in front of an ice cream truck. The leader smirked at their greed, saying, "Since you youngsters are so thirsty for blood, let us start working right now." Subai grinned because he wanted that loot, thinking his little turtle friend was about to eat a 5-course monster buffet. Upon entering the camp, the rookies realized war is not our game. Seeing as her guys were howling like stepped on ducks, everyone turned white, and a girl whimpered, "How can those tiny basic cats cause so much messy damage to actual soldiers?" Lyra shut down the crying, asking if they thought this was a picnic, and reminding them that college means possibly dying. In the spooky silence, Len told Subai to glue himself to her side so he does not end up as cat food. Back at the office, the commander got the news and told them to open the doors, hoping the kids enjoy their nightmare. The massive exit to the fortress creaked open, showing off a landscape that looked like it wanted to eat them alive. Lai Tao barked at the kids, asking if they mailed their last wills, because they were about to go on a date with death. The war zone appeared, showing troops spraying lead at hordes of angry kittens that were definitely not looking for belly rubs. Metal cans turned into popcorn buckets as fuzzy monsters swarmed, painting the entire landscape a very aggressive shade of ketchup red. A stunned grunt wondered why the big boss was personally summoning it, but Lai Tao dismissed the chatter, demanding a group to babysit the fresh meat. Lyra Yuxin shouted the plan, ordering everyone to trek toward Zone F-269 to harvest glowing pebbles from those oversized, dead alley cats. She bellowed to see if the newbies were hyped, and the whole squad roared back like caffeinated toddlers that they were prepared. Some high-ranking guy flapped his arm to signal the march, promising that the heavy hitters would watch their backs from behind. A nearby private tried to play therapist to Lyra Yuxin, but Lai Tao muzzled him instantly, barked at him to stop being nosy. Lai Tao marched at the front, claiming that shielding these fragile beginners was just part of his noble and unpaid job description. Meanwhile, in the fancy capital city, the top brass at the big war office got a frantic message that ruined their lunch. A frantic messenger blurted out that a massive swarm of monsters had crashed the border party, aiming for a dozen outposts down south. The head honcho snapped into action, demanding a tracking report because the nation's precious youngsters were practicing there, and 0 deaths were allowed. Over at the F-269 scrap heap, Lyra Yuxin rushed the students along, oblivious to the fact that disaster was about to punch them, as the rest of the gang happily looted the corpses. Subai was busy crunching numbers to make his fluffy companion much more lethal. The scheme involved hoarding monster hearts for some magic protein shakes, ensuring Zairaba could level up and crush skulls even better than before. Out of nowhere, Subai's mental tablet flashed a scary red alert, showing a group of high-tier nightmare kids zooming toward their location. Subai turned into a statue because of the impending doom, prompting a distracted Lin Yanyan to inquire if he had seen a ghost. Not wasting a heartbeat, he sprinted toward the teacher, yelling that a massive pile of angry monsters was sprinting from the southwest corner. Lyra Yuxin peered toward the horizon, seeing absolutely nothing but a bunch of trees acting suspiciously silent and still on the breeze. She hopped over to lecture Subai for being a drama queen. Eddie stayed firm that his scary news was not a prank. Big Boss Lidao chimed in, claiming his own radar showed 0 activity, though Subai kept swearing there were hundreds of creatures closing in. Lidao mocked him by asking if his baby skills topped a pro, while Lyra Yuxin tried to play peacemaker, blaming the boy's rookie nerves. During the awkward silence, Lin Nanyan piped up with a look of pure conviction, stating she trusted the boy's wild warning completely. Feeling brave, Subai finally spilled the beans, admitting he was a creature whisperer with a built-in spider sense for whenever things go south. He mentioned his paperwork was missing the cool details because he was a VIP recruit, making the other kids gossip like old ladies. Right then, the massive scream broke the quiet. Lidao turned pale as he realized the kid was right, hollering for everyone to huddle up. Commands flew like bullets, but then came the bummer news that the main camp was busy getting mauled and could not help. Lyra Yuxin stared at Lidao with wide eyes, and the commander had her grumble that the boy's freakish radar was actually spot on. Lidao barked for 4 guys to act as bodyguards for the pair, but the tough girl dismissed them, claiming she could throw hands. The sparkly metal rank cat jumped from the weeds while glowing like a faulty neon sign, kicking off the party with a loud bang. Fight back and shield the kiddos, Lidao bellowed, taking point as he started blasting the front line of the incoming monster wave. However, those angry furballs shredded the weak human wall like paper, instantly turning the whole area into a very messy strawberry jam factory. Our teacher bellowed like a hungry lion. Keep your positions. If we survive this opening onslaught, the trophy is ours. However, those hellish monsters were way too rowdy, making him shriek in utter panic. Watch your heads. Ignoring the deadly vibes, the brave youngsters hollowed their oaths, turning their soft bellows into a human barrier. Sizzling bolts of cosmic juice sipped from the back. The bunch of those furry freaks got vaporized, rolling out the carpet for the big shot fighters. Dunkang joked that they were just cranky felines, while May promised to turn them into Swiss cheese. The red-paid mentor grinned with pride, thinking these fresh rookies are actually built differently this semester. Tucked away in the mob, the silent dude watched closely, gauging how he stacked up against them. The nearby kids were totally fanboying, screaming that their mojo was absolutely insane. All at once, the glass, shattering screech rang out, making Yonkang holler, "What is the Nars? Protect your eardrums immediately." Deep within the woods, a chunky shadow began to sprout from a funky green lightning storm. The fancy silver, winged kitty overlord popped up, dragging a heavy blanket of dread along with it. The leader looked like he saw a ghost, barking orders to ring the office for more help. The blade guy stayed cool, rushing the beast while shouting to eat his steel, as Manny offered backup from the sidelines. "Retreat this instant or you are toast," the red-petted teacher yelled while losing her absolute marbles. Sadly, time ran out, as a frosty swipe of her claw launched the sword dude into orbit. Seconds later, Manny got yeeted into the distance by its tail as if she were a ragdoll. Both mentors were paralyzed, simply howling for the archers to provide covering fire by shooting like crazy. The feline boss let out a victory purr, storking toward the girl sobbing for her life in the dirt. While the spooky kitty was spreading the creeps, a random flash of neon brightness smacked it in the nose. Without warning, a humongous beast dropped from the clouds, hitting the floor with a massive boom. The red-haired lady stood frozen, muttering that it appeared to be a turtle, while Jaijun wondered if that was Subai's buddy Zairobai. Subai touched down, whispering to his own soul that the superhero entrance felt somewhat cringe. He announced loudly, "I am the summoner Subai and Zairobai is my partner, so you kids handle the trash while I fix this cat king." Everyone present stood there with jaws dropped, shocked that a mere shell, just pimp, plopped the king cat. Bai gave the order for Zairobai to discipline the straight, and the turtle zoomed ahead like a rocket. The mentors stayed in awe, confessing they never suspected that kid Subai was hiding such a massive power level. Taking the opening, the red-paid teacher screamed, "Subai has trapped the big cat, so kill the rest of these furry shadows." At those words, the class rushed together, dead set on wiping those ugly monsters off the map. The gloomy cat ruler hissed with rage, pouring every bit of its juice into its nails to slice Zairobai. The spicy laser of cerulean doom zipped across the field faster than a hungry toddler. Yet our chill turtle buddy popped his ultimate shell shield, making that scary blast bounce off like a pebble. The teacher stuttered hard, wondering how a basic bargain, thin pet survived the kitty boss's murder middens without a single scratch. He yelled for backup, planning to sneak a finishing blow while the giant furball was busy staring at the spinning reptile. Liu Yancheng jumped high into the air, screaming that the oversized kitten's soft tummy was its biggest tactical flaw. He slammed his spicy flaming sword down, trying to give the massive demon creature a very hot and unwanted haircut. However, the swift shadow feline used its tail like a baseball bat, swatting the hero away by just a tiny whisker. Scrambling up, the angry warrior Liu Yancheng bellowed that only one of them would be leading this brawl in one piece. Subai flashed a smug grin, telling his hard-tailed comrade it was finally time for the secret source. Tao Jiajun and Han Jiajang stood there confused, asking why a legendary move involved a turtle doing a mediocre breakdance. Consulting a manual on feline anatomy, Subai catapulted the turtle off his shield like a green-scaled bowling ball. He added a massive kick for extra flavor, yelling for the monster to enjoy the spicy delivery. The turtle zoomed ahead like a neon emerald comet, whistling through the breeze with the grace of a brick. The projectile slammed into the shadow kitty's soft tummy, causing a very loud and satisfying thud. Liu growled that they finally poked the beast's ticklish spot, hoping the demon wouldn't handle the impact very well. The beast gave one last dramatic scream, leaking its essence like a broken juice box after a fight. It wobbled on tired paws and flopped over, clearly deciding that its career as a boss was over. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, the legendary shadow predator turned into a very large rug. Liu posed heroically by the corpse while the class cheered, asking if they actually survived this crazy feline nightmare encounter. The ginger-haired girl squeezed Subai in a hug, yelling that beating a fancy gold-tier kitty was totally legendary. The crew swarmed them, with Tao Jiajun asking where to buy such a combat-ready reptile because he needed one immediately. Suddenly Subai yelled at his turtle, demanding to know what weird junk it was munching on this time. Suddenly the leader stared at the clouds in panic, fearing that the dying cat's scream was actually a distress signal. Meanwhile at HQ, sirens blared about a giant wave of monster vibes and Hulin's daughter being stuck in the mess. The boss Wen Yun heard the update and decided to skip the paperwork, heading out to handle things personally. He told the officer that reinforcements better reach the battlefield within 20 minutes or there would be trouble. The officer sweated buckets, whispering that if Hulin lost his cool, the whole Janju region would be toast by morning. A creepy voice mocked them from the dark, making the teachers realize this new bad guy actually had a working brain. A massive silhouette stood up in the woods, bellowing about how dare these tiny humans hurt his furry little family members. Lai Tao watched in horror as the newcomer started eating the dead cat boss like a midnight snack, totally losing his mind. Meanwhile, Subai's internal machine went absolutely bananas, signaling a shiny gold monster with a maximum death rating. The creature's ugly mug finally showed up, showing that the shadow kitty had upgraded into a glittering golden freak. Pure panic gripped the kids. Jiang Mani hit the deck, and Lai Tao looked for help that was definitely late. Everyone run for it. I will hold the line. Lai Tao bellowed, sprinting at the beast like a complete madman. However, the beast just flicked a spicy claw with total boredom, since the gap in their strength was just massive. Noticing the boss was nearly toast, Subai hollowed and launched Zairaba forward. Zairaba, go save that man's life right now. Grabbing the moment, Zairaba utilized its incredibly chunky armor to stop the strike that was meant to end him. The weirdly evolved freak looked confused by the durable turtle backpack, but its temper only flared up even more. A massive strike shattered the hard shell, bed juice went everywhere, and Subai let out a real panicked yelp. Suddenly, Subai grabbed his ribs and hacked up some blood, making his buddy scream. Subai, you're totally leaking. The ginger lady teacher was baffled, wondering if it was that mythic skill where humans and animals share their pain. The computer screen confirmed her hunch, showing the bun was live and the duo was splitting the incoming damage. Everyone huddled up. The teacher asked if he was okay, but Subai just clenched his jaw and said, I am cool. Realizing Subai was taking the hits like a champ, the lady pulled her blade, shouting, we have to protect him. Leading some pushback, the mutant kitty hissed a mean laugh. You all look like tiny bugs to me. Feeling brave, the ginger teacher gathered the remaining kids, diving headfirst into the messy scuffle for their very lives. The female coach dashed toward the front, yelping in pure terror, oh my goodness. The random ginger-haired gal popped out of nowhere, shoving Subai aside and screaming, Subai, watch your head. Right then, the wave of pure spicy destruction vaporized the exact patch of grass where they were just standing. Snuggled in the lady's arms, Subai blinked his eyes open, giving her a shock. What is this? He grinned like a villain with sharp eyes, noting the silver cat's rock had finally been totally digested. The digital menu pinged, announcing the pet hit bronze tier, unlocked its god blood, and turned its stats way up. Right in the center of the scrap, a massive, glowing gold turtle popped into existence, basically blocking the sun. The staff members were floored, seeing Subai's pet change into a glowing legend, thinking it might be a mythic beast. The orange-haired girl asked if he felt better, and Subai cockily said, There, I am great. Let us keep moving. He pointed at the furry villain, telling his giant friend to squash that ugly thing. Following orders, the massive turtle swung a heavy limb, landing a world-ending slap right on the mutated cat's face. The leader couldn't wrap his head around how a bronze-tier turtle just launched a golden kitty into the stratosphere. The beast sailed through the air like a discarded plushie, eventually slamming hard into the side of a mountain. It screamed with pure saltiness, scratching at the dirt and cursing its terrible luck under its breath. Feeling embarrassed, the feline monarch lost his marbles and screamed that everyone should perish, making the troops scramble away because Kitty finally snapped. He summoned his twin magic while yelling that nobody would find an exit today. The dark kitty stampede charged forward, but the sturdy turtle tank held his ground, pausing a guard to beg them to quit it. Diablo triggered his fresh ability called Heavy Turtle Pressure, forming a giant swirling hole of crushing force. One fake cat sneaked past the guards and sprinted toward the second in command, who gripped his metal board for protection. The turtle blasted golden power, sweeping those dark kitties away like a shiny broom. That spooky strength launched the high-ranking officer into the air, though a glowing bubble kept him from becoming a pancake. The holy monster gave a concluding shout as his radiance swallowed the whole fighting zone in a bright hub. "Stop playing around and show your true muscles," Subai yelled, wanting to wrap this party up early. Obeying the boss, Diablo squeezed a ball of pure spicy doom inside his jaws. A huge laser beam shot out and stunned the nearby troops, who wondered how a turtle got that much gas. That weird cat ruler failed to dodge, getting eaten by the brightness and turned into fancy kitty dust. Out of nowhere, a fancy-looking person touched down on a tree limb close by. Wen Yuan stared at the messy ground and acted shocked, asking if the fun was already done so soon. Down below, Boss Lai Tao was barking instructions to pick up the trash and tidy the area immediately. Wen Yuan worked over and politely checked on the ginger instructor, saying he was happy she wasn't toasted. Lai Tao gave a serious speech about the scary fight and the shiny gold monster, which made Wen Yuan drop his jaw. "Excuse me, Sir Wen Yuan," Lai Tao added. "It was actually the kid Subai and his pet who saved us." Wen Yuan gazed at the teenager, but Subai just acted modest and said everyone helped out a little. Totally wowed, Wen Yuan offered a job, asking if the boy wanted to join his fort for some private lessons later. Once a soldier said the cleanup was finished, Wen Yuan commanded the whole gang to head back to the ranch. Near the magic portal, Lai Tao told the rookies they were the toughest bunch of kids he ever saw. The teachers saw them depart, and Lyra Yuxian whispered that she definitely owed Subai for not dying today. Home at last, Subai let out a heavy breath about the wild vacation, while the carrot-top girl nearby looked shaky. Inside the arena, the big party started to celebrate the brave youngsters coming home from the scary war zone. Just then, the living students popped out of the gate, laughing that they were just background characters compared to the legend Subai, and instruct achieved the squad, saying they were all champions and their grades would break every record ever. Darkness arrived at the dorms, and the sleepy kids finally flopped onto their own comfy mattresses for some shut-eye. Inside the bunk, Subai's pals gossiped about how he smashed a gold monster and the massive pile of loot he would get. The ginger friend asked about the turtle, not knowing the little guy was dreaming of her spa day and snacks. From nowhere, a violent thumping against the wood destroyed the quiet, making everyone jump, pause from his dreams. The crimson-haired roommate grumpily approached the entrance, griping about such an offensive morning disturbance. The lock clicked open, leaving him completely flabbergasted by the row of stunning ladies waiting on the doorstep. The student government gals stated their business, having brought snacks for the champions while hunting for someone named Subai. After letting the group inside, the visitors kept pestering the boars, asking where on earth they could find the Subai. A different flatmate eventually spoke up, informing the ladies that their target had already departed for a sweaty morning job. Disappointment clouded the faces of the older students, with one remarking that the guy was basically a campus legend now. Has he truly become that famous? The residents questioned in awe, while the girl with purple hair gestured toward the screen. Simultaneously, our protagonist continued his rhythmic running elsewhere, having zero clue that his peaceful life was currently evaporating. He paused before a gigantic monitor, which was currently airing a critical bulletin from the National Defense Media outlet. The news segment detailed the brutal monster invasion, showing clips of powerful combatants being absolutely demolished by those savage creatures. The boastful reporter announced that the Janju Academy was the solitary institution that had indeed been turned into monster chow. Sir, Subai's portrait flashed on screen, praised for performing that impossible stunt of slaying high-level monsters and boosting school pride. National reporters mentioned our protagonist received the Great Wall Gold Medal, leading him to mutter about how fast things changed. His update circulated rapidly through the hallways, sparking intense gossip about the miracle of her student receiving such a rare award. Pure madness broke out as female fans screamed for a date, making the hero want to vanish into thin air immediately. Crouched in a hidden nook, the boy panted while trying to escape the sudden wave of intense popularity. His phone vibrated with a frantic call from his sibling, who shrieked about his television debut while he sighed, confirming it. His kin were currently being harassed by congratulations and creepy marriage offers, so his sister begged for his urgent return home. Realizing his father would be bursting with joy, he breathed a heavy sigh and agreed to go visit the local caves. Upon reaching his childhood street, the community loudspeakers were already blaring about the triumphant return of their neighborhood champion. The boy gawked at the massive congregation blocking the driveway, curious if the whole zip code was loitering there. Friendly neighbors swarmed him with tales of holding him as a baby, leaving him to mutter about their overwhelming level of excitement. Inside that dense mob, his little sister dashed forward to embrace him while his folks grinned with massive pride nearby. Dinner requests flew from every corner, but he politely declined a plate of dumplings by mentioning his tragic reaction to shrimp. The patriarch finally stepped forward to disperse the mob, thanking the locals before requesting they allow the tired kin some peace. Yet the struggle continued, as the local grandmas were already fighting over who got to introduce their granddaughter to the hero. Upon stepping inside, the sibling mentioned that her neighbor installed high-tech lenses specifically to trap him for a date with her granddaughter. Inside the kitchen, his mother insisted he relax while she and his father began preparing a massive, celebratory banquet for him. Abandoning his gear atop a stool, the exhausted fighter eventually found a tiny moment of peace. He melted into the sofa, exhaling a triumphant sigh of relief, convinced that a well-deserved period of blissful slumber was now his. However, tranquility proved as fleeting as a politician's promise, as a glowing blue control panel abruptly materialized right before his bewildered gaze, leaving him utterly perplexed. Subai's mystical beast tamer system suddenly whirred to life, confidently flagging a creature ripe for a contract. Specifically, the tiny kitten. The sister, Suzairami, casually strolled into the room, spotting her brother fixated blankly on what appeared to be an invisible screen, and promptly inquired about his peculiar behavior. Pointing to the munching white fur bowl, she proudly introduced it as Zairabai, completely oblivious to Subai's internal monologue about needing to acquire a far more impressive companion. Suzairami happily caressed the feline, cheerfully explaining she had encountered and adopted the little furball only a few days prior. Outwardly, Subai simply humored his sister's enthusiasm, yet a profoundly different, slightly mischievous scheme had already begun brewing within the depths of his strategic mind. The formidable analysis panel then materialized, astoundingly divulging that the seemingly ordinary stray feline possessed the hallowed lineage of her sacred white tiger, even harboring the latent capabilities of her divine destroyer. He instantly resolved that securing this creature was an absolute necessity, completely unaware of Suzairami's innocent declaration that the animal genuinely appeared fond of him. Subai then commenced an earnest negotiation, dramatically disclosing his secret occupation as a beast tamer, and magnanimously proposed to officially care for Zairabai. Suzairami's instant reaction was an unmistakable, defiant growl, an utterly flat refusal. She squeezed Zairabai close, defiantly announcing that she absolutely refused to let her brother spirit the creature away. Even the irresistible lure of her shiny, brown, new laptop proved utterly ineffective in persuading his incredibly stubborn sister. The delicate torque spectacularly failed, rapidly transforming into an utterly absurd, high-speed pursuit that wound through their entire living room. A mere 2 days later, Subai was back at school, instantly becoming the magnetic center of every whispered secret and curious stare. Tucked inside his backpack, Zairabai tried impressing its new buddy with flashy tricks, but its companion merely considered the whole display incredibly irritating. He suddenly grasped that his burgeoning notoriety had reached such dizzying heights he genuinely contemplated donning a disguise, perhaps a mysterious mask, for every public outing. Without warning, the school's archaic loudspeaker system blared to life, loudly summoning Subai by his exact name. He abruptly paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, internally musing over the principal's sudden, curious request. Within the principal's stately office, he received an exceptionally cordial greeting, followed by the momentous declaration that the institution intended to lavishly recognize his truly remarkable accomplishments. Subai offered a perfect lip-light thank you, though internally, he harbored profound suspicions regarding the entirely uncharacteristic generosity of this notoriously penny-pinching school head. Subai, without hesitation, initiated negotiations, audaciously suggesting a bounty of 100 gold-tier demon beast cores. The principal dramatically clutched his very heart, visibly reeling from the sheer audacity of such an exorbitant request. Yet Subai promptly scaled back his proposal to a mere 100 silver cores. Upon being squarely denied, the astute student instantly pivoted to a theatrical plea, clasping his hands together and earnestly beseeching 50 silver cores for literally shedding blood in the school's honorable name. Realizing his previous ploy was utterly ineffective, the principal quickly pivoted, launching into an elaborate moral discourse on the duties of the powerful, artfully sidestepping the uncomfortable reward topic. Subai's patience snapped, abruptly interjecting with a decisive, "All right, sir, let us call it a deal for 50 silver cores." Following a theatrical pause for deep reflection, the principal then grandly feigned immense generosity, offering, "I suppose I can spare 10 paltry bronze-tier cars," leaving Subai absolutely flabbergasted. A ferocious round of bartering then raged, the numbers dropping from 20 cores to 15, finally forcing the principal, utterly annoyed, to reluctantly accept the terms. "Done," Subai instantly declared, mentally adding, "This ancient gentleman truly possesses the frugality of a dragon hoarding its gold." Moments later, the principal assumed a remarkably enigmatic demeanor, declaring that her second, equally vital issue, quite distinct from the reward, waited their attention. Subai discovered the grand prize was actually a trap to draft him into the massive 100 schools competition. The principal used his silver tongue to calm him down, promising mountains of loot to make the deal sweeter. Subai looked quite serious while thinking about the scary monsters he would soon have to kick across the floor. He finally gave a grumpy nod of agreement and was told to show up at the gym tomorrow morning. The teacher felt smug for bamboozling the youngster, while the student confirmed that the boss was indeed a sneaky old geezer. Inside the training hall, the boss announced the big games and started shouting out the names of the lucky participants. The third-year named Hu Jaishu, who looked way too serious with his silver hair and glasses, stood at attention. Of the top, Tier names were called out one after another, including Bai Ningding, Chen Dangsing, and the guy Fengjuker. Meanwhile, two guys in the back whispered about how their school was always losing and never had any good snacks. The fresh meat was finally summoned, and both Subai and Jiang Mani stood up to face their impending doom. After finishing the list, the principal noted that the entire squad was finally accounted for and ready. He put on a very dramatic face to announce that 10 kids were going, but he had one last juicy secret to share. Subai was named the team captain, which made the poor kid freeze like a statue while wondering if the old man had lost his mind. Ching Tangsing threw a massive tantrum, asking why a little rookie was in charge instead of their strongest fighter, Hu Jisher. Another senior chimed in to point out that Subai was just a lowly bronze rank, which was way below Hu Jinshu's level. The principal barked that Subai actually killed a gold-tier monster, so anyone who wants the captain's hat should go kill one too. The senior scoffed that it was probably just a lucky fluke, and Kshin whispered that he didn't believe the hype for a second. As the whole team started glaring at him, Subai sighed that the old man was basically making him a human target. The principal vanished like a ghost after saying the games were only 20 days away and he hoped they wouldn't fail. Subai attempted to vanish during the uproar, claiming he had an urgent appointment with his soft mattress. An older student called him a coward, while Kshin growled that he would personally humble the kid during the actual games. Back at his quarters, Subai shouted for Zyrober to hurry up and grab some tasty dinner. He pulled out the principal's bribe and noted that 15 bronze cores should be enough for a decent power. Oh. Subai handed a treat to the little feline while telling the cat to stay calm because everyone gets a turn. He put some essence blood in the kitten's bowl, then looked at the turtle, joking that the shell-clad beast was a total pig. Staring at the empty bag, Subai groaned that one meal cost a fortune and wondered when these pets would finally change form. He poured the remaining cores into the dish, threatening that if no evolution happened, the cat would get the next meal instead. The second the final core was swallowed, Taebai's body suddenly exploded into a blinding and magnificent golden light. A powerful energy wave exploded, leaving Subai totally stunned and wondering what on earth was occurring. A massive earthquake suddenly rocked the whole dorm, making every single student there descend into a panicked frenzy. The digital voice chirped, the dark turtle just smashed into the mid-bronze bracket. Its strength is basically peaking. Subai grinned with pride, glad his white beast finally stopped being such a complete amateur. Right after that, Taebai began to sparkle, jumping to high common rank while gaining a shiny new superpower. The trainer beamed at his pair of upgraded monsters, noting that both of them had finally left the nursery. Since his pets were doing all the heavy lifting, Subai got a free promotion into the mid-bronze league. Feeling extra spicy, he squeezed his hands and glared, ready to cause some absolute chaos at the school tournament. Meanwhile, the official list for the Janju fighting squad was finally released to the public, listing Subai as the final name on the roster. Getting ready for battle, he stepped into the university's massive book warehouse, feeling tiny among the paper mountains. The lady behind the desk gasped, shocked that a mere rookie was already swimming in nearly 200 credits. She happily guided him to the shelves containing all the monster training manuals. Wandering through the giant wooden towers, he realized he would need a whole lot of coffee to finish this library. Out of nowhere, he spotted a name called Liu Fan, which rang some distant bells in his brain. He skimmed the pages, getting sucked into weird tales about ghosts that never die and divine monster weapons. Subai wondered. He knew the universe eventually combined into one, but where were the other two pieces? Nearby kids pointed and gossiped, wondering why a guy who talks to lizards was even allowed in here. Tuning out the haters, we kept reading, thoroughly impressed by the crazy stunts that the legendary Liu Fan performed. The vision of the hero taking on a whole mob of monsters solo appeared, looking pretty epic but lonely. The boy's eyes twinkled while he made a confused little noise, feeling something very odd nearby. He jumped when the old tome started shining like a lighthouse, dumping a bucket of weird energy into his veins. He suddenly recalled the exact moment he walked to the reception desk to check out that volume. The desk lady looked confused, noting the book lacked a barcode and probably was not part of the collection. She frowned while tugging at the cover, but the stubborn thing refused to move as if it were glued. She grumbled about the broken hinges, leaving the young student standing there with a face full of utter confusion. But when he grabbed it, the pages flopped open instantly, so the lady just shrugged and let him work. The boy walked away grinning, clueless about the destined treasure he received. Once he vanished, she quickly updated the boss on the fact that the special bait book was finally snatched. The old director sounded quite pleased, praising the fact that the campus rookie actually managed to unlock the seal. Staring at the horizon, he told Liu Fan's spirit that the destined heir had finally appeared after a full century. A fortnight passed and the massive brawl of 100 academies finally began, bringing all local tryhards together. Some lady with a microphone stood there, blathering about the brawl soon starting at Janju's punchy, teggy school. Energy levels spiked as colorful paper bits flew around, making everyone feel way more excited than they probably should. Crowds roared while rival teams swapped insults like they were at a very aggressive family dinner. Thick anxiety filled the massive arena, sticking to everyone like cheap hairspray. Longing's squad stood ready except for their leader, Subar, causing a wave of panic to ripple through the group. Suddenly a shout echoed from the rear, asking how I could possibly ditch this party right at the deadline. Subai strolled in looking like a new man, leaving Professor Lyro Yuxin wondering what kind of secret sauce he ate. Chill out. Lyra, Subai announced with a smug grin, because I already plotted our path to total victory. Some suit on stage reminded everyone of that nasty monster war and all the students who unfortunately became snacks. Using his loudest indoor voice, he bellowed to the locals, "Hey folks, do we want to get some payback?" Thousands of people jumped up, shaking fists and screaming for blood while promising to crush their enemies completely. That loud guy beamed while proclaiming, "Listen up. The Janju regional beatdown contest has finally started." He laid out the lore, 5 fighters per squad, losers go home immediately, and only one group wins. Big screens lit up with a bracket, showing Lanning taking on Jinmin for the first round of the day. At the same time, Lyra Yuxin panicked. "We got Kinyon once more and don't even have a plan." The headmaster worked over and grilled the captain, asking, "Subai, did you actually pick the fighters yet?" Subai grinned and mentioned, "I am going up first, so you guys better just wing it," which shocked the group. Jinshu and a friend complained loudly, claiming this dumb move would make the whole college look like total idiots. Subai just worked away, saying, "Relax, I will win," which actually made the boss think the kid was quite grown. The big boss touched Subai's arm, whispering, "Hey, don't had all the glory, or your older classmates will hate you." Down in the dirt, the opening fight finished fast as Jinmin absolutely wrecked their opponents without breaking a sweat. After seeing the carnage, the headmaster looked over and muttered, "Okay Subai, it is your time to shine." Subai marched out bravely, ignored Jinshu's doubtful face, and wondered if he could actually back up his big torque. From the cheap seats, Shing and the gang screamed, "Go Subai, bring home the gold trophy or do not return." Standing in the center of the giant ring, Subai looked at his first challenger without blinking an eye. The kid grinned, asking if he was a rookie who killed that fancy monster, and Subai just nodded like it was nothing. Up on the stage, the king on leader Li Lingfeng bragged, "Watch me closely, pitched, because I am about to school you." Subai brought out Zyrober, which made Li Lingfeng laugh and ask, "Hey, is that little thing really your terrifying war monster?" Shrugging off the insults, Subai sat on the grass to eat some eggs, complaining that he missed his morning meal. A random guy in the crowd cackled, asking if Janju ran out of real fighters and started sending out garbage instead. Over on the sidelines, the squad fretted that their leader was treating his rival like a mere snack. Tipping his beverage, the youth told his pet to justify all those expensive snacks by not failing miserably. Suddenly, the massive wave of ore paralyzed the challenger, who wondered if this beast was actually a god. While the rival gaped, the creature's limbs started shining and expanding like balloons at a birthday party. Instantly, the colossal divine turtle appeared, prompting the poor man to shout about how scary life had become. Spectators shrieked upon seeing a shell-covered mountain with eyeballs larger than professional sports equipment. Truly a sight. Virtual viewers finally understood why the kid managed to delete high-level monsters without breaking a single sweat. The porters were absolutely losing their minds because their hero had clearly upgraded his combat skills quite significantly. Ignoring the surrounding madness, the youngster casually told his giant turtle to wrap things up for dinner. The opponent stood there like a confused penguin, baffled by the sudden evolution. The massive reptile zoomed across the stage so fast that it looked like a glitch in the Matrix. The unlucky fighter barely realized he was being blitzed before he was launched into the upper atmosphere, mocking him from a distance. The boy asked his foe to survive until he finished his fizzy drink. Rising painfully, the man glared and complained that the sneak attack did not prove any actual combat superiority. Gathering every ounce of his inner strength, the warrior screamed a challenge to determine who possessed more grit. Feeling insulted, the man yelled and turned his hands into solid chunks of granite. Using his stony knuckles, he lunged toward the tortoise, hoping to conclude the fight with a single blow. However, a single bump caused the famous team leader to be ejected from the ring like trash. Professional trainers watching from the seats were speechless, noting that the shelled beast was ridiculously overpowered for this. People gossiped about the loser's stupidity, while nerds explained that being hit by a living building hurts. A ginger-haired lady wondered if the creature had been hitting the gym secretly since they last met. The referee declared him the winner, and beckoned the next victim, Dangchuren, to come forward. The female blade master arrived, sure that her fast movement would keep her away from the slow reptile. Dancing around like a spooky phantom, she poked at the turtle while evading its clumsy attempts at hitting back. Fans roared with approval, thinking they were finally witnessing a tactical masterpiece instead of a mindless brawl. The lady kept orbiting her target, looking for a tiny crack in the armor to exploit with precision. The opposing coach remarked that the youth was still underestimating his fast opponent. Meanwhile, the boy sat on the massive shell, casually sipping his carbonated drink. The beast slammed its heavy limb down, creating an opening that the nimble woman immediately tried to take. She landed right behind the youth, whispering that his giant turtle was indeed quite powerful. The combine sidestepped, her blade a swift, illuminating flare. My decision involves engaging the creature's proprietor forthwith, Dangchuren concluded. Then he accelerated straight towards Subai. Lyra Yuxian let out a fearful shriek. The situation is dire. Dangchuren now assaults Subai straight on. The crimson-paired youth likewise uttered a fearful cry, bellowing, "Watch yourselves." Dangchuren hurtled forth, bellowing, "Subai, your defeat is utterly assured." This whole response, however, came from witnessing Subai serenely inclining his skull to imbibe a sugary beverage. With instantaneous velocity, Zyrobar lashed its appendage, launching Dangshu and airborne. The Subai descended softly. From the viewing area, his squamates gasped with sheer horror. That magnificent reptile simply twitched its tail, and everyone exhaled collectively. Even the entire coaching cohort found their vision utterly baffled, completely floored by Subai's rapid triumph. Dangshuren remained sprawled upon the fractured stadium ground. Meanwhile, Subai merely mused, "My gut is finally quite content." He even casually rubbed his scalp, remarking, "Buddy, you were positioned rather intimately." Zyrobar likely got a little carried away. With Dangshuren being removed by the medical team, Subai announced, "Splendid. I shall now proceed to exert actual effort." He then placed his fist upon his waist and loudly proclaimed, "Who wishes to contend with me on the stage presently?" Scarcely had the words departed his lips when Zyrobar, with its signature panache, promptly removed a fresh challenger from the platform. Debating the prone form of the fair, haired competitor, Subai coolly uttered the single imperative, "Onward." He even nonchalantly captured a self-portrait with Zyrobar, quite oblivious as the fourth unfortunate contender sailed through the air behind them. Ultimately, the exasperated official merely hoisted Subai's arm, announcing an undeniable triumph for Janju University. The crowd exploded. Good heavens, a single individual against 5, claiming victory with merely a shelled companion. That's just ridiculously impressive. Upon receiving such accolades, Subai merely hid his visage in genuine mortification, wheezing, "Am I actually being labeled as a reptile?" Returning to the designated break zone, the principal and Lyra Yuxin deluged him with accolades, exclaiming, "Subai, you've bestowed immense honor upon our establishment." The principal joyfully proclaimed, "The morning's contests have concluded. All participants should now enjoy a well-earned pause. The refectory offers complimentary meals for every competitor today." This complimentary report instantly elevated everyone's collective cheer. Then currently, within Fuquan University's lounge, a strange strategic discussion unfolded. Recognizing, Subai's animal companion proves overwhelmingly potent in melee. So what precisely is our next course of action? Within Fuquan University's lounge, the coach allocated Mao Kai, the practitioner of venomous abilities, the mission of engaging Subai's creature from afar. Simultaneously, Zinman University's trainer elevated the squad's spirits, boldly claiming triumph was theirs, provided they surmounted that peculiar skilled wonder. The leader, Lai Feng, Taof, cheerily offered his services, stating, "Should I confront Subai, I shall personally address the situation." Returning to the stadium, the announcer's image flickered onto the enormous display, informing everyone that the competition's subsequent stage would commence directly following the arbitrary selection. From the seating area, Zhang Tengxing grabbed to his companions, suggesting, "With Subai present, the remaining team members will likely not even be required to participate." Dev, Tu Jinshu maintained a composed demeanor, portioning his squad against overconfidence when encountering institutions from diverse regions. The outcome of the selection became visible. The inaugural contest pitted Janju University against Sinmin University. Lai watched Su on the stage, thinking it was lucky they already had a sneaky plan ready. Su chilled against Zyrobai while teasing the rival, saying, "Buddy, relax, this will be over soon." Once the duel started, Lai exploded with power and yelled for Su to stop acting so high. He used his King Feng shuffle to zoom around, leaving a bunch of blurry ghosts in his path. Lai circled the massive beast, using his nimbleness to find a way to strike Su personally. The kid zipped across the floor like a greased pig, making himself almost impossible to catch. Seeing an opening, he launched a heavy strike at the beast's leg, screaming for the monster to eat this. To his surprise, Lai bounced back, because hitting the thing was like kicking a wall of solid iron. Zyrobai merely flicked its tail like a bored cat, sending Lai sailing into the next zip code. Su's friends in the seats realized the other team was just trying to annoy the giant armored turtle. Meanwhile, the fans were having a blast, cheering for the guy using hit and run tactics on a tank. Lai grinned while teasing the huffing and puffing Zyrobai, inviting the big guy to come and grab him. Up in the stands, Lyra Yuxin and her crew were worriedly chatting, guessing the plan was to bait the beast away. Ignoring the stress, Su popped a cold soda and smiled, saying sorry, that lunch was way too salty. He sipped his drink in peace while the whole arena chanted for Lai to actually land a single hit. Feeling safe at a distance, Lai shouted that even a huge tail swipe could never hit him from there. Losing his cool, he blasted some energy at the beast and yelled, "Sir, you are underestimating me far too much." Right after, Lai charged straight at the boy to finish it, swearing he would make him pay for everything. But just as he arrived, a weird blast of yellow light shot out of the floor and trapped him tight. Lai was stuck in the air like a fly in honey, panicking and wondering why his body stopped working. A massive golden Xuanwu ghost rose behind the beast, and Su told it to stop playing and wrap this mess up. The jungly turtle power kicked in, its spirit mouth gaping to generate a heavy suction that dragged everything inward. Lai was pulled toward the glowing monster, screaming in a panic about what was going to happen to him. The giant beam of destruction fired off, slicing through the breeze and heading for the seats across the way. The whole building shook, leaving a massive crater in the wall where a knocked-out Lai was now resting. The stadium went silent until someone muttered that it was not that Lai sucked. Su was just broken. Over at the Zinman bench, The headmaster sadly decided they had her quit before more people got hurt. The big screen flashed the update that the Zinmin school had officially decided to give up the fight, and the next team to face the Janju squad was the group from the Fuchuan Martial Arts Academy. Pu Jinshu squinted while telling his crew that the Fuchuan boss utilized toxins, making the next round tricky. The fresh round kicked off, but Subai's rival, Makai, tossed up a hand like he was ordering pizza. Hold your horses. Let us skip the punching for now. The leader of Fuchuan's academy, Makai, surprisingly spoke his mind. Subai, I clearly see your talent, so let us make a sneaky little deal. Subai pulled a face while still gripping his fizzy pop. What kind of weird arrangement are you talking about? While blathering about the struggles of beast tamers, Makai was secretly cooking up some funky mojo behind his spine. Subai folded his limbs and squinted at some sketchy blue vapor, wondering what kind of clown show this fell was attempting to stage. Pig grinned cheekily. I see your game. You are just yapping to buy seconds so your smelly poison powers can finally wake up. Without even pausing to breathe, Subai gave the command. Get moving. Sarah bar. Makai gave a nasty grin. The toxic mojo in his palm was already packed tight, which you only noticed just now. Game over, he yelled, barfing out a huge ocean of purple gas that swallowed the whole fighting pit in an instant. High in the bleachers, Lyra Yuxin was losing her mind, but the trainee nearby tried to calm her down. Chill out because it is not over yet. Using the thick cloud of farts for cover, Makai rushed forward to strike Zyro Bar within the haze. We cackled like a snob. Subai, you were way too sloppy. So this duel is over right now. Suddenly he noticed Subai sitting still as his hands turned into sharp talons. But what you are fighting is not just a bunch of toxins. Rest in pieces, Subai. Makai pounced from the rear and swung his meat hooks to turn his rival into confetti. However, Subai just chilled there, letting a shiny bubble of force field eat the entire impact without effort. Makai was absolutely bamboozled and shrieked in terror. How on earth is this possible? How did you tank my maximum overdrive slap? The headmaster grinned and clarified. That is actually Yuang Siyuatu, the top tier skill that lets Subai use his beast's toughness. Subai rose to his feet while plugging his nostrils in total revulsion. Tidy this mess up. The stench in here is truly legendary. Looming right behind Makai, a massive ghostly image of Xiaoba appeared, eyes shining like rubies through the toxic haze. In a blink, Makai got yeeted straight off the platform and ended up trapped inside a glowing box like a sad microwave dinner. The girl with fire-colored hair squeezed her hands tight with a look that said, Subai, I am not letting you leave me in the dust. The bleachers absolutely exploded as people screamed Subai's name along with his tanky turtle friend until their vocal cords probably snapped. On the massive screen, the announcer stated gravely, because the Fuquan team has officially given up, this district competition's gold medal belongs to Subai, the star student representing the local Janju fighting school. Right after getting a pat on the back from the boss, Subai boldly asked, Hey old man, where is the mountain of Lu you promised me? The headmaster laughed loudly while thinking to himself, this kid is trying to squeeze me for all I have got. It will not be that simple. He informed the whole bunch, since you guys grabbed the gold, the military is handing out extra credit to everyone here. Pu Jinshu and the other students stood there clueless. They had not even stepped on the mat, so why were they getting paid? The headmaster quickly switched the topic and shouted, in 3 days we are trekking to Loyang for the next round. Were you guys feeling brave? While the rest of the crew stayed quiet, only Subai piped up, but the boss quickly shooed them away. Fine, go take a nap. As the man made his exit, giving a special farewell wave to Subai, the young lad mumbled under his breath, that wily old fox vanishes quicker than my motivation on a Monday morning when the topic of sharing resources comes up. Elsewhere, word of Subai's epic triumph blazed across the city, broadcast on colossal screens for all to behold, making him an instant celebrity. Folks assembled, utterly captivated and openly gawking at the young man's incredible feat, a genuine one, advanced 5 showdown that left everyone speechless. Subai located an empty training room, securing some much needed alone time, probably to talk to his pets without judgment. Settling down, he gently reassured Zairabai, stating, I realize you are a ball of barely contained excitement, but your moment to shine and strut your stuff will most certainly arrive very soon. Subai declared, pulling forth what appeared to be a rather valuable jewel. I only managed to acquire a mere quartet of top-tier silver beast cores, a truly paltry sum. I know. Zairabai's eyes brightened like a pair of searchlights, promptly and greedily snatching the beast core, clearly very ready for its snack. Just then, a spectacular golden radiance completely enveloped it, unequivocally announcing that a rather significant transformation was about to begin. Subai stared, wide, at the system display, truly astonished, remarking, all, butter my biscuits, merely one core managed to activate the legendary white tiger divine beast bloodline. Subai, in a grand gesture of pure benevolence, then emptied the rest of the beast cores, proclaiming, go on, indulge yourself, consider it an all, dear, panem, eat buffet, my friend. He then casually retreated, folding his arms in expectant anticipation, advising, take your time, there are no core thieves here, and after polishing off that feast, you absolutely must hit a new power tier, correct, depth, Even after Zairobai finished with a satisfied lip, tlacked, Subai detected absolutely zero discernible change, prompting him to mutter in disbelief, "I poured every last resource into you, and you're just sitting there. Those were premium, pie, grade silver B scores, non-dug biscuits." Out of nowhere, a powerful golden energy burst forth, thoroughly encasing Zairabai's diminutive figure in a brilliant, unexpected light show. Subai froze, absolutely dumbfounded, his gaze stretched wide in utter disbelief, murmuring, "Good heavens, what in the world is even happening here?" From the billowing haze, a truly magnificent, colossal white tiger materialized, sending Subai into a frenzy of pure exhilaration, thinking, "Talk about an upgrade. This is way cooler than regular Zairabai. No offense to regular Zairabai." As if on cue, the system display materialized, formally validating the jaw-dropping metamorphosis. The golden white tiger, now proudly flaunting a mid-bronze rank, with its majestic bloodline precisely 30% activated. The genuine grin of utter satisfaction spread across Subai's face as he perused the fresh abilities, thinking, those 4 high-grade silver B scores were an absolute steal. The bargain for such outrageously, laughably overpowered statistics. He gently patted the creature's luxurious fur, declaring, "Zairobai, what a truly fine beast you've become. And remember, our entire reputation in the upcoming regional tournament is totally riding on you." Simultaneously, back in Didru, deep inside a ridiculously lavish, sprawling mansion, the clandestine individual and his assistant were meticulously dissecting Tsubai's performance, the boss contemplating that Tsubai, the surprisingly captivating. It appears he is hoarding more secrets than a magician's hack. The mastermind then commanded, launch a full-scale inquiry into Tsubai. There is a distinct possibility his so-called turtle could be even more horrifying than Liu Fan's legendary creature from yesteryear. Just 3 sunrises later, at the colossal Liu Martial Arts University arena, Tsubai's entire squad found themselves utterly dwarfed and somewhat bewildered by its sheer, mind-bubbling grandeur. Through the deafening roars and jubilant cheers for the home squad, Subai pondered aloud, addressing the principal, "Sir, pray tell, why is that particular seating area entirely deserted?" As if horned, the entire contingent ambled along, chattering about the news that one institution had inexplicably pulled out, thereby guaranteeing a coveted first round bye for some incredibly lucky, or perhaps unlucky, team. Subai pressed his palms together, mimicking prayer, yet internally he was hoping for the precise antithesis. "Please, no bye," they pleaded silently. "I am entirely reliant on several additional skirmishes to acquire enough contribution points to sate my perpetually hungry companions." The entire squad collectively clamored for action, eager to compete, but their principal simply offered a knowing smile and calmed their anxieties, cheering them, "West every single one of you will indeed have your moment in the sun this tournament. Now let Subai handle the initial draw." Up on the colossal display, the stunning female master of ceremonies commenced revealing the eagerly anticipated draw outcomes, declaring, "Our inaugural bout features Leroy University clashing with Fuquan University, and the squad enjoying a delightful rest this round is Janju University." The moniker reverberated across the arena, utterly stupefying Subai, as his carefully crafted vision of diligently accumulating contribution points evaporated like a morning fog. While the principal and his colleagues heartily celebrated their bye, Subai privately unleashed a torrent of silent curses upon his bizarre, utterly unhelpful streak of luck. The initial round of contests proved to be quite spirited and intensely competitive, with Leroy University's participant visibly establishing a distinct advantage over their struggling adversary. After a 2-hour interlude, during which everyone probably checked their social media twice, the dazzling female host graced the massive screen, declaring the first round officially done and teasing the upcoming draw for round 2. When Janju University's name, once again, was announced for a golden ticket straight past around, the entire arena promptly decided to stage an impromptu riot of indignant boos. The crowd booed with gusto, complaining they certainly hadn't paid good money to watch Subai twiddle his thumbs, firmly believing something fishy was definitely afoot. The gossip intensified like wildfire, with whispers suggesting other universities were basically throwing in the towel against Janju, utterly terrified of Subai's legendary making abilities. With the situation spiraling into pure pandemonium, the stern-faced military representative was forced to march forward, announcing they thoroughly investigated every nook and cranny and found not a single whiff of any hanky-panky. Amidst the uproar, the principal practically glowed with pride, thrilled his team had snagged a coveted top 3 spot, while poor Subai, sensing his chance for glory slipping away, could only bury his head in his hands. Just 60 minutes later, the arena's energy cranked back up to 11, practically sizzling with excitement and thundering cheers as Leroy prepared to face Janju in the epic regional final. At last, the moment arrived. The Janju squad, practically vibrating with battle-ready energy, swarmed their principal like hungry piranhas, each player clamoring for the honor of being the first one to charge into the grand arena. With his ever-seasoned chess master, the principal calmly laid out the battle plan. Liu Yancheng and Bai Ningning would lead the charge, followed by Wang Qingqing and Hu Jinsher, with Subai bringing up the glorious rear, while the rest of the team roared their unified resolve. Poor Subai stood apart, a lone cloud of gloom, convinced his dreams of racking up glorious contribution points had just evaporated into thin air. Predictably, despite Liu Yuansheng's valiant efforts that surely left him winded, he ultimately succumbed to the superior opponent, marking Janju's first, slightly embarrassing, defeat. Then, Bai Ninbin, clearly deciding defense was for quitters, reportedly launched herself into a whirlwind of furious offense, relentlessly hounding her adversary with the intensity of her caffeinated badger. Next up, Wen Qingqing, the school's reigning beauty queen, casually unfurled her elegant soft whip technique, gracefully sweeping her opponent right out of the ring and effortlessly clinching another win for Janju. Watching his teammates rack up win after win, Subai's impatience bubbled over, grumbling inwardly about when it would finally be his chance to harvest those precious, glorious contribution points. As Hu Jinchu swaggered onto the stage, a picture of absolute confidence, he heartily announced that his two opponents should just come up simultaneously, thereby saving him the precious commodity of time. The two bewildered Liu University opponents, utterly flabbergasted by the brazen challenge, quickly retorted with a dire warning, suggesting he temper his Huber Celesti face a truly spectacular and humbling downfall. The female MC, clearly enjoying the drama, promptly verified that, yes, the rules surprisingly permitted one brave soul to challenge multiple adversaries, thus lighting the impending two against one spectacle. Subai, watching the audacious one setup, internally sighed that this showboater was truly leaving him no opportunities for his own brilliant moments. Hu Jinchu, with a confident smile, simply gestured for silence, before mockingly declaring his apologies. In an instant, he unleashed his formidable wood element ability, causing a colossal, luminescent tree to erupt from the ground, bathed in an otherworldly blue glow. The terrifying whirlwind of razor, sharp leaves immediately surged towards his two startled opponents, accompanied by a desperate shout to everyone, "Simply be careful." The struggling swordsman gritted his teeth, barely fending off the onslaught, internally noting the extreme peril of these leafy projectiles, hoping fervently that his foe's spiritual energy would soon sputter out. From the waiting area, the principal couldn't help but gape, silently acknowledging that Hu Jinchu's spiritual power was undeniably, terrifyingly immense. In the stands, the chattering crowd buzzed with speculation, acknowledging Hu Jinchu's prowess, but many still firmly believed that Subai was, without a doubt, the stronger contender. The two exhausted opponents slowly felt their power reserves dwindle, grimly realizing their foe showed absolutely no hint of tiring, almost as if he was powered by an infinite energy source. Hu Jinchu stayed perfectly calm, his intense, sharp eyes meticulously commanding each individual leaf with almost magical precision. He dramatically waved his hand, then growled out the simple, chilling order, "Break right through." A focused stream of potent leaf energy then forcefully swept one bewildered opponent right off the stage. The bout concluded with a remarkable swiftness, leaving both Liu contestants in a heap of unconsciousness, thus ensuring Janju Martial Arts University claimed another glorious, decisive victory. The big screen dramatically displayed the outcomes, revealing that Janju and Liu, after all that fuss, had both successfully advanced to the prestigious national finals. As Hu Jinchu made his grand entrance, the principal, with a proud pat on the shoulder, quickly shifted his gaze to Subai, seemingly suggesting that the actual champion of this epic showdown was yet to be revealed. Subai, the sudden shout jolted him, making him wonder if this was some elaborate prank about his spectacular absence from the winner's podium. The principal erupted in roaring laughter, explaining that without Subai's uncanny luck, siding two backbuys, their victory would have been far less of a cakework. Quite the comedic turn of events. His jovial demeanor quickly fading, he then sternly declared that in just 7 days, they would be advancing to the national championship, with the school promising extra provisions as a token of their triumph. While the rest of the squad erupted in joyous celebration, Subai let out a rather dramatic groan, lamenting his current empty-handed status and pondering how on earth he'd managed to rustle up grub for his two perpetually hungry sidekicks. Over at the stately Lin family estate, Wen Yuan's voice echoed through the halls, announcing that dinner was ready for Yan Yan. Quite the summons. Lin Yan Yan, bitch, lightning kick. Bailey pours to retort, "Uncle Wen Yuan, my stomach hasn't quite sent out and sauce for food yet. I am planning on a full extra hour of intense practice." Wen Yuan could only emit a weary sigh, silently musing that ever since she witnessed Subai's performance, the young lady had transformed into a relentless training machine. Quite the obsessive fan. The determined girl, while expertly deflecting an incoming strike, mentioned, "Uncle Wen Yuan, my special training elixir is running low. Could you perhaps work farther into getting me a new supply?" Wen Yuan found himself utterly perplexed by this last. After turning down countless suitors, seemed to be under some potent spell, making him half suspect Subai had slipped her a powerful love potion. A full week later, in the bustling metropolis of Madu, the intrepid Janju squad finally reached the impressive entrance of the renowned martial arts university. Even casual onlookers couldn't help but gork in awe at the university's shimmering, solid gold main gate, a truly ostentatious display of pure, unadulterated opulence. When a curious team member ventured to ask about its price tag, Principal Zhu casually clarified, well over $1 billion, with the raw materials themselves ringing up a cool $8 billion. He elaborated, remarking that this monumental gateway was constructed by top tier specialists in merely a single day, perfectly reflecting the belief that only the truly powerful can safeguard their homeland. A polite young fellow emerged to extend a welcome, introducing himself as Ming, the esteemed vice president of the Madu Martial Arts University's Student Council. Quiet the official welcome wagon. Ming then gestured for the entire delegation to enter, to which Principal Zhu, with utmost courtesy, responded, "Very well, we appreciate your kind assistance then." Jian Tangxing, amidst savoring his ice cream, muttered under his breath, finding it rather presumptuous that the host institution would deign to send only a single student as their welcoming committee. Pointing towards a structure on the distant horizon, Ming proudly revealed, "Over there stands our renowned gravity, manipulating training facility, quite the futuristic gym." Principal Zhu, his eyes gleaming with ambition, wistfully remarked that if his own academy possessed such a marvel, they could easily churn out a minimum of 100 silver-tier students annually. Ming escorted the entire group to a stately hotel, declaring with a flourish that this luxurious establishment would be their temporary home for both sleep and sustenance. He then gleefully presented their magnificent, all-tier pan-eat buffet, brimming with exotic, rare beast meat, the true carnivorous dream. Subai's eyes immediately gleamed with predatory delight, and he quickly double-checked, "Senior, are you absolutely certain this magnificent feast is truly bottomless?" Upon receiving an emphatic yes, Subai let out a triumphant awesome, before bolting towards the dining hall, excitedly summoning both Xirobai and Xirobai to join the gastronomic stampede. The entire squad remained somewhat formally assembled before the student council's vice president, even as Wang Qingqing and Subai playfully bickered about whose enormous appetite was truly more terrifying. Ming merely let out a soft chuckle, amused by the sheer, unbridled excitement of the youthful contingent as they practically stampeded towards the promise of endless edibles in the dining hall. The following morning, Madu's absolutely gigantic arena stood prepared, its very atmosphere already crackling with electric anticipation for the grand finals. Wang Qingqing and her companions found themselves completely taken aback, openly confessing they had never in their wildest dreams encountered such an unbelievably magnificent venue in person. Principal Zhu assembled his team, urging everyone to sharpen their focus and pay close attention to the impending competition regulations. A serious moment indeed. He then revealed a rather peculiar special stipulation. The formidable Great Wall Guard's military academy had been controversially awarded a direct pass into the Final Four. The entire team instantly erupted in a chorus of vehement objections, unanimously declaring that such a blatantly biased rule was simply beyond the pale of fairness. The esteemed headmaster, with a face like thunder, clarified that the academy's prime real estate choice was purely for its advantageous position right on the front lines, sparring with extraterrestrial visitors. Subai and his ever flustered, brown, luck comrade stayed, as wired, as the while the substantial gravity of their academy's ominous moniker finally dawned on them. After a valiant, albeit slightly unconvincing, attempt to spark some enthusiasm, Headmaster Zhu laid out their audacious battle blueprint. Subai would kick things off, leaving Hu Qinshu to deliver the grand finale. Suddenly, gracing the colossal display, a vivacious female host materialized, dramatically proclaiming the grand commencement of the eagerly anticipated 100 Academies tournament finals. And came the moment of truth, as the opening skirmish assignments were revealed. Our valiant Janju University of Martial Arts would be squaring off against the formidable Yokohama Academy of Battle. Hu Qinshu, ever the optimist, considered this a stroke of good fortune. At his exuberantly brown, main colleague, practically vibrating with excitement, practically leaped forward, insisting he absolutely take the first combat slot. But Subai, with a dismissive flick of his wrist, audaciously proclaimed he alone would grace the battlefield, thus ensuring every single soul across the vast earth would truly comprehend Janju's indomitable power. The duel was officially underway, with Subai now standing poised, ready to confront his specific adversary hailing from Yokohama. Deep within the Grand Combat Stadium, the rival warrior, with an air of utter contempt, flashed a blatant thumbs down gesture, audaciously proclaiming that Janju's ambitious quest was destined to conclude right there. Disdaining any frivolous debate, Subai merely settled onto a chair, then casually commanded, "Xirober, wrap this up with extreme prejudice, if you please." In an instant, Xirober materialized, assuming its immense, earth-shattering dimensions, effectively petrifying the smug adversary into an utterly speechless, terrified statue. A ripple of hushed whispers spread through the bleachers, as one particularly bold individual jabbed a finger, openly searing. "Go look." Janju Academy decided to trot out their animal whisperer and his tortoise once more. The moment Xirober unveiled its gargantuan, bona fide manifestation, the flustered Yokohama challenger could only choke out, utterly horrified. Good heavens, that ass unbelievably immense. This simply cannot be legal. The unfortunate soul barely registered what hit him before an unseen, powerful blast catapulted him off the platform, sending him airborne with a pitiful, defiant shriek. This is utterly unacceptable. Subai remained ensconced in his fold, upthrown, fleshly destling warm peanuts, before exclaiming with a slight huff, "Well, that's just typical. I literally had not completed my crunchy appetizer," sprawled ignominiously across the unforgiving floor. The vanquished challenger grudgingly conceded, "I truly believed animal handlers were pushovers, but apparently, They dispatched seasoned fighters with ridiculous ease. One particularly irate audience member fumed about Subai's brazen demeanor, sputtering, "The audacity? This is the national championship, and he has brought his own seating. That fellow has absolutely no reverence." However, veteran viewers quickly clarified, stating unequivocally that the shelled behemoth wielded formidable silver, great offense and protection, meaning vanquishing lesser bronze, leveled challengers was utterly effortless, a mere stroll in the park. In that instant, a face lady pugilist, brandishing an advanced mechanical limb, emerged dramatically, directly accusing Subai with an outstretched, metallic digit, venomously muttering, "Janju Fighting College, your behavior is an utter disgrace to us all." With a defiant bellow of "You'll regret this," she lunged forward. Subai merely continued serenely scrolling on his device, mentally noting, "This particular narrative is quite compelling. I absolutely must hit that hard button." Without even a flicker of instruction from its overseer, Tiaba positioned itself staunchly behind him, then unhinged its massive maw and unleashed a devastating torrent of roar, unbridled energy. The gargantuan display instantly flashed the outcome. Victor, representing Janju Combat Academy, is none other than Subai, by considerable margin. Within the competitor's holding zone, the headmaster's smug grin was absolutely irrepressible, as he chortled with unrestrained delight. "Oh dear, how on earth am I expected to maintain a straight face when greeting Headmaster Chen of Yokohama now? Teehee." Hookensure, ever the primatist, instantly cautioned against premature jubilation, stating, "Let us not break out the confetti just yet. Subai could very well confront a truly formidable obstacle quite shortly," then gestured towards a different combat zone. "Is that the actual captain of Dato Academy, within the confines of that specific competition space, an absolutely savage confrontation was dynamically unfurling, featuring a pair of incredibly potent combat specialists. Every single member of the Janju squad held their collective breath, as a truly colossal, proud, shaking blast violently erupted from the opposing team's fighting stage. The triumphant, crimson, paired combatant proudly loomed above his utterly vanquished foe, the tiny, playful blaze dancing upon his digits, then chirped, "Oops, my apologies, it seems I inadvertently applied a touch more vigor than intended." The headmaster's face instantly creased into a worried scowl, as he observed, the pyromantic combine, no less, and already possessing the paramount silver grade, that's quite concerning. Fukinshu nudged his eye higher, his face instantly setting in a stark mask, then murmured, "That's the immense, frightening power of Regal City College. Frankly, I worry that only Mystical City's Institute possesses the capability to stand against such might." Although the grand display still showcased Subai's celebratory portrait, a fresh adversary advanced decisively onto the fighting ground. "My dear headmaster," he announced with resolve, "kindly allow me to decisively quell the Subai situation." Wang Mingjun, Leroy University's dazzling silver tier champion, boldly proclaimed he delivered Janju a devastating 1 versus 5 smackdown, but his principal, ever the primatist, sagely urged, "Utilize your swiftness. Do not directly engage that slowpoke." As the contest kicked off, Wang Mingjun strutted onto the platform, loudly scoffing, "Subai, your previous victory was pure happenstance, but tonight, your winning streak vanishes like my diet resolutions." Completely unfazed by the bravado, Subai settled back serenely in his humble folding chair, casually remarking, "The silver tier win conjurer. All right then, Chiavo, it's showtime." Wang Mingjun curled his lip into a cruel sneer, dramatically declaring, "Prepare to experience the boundless might of the wind." He unleashed his complete might, unleashing a vortex of razor, sharp gusts that shrieked and swirled about him, unequivocally proclaiming his elite status as a silver tier warrior. The monstrous whirlwind materialized, casually whisking away Subai's now empty chair like a forgotten receipt, before hurtling directly toward poor Xiaobao. Within the swirling chaos, Xiaobao's gravitational abilities proved utterly futile, quite literally unable to get a grip on a target spinning with such mind-boggling velocity. Wang Mingjun drifted effortlessly, a spectral blur, mockingly declaring, "I barely had time to flex my eyebrows, and you've already vanished from the competition. How terribly inefficient of you." He ascended skyward, poised to land the decisive strike. Subai merely grumbled with laid back annoyance, "Honestly, this blustery wind is utterly demolishing my tranquil snack break." The concentrated assault landed with explosive force, erupting into a dazzling, blinding cloud of pulverized earth across the entire stadium floor. Truly a theatrical display. Fully assured of his victory, Wang Mingjun casually turned and strolled away, remarking, "Oops, seems I went a bit overboard. Go on, rest up and get well soon." However, as the arena dust finally settled, Subai remained utterly unscathed within a luminous golden barrier, coolly inquiring, "Pardon me, did you perhaps utter something interesting a moment ago?" Wang Mingjun completely froze in disbelief, gasping in utter horror, "Elemental synchronization, how on earth is this conceivable? Someone has actually mastered Liu Fan's legendary divine ability." Subai nonchalantly crushed the beverage can he held, a knowing grin spreading across his features. "Tor, a wind element awakener. I suppose you fancy yourself quite the speedy chap then." Upon saying this, he uttered a simple command, "Xiaober, time to head back." and with a brilliant flash of golden luminescence, the protective companion vanished from sight. Since you're so keen on a little sprint, I shall gladly indulge you, Subai announced. Then, with a flourish, he conjured a surprisingly tiny, fluffy white feline. He gestured dramatically ahead, proclaiming, Chaibai, Dalan, your moment in the spotlight has arrived, only to be rewarded with an incredibly unenthusiastic, languid stretch. Witnessing this truly absurd spectacle, Wang Mingjin erupted into peals of incredulous laughter. Paklin, Subai, have you completely lost your mind? Entering a serious fight with a mere housekeep. A female onlooker in the stands enthusiastically squealed, oh my goodness, that tiny fur ball is absolutely adorable. I simply must acquire one for myself, immediately. Meanwhile, in the designated waiting zone, Zhang Tianxing wore an expression of profound irritation, muttering, what on earth is Subai playing at? Is he seriously deploying a household pet just to ridicule his adversary? Wang Qingqing anxiously questioned the viability of this peculiar battle plan, but the principal, maintaining his composure, simply stated, just observe closely, my dear, the particular feline is far from your average tabby. Right in the very center of the fighting arena, Subai quite nonchalantly advised, Sairabai, try not to overdo it with the pulverizing. After all, this is merely a glorified welcome mat. Moments later, Sairabai emitted a surprisingly ferocious roar, and in an instant, the colossal, fiery apparition of a magnificent Tiger King manifested directly behind the tiny creature. Wang Mingjin furrowed his brow in utter bewilderment, pondering, wait, was that fleeting shadow merely a figment of my overactive imagination? But then, with an astonishing suddenness, the minuscule feline started to expand dramatically, morphing into a towering, bipedal beast right there in front of his bewildered gaze. The astonished spectators erupted, exclaiming loudly, this isn't some adorable pet cat, it's an unequivocally colossal tiger. Pu Qinshi meticulously scrutinized the scene, his eyes mere slits of critical appraisal, while his teammates shrieked in outright terror. Subai's pet transformed into a majestic white tiger. Is this some kind of secret secondary companion? Bai Ningding thoughtfully pondered, the feat of domesticating a second companion animal is notoriously challenging. It appears Subai possesses considerably more enigmatic abilities than we previously imagined. Completely unperturbed by this shocking metamorphosis, Wang Mingjin defiantly launched a razor, sharp, cutting gusts of pure wind energy. The offensive flew true, yet Sairabai merely stood resolute, completely unscathed, proving utterly immune to the assault. Wang Mingjin literally froze in place, utterly aghast as he grasped that his attack had merely connected with a ghostly afterimage. How on earth could this fluffy menace move so blindingly fast? He wondered. He bellowed in sheer desperation, watching Sairabai zip around like a turbocharged phantom, conjuring up a dizzying circus of illusions all about him. Feeling thoroughly exasperated, Wang Mingjin decided to completely disregard the elusive tiger. Whatever, is Thorpe, as long as I manage to knock you out, the victory is undeniably mine. With a blood-curdling scream that probably startled a few birds, he launched himself directly at Subai, who remained remarkably composed, still casually seated. However, in a blink faster than a hiccup, Sairabai materialized, bravely interposing its own body to absorb the full brunt of the assault. Wang Mingjin could only stammer one utterly bewildered declaration of dread. Utterly impossible. Mere moments later, he was spectacularly launched clean off the competition ground, distinctive claw marks etched onto his chest, completely and utterly thrashed. A thunderous detonation reverberated, causing the entire stadium to tremble as the definitive and final blow was delivered with impressive flair. And the colossal monitor, the definitive declaration, Subai emerges victorious, glowed triumphantly, positioned directly above Wang Mingjin, who lay utterly senseless and thoroughly vanquished. The vast audience was struck dumb. One bewildered spectator mumbled, by all that is holy, who genuinely pulled it off. The mere rookie bronze, tier warrior just tumbled the silver, tier captain from a renowned academy. Even a stunning young woman couldn't conceal her profound astonishment. Goodness me, why is this tiny white tiger so incredibly savage? She gasped. At the heart of the battleground, Subai coolly raised a single digit amidst a cascade of cheers. Beside him, Sairabai was blissfully cleaning its jaws with evident satisfaction. At the official scores desk, a bewildered dignitary exclaimed, Subai, I must confess, the name rings absolutely no bells whatsoever. Another adjudicator, practically vibrating with excitement, chimed in, Janju Martial Arts University is on the cusp of an incredible ascent this very year. Meanwhile, within the plush relaxation zone of Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, a scornful voice sneered, that fellow from Lior possesses an embarrassingly low power level. Two members of the Imperial Capital squad gazed down at the arena with palpable disdain. Just a country bumpkin, they muttered. If we cross paths with him, we certainly won't be extending any courtesies. Behold, the formidable commander, Pao Zishuren, casually lounging across the luxurious couch. Fuffed. This chap truly has an overinflated ego. Should we clash in the semi-finals? Ensure you rough him up thoroughly for my amusement. His two eager teammates instantly chimed in agreement. That's absolutely right, Captain. This provincial ruffian desperately requires a sharp dose of humility. Triumph followed glorious triumph. Cowboy effortlessly flattened yet another burly opponent, making it look like a casual Tuesday afternoon. Immediately thereafter, The female competitor also found herself spectacularly airborne, courtesy of just one of its devastating attacks. Confronting a formidable ice element fighter, Cowboy displayed no fear whatsoever, bravely shattering the icy casing that had dared to encase itself. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous applause. Heartfelt congratulations to Janju Martial Arts University for securing a coveted spot in the top 4. Cowboy. The venerable principal, unable to contain his overwhelming emotion, burst into tears, casting his gaze skyward and bellowing, "The heavens truly are just. Our institution has finally clawed its way into the elite top 4. Pukinshu clapped Cowboy's shoulder with immense pride. "Excellent performance," he declared. "Now, let us observe who still possesses the audacity to disrespect our esteemed academy." The esteemed principal approached, his voice quivering with profound emotion. "Cowboy, you have genuinely surpassed all expectations. You're, without doubt, the most monumental contributor this school has seen in centuries." He then settled down with the entire squad, solemnly proclaiming, "Rest assured, your extraordinary efforts will be justly and magnificently compensated by the grateful institution." Cowboy privately mused, "It appears the principal is quite content to halt our journey here. I, however, will not be accepting that particular finish line." The elderly, paid instructor fretted. "Cowboy, our primary objective has been spectacularly achieved. You're not secretly harboring intentions to challenge the big 3 powerhouses, were you?" Cowboy immediately shot back, "Why on earth not?" leaving both the flustered teacher and his astonished teammates utterly speechless. He suddenly stood bolt upright, jabbing a finger toward the skyline. "Hey principal, feast your eyes on Madu's front gate. Seriously, 1.8 billion for a door. We absolutely cannot let them win this architectural arms race." Cowboy dramatically announced, "The mission is simple, championship or bust. We can possibly face the good people of Janju if we come home empty-handed." The teacher, completely won over, gave a firm nod. "Fine. You're obviously the captain now, so everything is running exactly according to your master plan." The principal shared the high spirits. "Outstanding work. Now hit the sack. Tomorrow we re-competing for the big prize." He watched the team's figures disappearing, a small smile playing on his lips. What a bunch of reckless kids, actually thinking they can challenge all 3 of the top tier schools. Back at the Longview Supreme Command, a new report was delivered to the leadership. "Marshal, the tournament's final round begins in just 2 short days." Inside the strategy chamber, an officer announced, "The plans for the Wonju counter assault are finalized. We are prepared to launch at moment's notice." The marshal rose to his feet and bellowed, "As soon as the tournament finishes, the real fight starts. All students will immediately be deployed to the front line." The officers shouted as one, their morale reaching new heights. "For all those who sacrificed everything, we swear that anyone who challenges Longview will be hunted down and destroyed, no matter how distant they may be." The scene shifts to the Madu Hotel the next day. Subai was in deep meditation, preparing his mind for the upcoming battle, while his 2 companions, both named Zairobai, were entirely preoccupied with stuffing their faces. Abruptly, Subai tensed and let out a loud shout. "Divine beast, battle suit, engage immediately." "Blast it all," he thought as an unanticipated issue arose, forcing Subai to completely lose control and charge ahead without warning. Looking up, the face still smeared with breakfast, he was completely bewildered. What in the world is going on? A status screen suddenly popped up. "Congratulations, you have successfully learned a specialized beast tamer skill, instantaneous teleportation." Subai was completely flabbergasted when he found himself standing precisely where Zairobai had just been. "We swapped positions. What kind of chaotic nonsense is this?" Making a quick decision, Subai grabbed his gear, convincing himself that gaining an additional ability was definitely a net positive. "Come on, Zairobai, time to move out." With one Zairobai perched on his shoulder and the other nestled securely in his grasp, he strode forward confidently, proclaiming, "It's time to show the 3 top schools exactly what we're made of." At the massive arena, the female commentator's voice boomed from the screen, announcing, "The tournament has now progressed to the semi-final stage, and watch closely as the Changshan Guards Military Academy finally makes its grand entrance." The Changshan Academy's elite squad entered, embodying the storied past of a formidable military stronghold constructed directly on the Wonju front lines. They were led by Honorary Principal Niking, a man who possessed the undeniable aura of a living myth. Right next to him, Captain Hanzan held the flag high, working with truly dignified and proud steps. The team slogan echoed in the minds of the audience, "As long as the Wonju stand, Changshan will never surrender." The sacred oath was personally guaranteed by the one true king, tier powerhouse, Sir Niking. When Niking simply raised a hand, the entire audience in the stadium seemed to collectively gasp, captivated by the raw power of Longview most formidable defender. The whispers of admiration quickly spread throughout the seating area. "Power, the Changshan Guards Academy is actually here. Just how terrifyingly powerful are they going to be?" One spectator puzzled over the fact that the team only had 5 members, receiving an instant, confident retort, "This is the Changshan Guards team. Reserves are totally unnecessary for them." Subai watched Niking's image on the huge screen, his fist tightening, thinking, I wonder when I'll be able to stand as a powerful defense for all humanity, just like he does. The female commentator quickly announced the results of the draw. The first pairing is Chengcheng Academy versus Janju University. The second match will see Madu facing off against Janju. In another part of the arena, the captain from Madu let out an audible yawn. Janju? Really? How terribly uninteresting. I honestly don't have the energy to fight such complete weaklings. One of his female teammates offered a slight pout. There's absolutely zero glory in beating that worthless team. Captain, just let me take them. I only need a single attack. At the precise moment, the first contestant from Chengcheng Academy stepped forward onto the platform. It was Captain Han Jan, a recognized Lord-tier expert, dressed in armor shimmering like a disco ball made of amethyst and solid gold. Han Jan boomed, brandishing his spear pointedly. Wang Yang of Jingdu University, do you genuinely possess the courage for this clash? The grandstands absolutely exploded, every single soul leaping to their feet. To cause a confrontation of kings, truly a regal rumble, was commencing from the very first spell. As if summoned by a theatrical stage manager, the figure rocketed into the combat zone, radiating an aura that somehow seemed even more ostentatious. Wang Yang, the charismatic captain from Jingdu University, strutted forth with an utterly insufferable smirk, declaring, "Dear old Han, my only concern is your inevitable, utterly devastating immolation." Down in the throng, a legion of devoted female admirers shrieked like banshees at a boy band concert. My goodness, it's the dreamy Wang Yang. Yes, just incredibly gorgeous. While Principal Zhu diplomatically lorded the elevated skill on display, Subai merely mused to himself, is Wang Yang actually considered attractive? Because I am genuinely not seeing it. At the precise moment, Subai spun around to playfully prod a nearby teammate. Perhaps you'd like to dive in first and really display our magnificent prowess, which nearly caused the poor guy to jump out of his skin. Within the arena, Pan Zhen, still gleaming in his purple gold ensemble, proclaimed with heroic flair, "Let the festivities commence. I shall graciously allow you the distinct honor of the initial maneuver." Wang Yang, without missing a beat or a dramatic pose, shoved back, "Then I certainly won't bother with pleasantries," launching himself into a truly ferocious, touched, on assault. The bewildered bystander gasped in utter disbelief upon spotting Han Jan's gleaming armor, the genuine diamond, tier battle suit. So Han Jan has truly reached such an astonishing level already. Wang Yang masterfully exploited his blistering speed to conjure countless spectral duplicates. Yet Han Jan remained utterly unfazed, parrying each phantom blow with tranquil composure. Observing the bewildering spectacle, Subai internally questioned, is this truly the magnitude of our mid-silver tier contender, while I am still languishing in the distinctly average mid-bronze tier? Amidst the relentless onslaught of strikes, Han Jan abruptly roared, the critical vulnerability. He expertly channeled a surging river of luminous golden energy directly into his weapon, unleashing the raw, undeniable might of a true mid-silver tier combatant. The spectacularly named sky shattering slash technique was then unleashed, detonating a truly horrifying explosion right across the very fabric of the arena floor. Wang Yang was sent carpooling through the air, his weapon clattering far out of reach, completely forfeiting any shred of tactical advantage. The distinguished high-ranking official was utterly dumbfounded. Could that truly be General Han's legendary sky shattering slash? Its sheer destructive force is undeniably terrifying. The official commentators, practically beside themselves, also shrieked in astonished praise. Simply astonishing. Han Jan ingeniously deployed an offensive technique as a control maneuver, truly cementing his reputation as the premier military commander. Wang Yang, prodding, struggled back to his trembling feet, desperately funneling every last iota of his remaining energy into one desperate, final counterattack. The fierce, whirlwind, laden slash hurtled with incredible speed directly toward Han Jan's imposing figure. Han Jan merely regarded his struggling adversary with a frosty gaze. The direct confrontation. Wang Yang, you have unequivocally lost this encounter. The two opposing torrents of sheer power smashed into each other, igniting an ear-splitting, earth-shaking cataclysm. Wang Yang absorbed the monumental impact, his entire body spasming uncontrollably, before finally succumbing to unconsciousness and collapsing. One bewildered spectator mumbled, he genuinely hit him with excessive force, but the savvy individual beside him calmly clarified, that was merely the dull edge of the blade. Had it being the sharp side, he would now be a mere corpse. The surrounding spectators collectively buzzed with chattering comments regarding the brutal outcome. It's just a friendly match. Does he truly need to aim for a permanent retirement plan? Wang Yan lay sprawled, struggling valiantly to choke out an admission. Old Han, you're genuinely formidable. I must concede defeat. The grand display screen prominently flashed the official results, declaring the Chengcheng Guards Military Academy as the undisputed victors of the inaugural round. Principal Zhu rotated, his gaze brimming with palpable anticipation. The initial round concludes. Now our moment has arrived. Weary and Cheng, were you truly prepared for this challenge? The exceptionally muscular young man clenched his sword hilt with an unyielding grip, confidently asserting, do not fret, Principal. I absolutely refuse to allow Janju University to suffer any embarrassment. The next challenger made his entrance. Den Luxiao, sporting a truly sinister grin. Please, prepare yourselves, because things are about to get exceedingly amusing. He ran his tongue across his twin blades, a truly creepy gesture, asking his little brother exactly how he wanted to play today. Liu Yuncheng refused to back down, letting out a roar that essentially meant come at me, before launching a devastating vertical slash designed to split the sky. Deng Lixiao simply gave a dismissive smirk, effortlessly raising his short blades to parry the massive attack, asking if that was really all his opponent had in the tank. The assassin moved like a phantom, making quick work of dodging every single one of Liu Yuncheng's furious and desperate sword swings. In an instant, Liu Yuncheng crumpled to the ground covered in countless cuts, while Deng Lixiao hovered over him with a sneer, suggesting he might just carve a few little inscriptions into his skin. The demon continued his sinister little waltz, avoiding all incoming blows and giggling about how much fun he was having with his new plaything. The female teammate reached her limit, yelling at the principal that this whole thing was a public disgrace and demanding Liu Yuncheng be immediately removed from the ring. But Subai held her back, his eyes burning with intensity, explaining that the time wasn't right yet because Yuncheng was currently fighting for the honor of Janju University. Despite being completely coated in blood, Liu Yuncheng somehow forced himself back upright, carefully articulating a defiant vow that Janju Martial Arts University would never yield. Deng Lixiao found this resilience infuriating, scoffing at his opponent's refusal to quit before unleashing a devastating blow directly to his face. He began savagely whipping his blades around, mercilessly beating Liu Yuncheng while letting out a cruel cackle, declaring they would soon find out just how long this little act of defiance could last. Liu Yuncheng's vision went black as he lost consciousness, but his lips still moved, whispering the same word, never. Eventually, the tough body hit the arena floor for good, finally succumbing to unconsciousness. The spectators in the stands watched in disbelief, shocked by how cruelly Zheng Liqiao had treated the defeated Liu Yuncheng. The referee announced Zheng Liqiao as the victor, while Liu Yuncheng's furious teammates loudly protested, accusing Madu Martial Arts University of crossing a serious line. A tall silhouette emerged from the team, announcing he was next in line, ignoring Principal Zhu's caution to avoid being reckless. In the arena, Deng Liqiao smirked provocatively, but Bai Ningning offered a frigid response, stating simply that his opponent was far too chatty. The second match commenced, and Bai Ningning immediately launched himself forward with intense murderous intent, promising that he would absolutely end his opponent's life. He deployed the white spirit blade technique, a lightning, fast strike that made Zheng Liqiao scramble to avoid being hit, causing him to exclaim in surprise at the sheer ruthlessness of the attack and asking if Bai Ningning was really trying to kill him. Deng Liqiao countered with a spinning vortex of bright crimson energy, confidently assuring his opponent that he wouldn't actually have the opportunity to succeed. Watching this intense struggle for life and death made the onlookers tremble, wondering aloud if this was truly a fight between martial artists. Given its excessive violence, the heavy scent of blood filled the arena air, prompting a horrified spectator to declare that if the fight continued this way, one of them would surely die. Both competitors lunged fiercely at one another, with Zheng Liqiao bellowing a challenge about Bai Ningbing's recklessness, to which Bai Ningbing responded with a sharp reminder that he had already promised to end his life. Although Bai Ningbing had already suffered several serious wounds, he still managed to look disdainfully at his opponent's attempts to provoke him. Taking advantage of a weak point, Deng Liqiao slipped behind Bai Ningbing, pinning his sword arm and letting out a dismissive scoff, declaring that in the end, his opponent was just worthless garbage. They leaned in close, whispering into the ear of his captive opponent that the battle was already over, but Bai Ningbing let out a low growl, his eyes completely locked onto the target, stating firmly that Janju Martial Arts University absolutely refused to surrender. In a shocking move, he drove his own sword through his body, using the force to impale Zheng Liqiao from behind. Deng Liqiao let out a high-pitched scream of pure horror, asking if his opponent was completely insane, but Bai Ningbing simply laughed like a maniac and explained that eliminating his foe made the cost worthwhile. He shoved the blade further inward, roaring about how this represented the true fighting spirit of Jiangsu, unlike the opponent who merely preyed on the weak, finishing with a final command, die. As death approached, Deng Liqiao let out a desperate shriek, no, please don't kill me. I absolutely refuse to die. Principal, help. Bai Ningbing's hand tightened around the sword hilt, preparing to deliver the final, devastating blow. Just before the strike landed, the Madu principal bolted onto the stage, declaring, this match is over. Madu Martial Arts University concedes. The female announcer was still processing the events as Principal Zhu suddenly lunged, shoving Bai Ningbing away and yelling, Ningbing. He caught his student, then angrily confronted the Madu side. Is this the standard behavior for Madu students? Talking trash and then immediately begging for mercy. The Madu principal condescendingly replied, Boljang, don't mistake reaching the top 4 as permission to challenge Madu's staters. The lives of our Janju students matter just as much. Principal Zhu growled, we don't need further discussion. Let us settle this right here in the ring. He spun around, commanding loudly, Subai, get out there, make them pay for disrespecting Janju. Subai charged forward, his eyes blazing with intent, and assured his principal, just trust me completely. As Bai Ningbing was rushed away for medical attention, Principal Zhu offered encouragement, you brought honor to Janju, and Subai will certainly get justice. On the other side, Madu's captain, Pao Zixuan, scoffed, Principal, let me take care of this piece of trash. Before being restrained by staff, Subai stood in the middle of the arena, declaring boldly, Subai, Challenge Madu University. If you lose, a public apology is required. The crowd erupted in cheers. That's right. Make Madu apologize. Poget M. Subai. The media immediately seized the opportunity. Realizing Janju pressures Madu was the perfect headline for the next day. Another Madu contestant stepped forward. Allow me to demonstrate the enormous gap between us. Excellent. Huan Shen. Yuri up, came the reply. Facing Huan Shen, Subai sneered. Did you come here to finally deliver that apology? Huan Shen responded with a scoff. Apologies are just the whimpers of the weak. Strength alone determines the truth. Well said, Subai calmly countered, addressing the referee. Please let Madu send another person. Fighting one by one is far too time-consuming. The audience was stunned by Subai's unbelievable arrogance. Captain Cao Zixuan hadn't even entered the match yet. Subai pointed his thumb downward, directly challenging Cao Zixuan. Come on up here. The Madu principal was absolutely furious, pointing at Subai and ordering, use your strength to prove that Madu's dignity cannot be trampled. In response to the provocation, Cao Zixuan and Huan Shen entered the arena together, deciding to humor Janju University's hubris. Cao Zixuan unleashed his spiritual power, twin blades glowing with separate streams of ice and fire energy, and snarled, I'll make you understand that empty barking brings nothing but humiliation. In the VIP section, ranking officials were astonished by the twin weapons composition, ancient cold iron, molten lava iron, and even platinum, braid cores. One official stroked his beard thoughtfully, speculating about Cao Zixuan's connection to Madu's legendary ancestor, Dice, Fire War God. Cao Zixuan condescended. I'll generously grant you time to summon your beast, otherwise you stand no chance. But Subai remained perfectly composed. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need a summoned beast to deal with you. Subai finished smoothly, a powerful surge of energy erupting from his body. The Janju side was stunned, and principals you immediately realized, he's activated origin synchronization. The clever kid, believing he had been thoroughly underestimated. Cao Zixuan roared, arrogant, Yuri clearly asking for death, then charged with Huan Shen, facing both opponents. Subai simply sneered, a bit too impatient, aren't we? Pretense, his body buzzing like a particularly enthusiastic bee, as he unleashed his suite of power, thus, Golden Edge Spirit, Golden Edge Phantom, and Earth Spirit Possession. Tabar, his eyes a menacing shade of crimson, declared with theatrical flair that the actual fight had now commenced. Time to settle this score with Madu, he declared internally, then shot forward like a caffeinated cheater, slicing straight between his two bewildered foes. Huan Shen found himself entirely out of sync, unable to react in time, and ate a truly devastating punch directly to the face. Cao Zixuan utterly froze, witnessing his comrade get launched like a forgotten toy, his mind unable to compute Subai's frankly ridiculous speed, muttering, how on earth did that just happen? Up in the stands, the commentators were positively spitting out their popcorn. Dylan, the speed is gold rank already. This kid is faster than a free pizza delivery. And seriously, what's a beast tamer doing with muscles like that? Subar, mastering the art of the dramatic entrance, materialized right before Cao Zixuan, his tone drier than a forgotten cracker. Aspen, ever felt like your power just called in sick? Thoroughly provoked, Cao Zixuan let out a mighty roar, conceding, alright, I'll admit you've earned a sliver of my respect, but let us be clear, that's literally all you're getting. Just respect. He dramatically leaped skyward, unleashing a torrent of lava breath, but Subar, with the casual air of a bored cat, merely drawled, is that your grand finale? Before vanishing into thin air with void step, Subai easily dodged the fiery assault, spuffing, still too sore, while Huan Shen, having somehow recovered from his face, punch, was already up, shouting, Captain, let us just pinction him now, spotting his comrade about to become an unwilling participant in a very painful dance. Cao Zixuan urgently bellowed, heads up, but it was utterly too late. Subai had already delivered an undeniably unstoppable 7-hit combo directly to Huan Shen. The sizable fellow hit the ground with a thud, completely unconscious. Subai loudly declared, these 7 punches are a direct receipt for the 7 slashes Yan King endured, then taunted, if you read such hot stuff, why don't you come and get some? He flashed a truly infuriating smirk, addressing his opponent. Perfector, because I certainly haven't finished enjoying myself just yet. Outrageous, Cao Zixuan raged, his dual ice and fire swords erupting with such power they practically glowed with anger. However, his supposedly mighty sword strike did nothing but slice through empty air, prompting Subai to calmly remark, Volve, that was profoundly underwhelming, suddenly materializing directly behind his flustered adversary. Subai mockingly sneered, is this truly the grand total of power that these so-called prodigies from the martial arts university can muster? He then let loose an actual energy slash, completely bare-handed, taunting, honestly, the prodigies from the martial arts university are really just glorified paperweights. Landing feather, lagged, he continued his taunts, asking, so, Mr. Prodigy, were you just going to stand there? Why aren't you putting up a real fight? Subai then began to visibly gather an almost comically massive surge of energy, growling ominously, is simply being a human punching bag really the extent of your skill set. He then brought his entire attack crashing down, his face a mask of utter boredom, muttering, honestly, this is just too tedious. The entire arena floor convulsed violently, groaning under the sheer, unadulterated power of that incredible blow. Subai casually placed his foot on Cao Zixuan's chest, scoffing, my dear prodigy, I do apologize, but my ultimate pleasure comes from utterly defeating self-proclaimed prodigies, the declaration that naturally caused his adversary to roar. I'll make you pay with your life. Subai's gaze remained glacial, completely unfazed by the rather dramatic threat. He merely shrugged, quibbling, not much going on in skill, but your temper shows promise. In a truly magnificent fit of incandescent rage, Cao Zixuan let out a primal scream as a literal torrent of wildfire energy enthusiastically engulfed his entire form. Back in the stands, a concerned teammate nervously inquired of the principal, Subai is really pushing his buttons a bit too hard, this getting dangerous. The principal, with a face grimmer than a tax order, replied, for Cao Zixuan to pull out a move that powerful, he has clearly misplaced his self-control somewhere. Cao Zixuan roared, your life is mine, then hurtled down like a fiery meteor, while Subai merely smirked, observing, finally, a glimmer of something approaching actual interest. Facing the incoming fury, Subai, as if ordering a beverage, calmly manifested his great wall shield, neatly deflecting the destructive attack. There's absolutely no chance you'll block these twin blades. Cao Zixuan hollered, exasperated. Were you a particularly lethargic tortoise in a previous incarnation? Subai curled his lip in a dismissive sneer. Is that truly the extent of your power? Because I think it's time for me to return the favor. The moment those words left his mouth, a brilliant flash of light erupted, shattering the barrier into myriad golden shards that sent Cao Zixuan reeling. The twin blades, which Cao Zixuan considered extensions of his very spirit, were ripped from his grasp and embedded themselves deeply into the fractured arena surface. From the VIP stands, an official slammed the table, spilling his beverage in shock. That ultimate move is absolutely monstrous. It even cracked the supposedly indestructible gold rank flooring. Another individual, observing the Victor's form, quietly pondered, he bears a striking resemblance to Liu Fan's fighting style. Such prodigious talent is truly unnerving. Subai sauntered over and picked up the two discarded weapons. These blades look rather expensive. He casually mused, examining them. Cao Zixuan, completely spent from the fight, screamed with righteous indignation, what do you think you're doing? Those are my weapons. It appears you're not planning to cover the repair bill for the arena, Subai announced with a shrug, so I'll just keep these lovely swords as collateral. Overwhelmed by absolute shame, Cao Zixuan abandoned all logic and launched himself at Subai. You lolaf? I am going to end you right here. Subai effortlessly grabbed hold of his opponent, his voice turning frigid. Do you still believe you possess even a sliver of power necessary to challenge me? A brutal knee strike connected squarely with Cao Zixuan's stomach, delivered with a casual torrent. It seems you're completely overestimating your capabilities. A devastating impact sent Cao Zixuan tumbling through the air, his fresh crimson blood arcing in a wide spray. Refusing to give his opponent even a second to breathe, Subai chased after him, muttering, you seriously thought you could pick on my friends from Janju University? Consider this your just desserts. He seized Cao Zixuan in mid-flight and proceeded to deliver a relentless, brutal series of strikes. The arena exploded with noise. Subai is an absolute beast, one spectator exclaimed. It seems Hanjan might be the only one capable of challenging him. The crowd erupted in triumphant applause, praising Subai's complete victory and savoring the total humiliation of the martial arts university team. Subai stood proudly in the arena's center, towering over Cao Zixuan's motionless body, a clear indication that the fight had concluded. His eyes quickly shifted away from his opponent and locked directly on Hanjan, who had been intently observing Subai from the beginning of the fight. Hanjan returned the look with a calm smile, a significant but unspoken challenge. I am anticipating our inevitable duel. He seemed to project, and I'll be ready for you. Subai began to stroll away, carrying the glowing crimson swords he acquired, only to be stopped by an opposing hand grabbing his arm. The leader of the martial arts university demanded Subai give back the captured weapons, but Subai simply refused, arguing that the arena's code permitted him to keep them. Subai grinned, offering a strict condition. The martial arts university needed to offer a public apology and provide reparations to everyone they previously mistreated. His cutting comment struck a deep chord with the spectators, causing loud demands for an apology to begin echoing across the entire venue. Subai continued to needle the principal. After all, isn't this exactly what you call survival of the fittest? I am just applying your own methods back at you. While the Janju University team celebrated triumphantly, the principal's complexion flushed purple with uncontrolled rage, completely unable to accept the public humiliation, completely forgetting himself. He unleashed the devastating energy of his diamond rank, bellowing, I will personally give this insolent boy a brutal lesson right now. Principal Zhu shrieked in sudden alarm, urgently trying to inform Subai about the immense danger rapidly approaching. Even the leader of the military university appeared visibly shaken, as he completely lost his mind. He is actually attempting to strike a student. A highly destructive blast of pure energy hurtled directly toward Subai, demonstrating that the full might of a diamond rank master was certainly nothing to underestimate. Just when things looked dire, the sudden blur appeared, deflecting what would have been an absolutely catastrophic strike. With a collective snarl, the trio of head hunchers squared off, poised for a no-holds barred brawl that promised to be truly epic. As the formidable energies of the three titans clashed, a vortex of pure chaos erupted smack dab in the arena's center, making everyone wonder if they need umbrellas. Then, as if on cue from a cosmic referee, a profound voice boomed from on high, declaring playtime over and instantly calming the tempest. The venerable elder had gracefully descended. Elder Zhaori, I depart for what seems like 5 minutes, and you've managed to turn this esteemed martial arts academy into a chaotic circus tent. Haven to you. Then, with a respectful inclination toward Subai, the elder declared, young man from Janju's fighting academy, your performance was simply spectacular. I regret we put on such a show. For the entire institution, I extend my deepest regrets to every warrior present today. He then pronounced with great gravitas, the very essence of our martial arts institution demands that the powerful incessantly refine themselves, for only then can the realm truly find sanctuary. A legitimate titan of strength, much like Liu Fan, must wield sheer power as an instrument of tranquility. Our martial arts academy has clearly stumbled. There's no sugarcoating that. His voice reverberated across the grand arena. Therefore, these magnificent twin blades shall now rightfully be presented to Subai. Much to the collective gasp of the crowd, Valley unceremoniously announced the principal Estemotion, stating, you're far too headed and impulsive, absolutely unsuitable for leading. So off you go, become an instructor instead. The stands erupted into a cacophony of agreement, everyone acknowledging with newfound awe that Subai was, without a doubt, the most sensational dark horse of this year's entire tournament. Later, within the bustling rest zone, Subai found himself mobbed by his ecstatic principal and jubilant teammates, all proudly exclaiming, magnificent job, Subai, you've truly draped our esteemed institution in glorious triumph. The principal, deep in thought, pondered the upcoming challenge. We're re-slated to go head with the Great Wall Guard Military Academy next, and their champion, Panjan. Well, his power is simply off the charts, like a force of nature. With a knowing grin and a self-congratulatory pat on his chest, Subai casually asked, Principal, since I just gloriously elevated our school's reputation, surely there's some sort of compensation, right? The principal, amused by his student's obvious craftiness, let out a hearty laugh, then magnanimously presented 2 coveted silver, prayed B scores, declaring, here you go, you cunning little rascal. About an hour later, the energy in the arena sizzled anew as the Macas booming voice announced, attention everyone, the long-awaited final showdown has officially kicked off, get ready for fireworks. Down on the polished arena floor, Panjan, resplendent in his truly magnificent armor, aimed his formidable long spear directly at his challenger, declaring, Subai, I have been anticipating this clash. How about we settle this with a winner takes everything stipulation? What do you say to that proposition? Exactly as his gut feeling had suggested, Subai discreetly instructed his internal system to perform a quick scan of his adversary's capabilities, and he found himself genuinely astonished, confirming that this Hanjan was clearly no garden variety combatant. Hanjan let out a thunderous bell, impatiently asking, what are you doing just standing there like a decorative statue? Engage me properly, like an actual warrior, before launching himself forward with truly breathtaking velocity. Always rushing things, Subai thought with a confident smirk, as raw energy exploded around his form. Alright then, I suppose it's time to graciously unveil my formidable capabilities for your viewing pleasure. In a sudden burst, a multitude of Subai's clones materialized, casually evading Handan's furious, albeit now rather clumsy, attack, making him look a bit silly. One of the clones sauntered daringly close to the bewildered opponent, its voice dripping with sly provocation. So, my dear old Han, it seems you were holding back quite a bit during your little dance with Wang Yang earlier. We're into you now. From the hollow judging section, an official sputtered in utter astonishment. Good heavens, he has been sandbiting his real speed all this time. But alas, even with that, Panjan truly appears to possess not a single exploitable flaw. The woman judge beside him let out a dramatic sigh, then declared with an air of finality, it appears our friends from Janju University will have to settle for the silver medal this year. Subai simply stands no earthly chance against the likes of Hanjan. Subai let out a mighty roar, exclaiming, taste this fist. But Hanjan, utterly unfazed, simply retorted with icy disdain, still too raw, my young sprout. Nimbly sidestepping the impossibly swift assault, Subai internally conceded, he genuinely is a seasoned combatant from 1,000 skirmishes, utterly devoid of any obvious flaws. However, the mischievous thought then began to brew. Then, a rather cunning smile playing on his lips, he smoothly glided low to the ground and surged forward, confidently stating, you won't be evading this next maneuver, prepare yourself for my most dastardly and unexpected assault. A shockingly potent strike squarely targeting a rather sensitive area instantly left Hanjan utterly bewildered and gasping, forcing him to emit little more than a pained, "Do." The stands erupted in a furious debate, some patrons yelling that it was a foul, dirty trick, while others shouted excitedly, Subai is truly magnificent. My hero, I only have admiration for you alone. Panjan, clutching his aching spot, let out a deep growl, protesting. You employed yet another utterly disgraceful maneuver, to which Subai simply offered a knowing smile and rejoined, my dear fellow, this happens to be a combat zone, not a tea party. Pressing his sudden advantage, Subai afforded his opponent absolutely no time for a brief recuperation, swiftly resuming his relentless assault, because politeness could wait. A fist like a falling piano smashed the stage, yet Panjan danced away like a startled cat. Panjan blew out some hot air while his gaze frosted over. Subar, the kid gloves are coming off now. Packing scary amounts of emojis into his pointy stick. Announce, okay, I have seen enough. Try sidestepping this vibe check. Subai flexed every muscle, choosing to eat the hit. If dodging is out, let us find out whose skull is harder. Up in the VIP seats, the referees jumped up like they sat on needles. Heavens, that is the General's secret spice mix. Subai chewed on his own molars while fighting the spicy air. Buffed, you are actually trying to murder me here. Bull crap. The massive slap sent him flying like a lost balloon into the upper atmosphere, standing like a proud peacock. Panjan teased, hey kid, quit playing and hit me. You are not this pathetic. Pump. Two suits peered at the broken concrete and decided, praise toast, nobody survives a nuke to the face. However, a grumpy shout emerged from the dusty debris. Listen here old man, you are really ticking me off. Rising from the trash, he pointed his twin toothpicks at the clouds. Hey big fluffers, come out and help me bite this guy. While Hans stared with bug eyes, a giant turtle, snake and a huge kitty showed up, making the whole stadium shake. He hopped onto his shiny mythological pets and hollered, alright Gramps, prepare to meet your maker in about 5 seconds. Following orders, the big white kitty lunged with its murder mittens out, the ready to become cat food. Pan stiffened up, lifting his toothpick to block the angry feline's attempt to erase his entire existence. Yet the math just was not working in his favor. Even his expensive shiny suit started to fall apart. Eat it into the distance. Poor Hen dropped his stick and realized his clothes were basically tissue paper now. Wobbling like a drunk toddler in the smog, he heard the kid say, just quit, there is no embarrassment in losing. Han gnashed his teeth and pulled out the forbidden grape juice. I hate this move. I cannot control it, but whatever. The giant beam of violet doom exploded, making the boy rethink his life. What the heck? Were you an alien? His internal sirens went off like a fire alarm. He wondered if this was still a rookie league match or hell. Han cackled like a movie villain, shouting, sorry kid, but your win streak ends right here on this very floor. The peanut gallery of friends panicked, whispering that there was no way he could tank that level of spicy purple magic. You are not surviving my ultimate move, the old man screamed, letting every bit of his juice flow out at once. Staring at the wave of deletion, the boy realized with horror, oh man, my shield is definitely not enough for this. Right before getting toasted, he yelled for help and pressed the emergency blink button to disappear like a magician. The colossal boom deleted everything where the boy had been standing a microsecond before. Everything turned a bright shade of violet, leaving the crowd wondering if they should start planning a funeral already. Without warning, the kid popped back into existence and barked, "Brugge him little guy, he's clearly out of gas." The big bosses stood up so fast they almost fell. Spatial magic, is this that fancy ancient link stuff we heard about? An ancient, doubled sage, whose spectacles nearly popped off, simply couldn't fathom what unfolded. A feat beyond belief. He somehow tinkered with a divine level technique. Such an incredible gift. Could it honestly stand shoulder to shoulder with the mythical Leo fan of old, following the truly terrifying tremors? The shocked crowd collectively scratched their heads, muttering if this was a martial arts contest or an ill-conceived attempt to utterly demolish their beloved university. Through the billowing clouds of smoke and fine grit, a solitary queer sliced through the sudden quietude, wondering if the final verdict had, intact, already been rendered. As the last vestiges of smoke dissipated, Subai stood proudly beside Cheabai, looking quite dapper, while the defeated Hanjan lay sprawled on the floor, doing his best impression of a beached whale, faintly admitting, alright, you certainly outplayed me this round, Subai. Both Subai's entire crew and the principal himself stood utterly speechless, as budding out, completely refusing to accept the impossible reality that Subai had actually triumphed. There on the grand stage, despite looking like he'd just wrestled a bus, the triumphant warrior managed a genuine grin as the loudspeakers blared his identity. The undisputed, encompassing champion, none other than Subai. The principal, the overwhelmed, practically face planted in joyous tears, while his teammates, looking utterly deranged with glee, leaped around like ecstatic kangaroos, commemorating the astonishing, nearly impossible triumph. The entire stadium absolutely exploded, a cacophony of triumphant roars ricocheting from every single corner, proclaiming, Janju, Subai, you are unequivocally the reigning champion. The gleaming visage of the freshly crowned victor beamed from every colossal display, bathing in the incessant thunder's applause and never-ending adoration of the wildly enthusiastic supporters. The particularly enthusiastic, crimson-haired maiden clasped her hands tightly, her gaze absolutely brimming with awestruck reverence, declaring, though, brother Subai is simply phenomenal. truly unsurpassed in every conceivable way. Concurrently, back in the comfort of their home, Subai's much younger sibling practically levitated with pure joy, shrieking, "My big brother triumphed. He is literally the undisputed national champion." The moment the match concluded, Subai found himself instantly mobbed by a veritable swarm of hungry journalists, all clamoring animatedly for a scoop, desperate to hear the freshly crowned championess' innermost reflections. The principal promptly stepped between the champion and the press, creating a shield for his weary student. Insisting, "Subai desperately needs to rest. We'll happily discuss matters later." We gently assisted the utterly spent young victor in departing, sincerely confirming, "After enduring this grueling contest, you have undeniably achieved it. You are unequivocally our illustrious national champion." Subai, his curiosity piqued, inquired about the prize money, and the principal, with a dramatic flourish, whispered a sum so staggering it practically caused whiplash. 60 million? Oh no, my mistake, at least 600 million. Reports of his triumphant success propagated like wildfire, reaching every nook and cranny, loudly extolling the virtues of the freshly minted victor from the esteemed Janju Martial Arts University. Live on the national broadcast, the presenter, with an air of profound gravity, proudly announced, "The military brass has officially determined to bestow upon Subai an exceptional first-class commendation. The single, monumental triumph reshaped their entire universe, catapulting Janju Martial Arts University straight to the pinnacle, now enjoying an astonishing annual endowment of 50 billion from the military, because who needs a small change purse?" Tales of aspiring pupils from every corner of the nation scrambling to transfer to Janju quickly went viral, essentially transforming the institution into the preeminent national hub for serious martial arts training. Out on the bustling thoroughfares, folks were chattering incessantly about Subai's absolutely legendary accomplishment, the audacious individual who, by his lonesome, managed to flatten every single major martial arts academy. Emerging from what felt like a hibernation marathon, Subai finally stirred in his quarters, executing a luxurious stretch and pondering aloud if he perhaps slept through an entire geological epoch. He did a double take upon discovering an unfamiliar young woman delivering his morning meal, who then clarified, "The headmaster specifically instructed me to patiently await your awakening." Subsequently we are to promptly journey back to Janju. Subai, sporting a truly impish grin, cheerfully conceded, "Very well then. However, prior to our inevitable return journey, I absolutely insist on treating Zairabao and Zairabai to an epic feast at Mulwu's all. Dear Panam, eat spread, because the champion works up an appetite, you know." Riding back at his alma mater, Subai marched with his head held majestically high before the colossal welcome arch, beaming with immense pride for single-handedly procuring 50 billion in funding, more than enough to magically elevate Janju into a truly elite educational bastion. The principal, radiating gravitas, formally broadcasted the truly epoch, making accomplishment to the assembled student body and faculty, then rallied everyone to enthusiastically greet their conquering hero upon his victorious return. Subsequently, he extended a formal invitation to the illustrious team captain Subai, to quite frankly, put on the most sharp-stopping display of prowess throughout the entire competition, to deliver a few inspiring remarks. Grasping the microphone with practiced ease, Subai passionately proclaimed, "Listen closely, absolutely no legend, however grand, is truly invincible. For as long as we refuse to surrender our resolve, ultimate victory shall unquestionably be ours." The principal then politely inquired if Subai harbored any brilliant insights concerning the institution's future progression, and our champion, with characteristic bluntness, immediately zeroed in on the fundamental predicament. "Gentlemen, the most glaring deficiency lies squarely in our cultivation resources. I recommend we urgently recruit expert alchemists to concoct powerful elixirs, which would brilliantly bridge the current gap in our students' vital cultivation materials." After delivering his speech to resounding applause, Subai rallied the crowd, urging everyone to unite in a massive effort to revitalize Janju. Inside the office, the principal offered a few words of praise before Subai, without any hesitation, immediately demanded payment. "Principal, you still owe me 500 million. The two launched into a heated argument over the outstanding debt, with the principal snapping back, "You've got some serious nerve. I'll give you 100 million at most. I'll transfer 10,000 military merit points to you," the principal stated, as Subai loudly protested, feeling completely dismissed and treated like a common beggar. Without bothering to offer an explanation, the principal unceremoniously shoved his favorite student out of the room, muttering, "Subai, you must be tired. Go get some rest." The door slammed shut right in his face, prompting Subai to furiously yell, "You truly are a heartless old tyrant." Strolling down the hallway, he muttered, "The gentleman's revenge may take 10 years, but it will be served, and 100 million will have to suffice for now to upgrade both Subai and Subai." Meanwhile, back at the dormitory, the massive crowd of female admirers surrounded the building, and the frantic manager was struggling to hold them back, oblivious to the chaos outside. Subai was inside gently tending to his two spirit beasts, instructing them, "Don't choke on your food, you tur, please eat slowly." Subai lay on his bed, praising his two companions for their excellent performance in the recent tournament, telling them to keep up the impressive effort. Suddenly, the chime rang out, startling him into jumping up. As a system message announced level up, the system panel immediately displayed a notification confirming that Subai had evolved into a Dixuan Gui, reaching the beginner's silver rank. Subai became ecstatic about the spirit beast's transformation, enthusiastically encouraging it. Keep eating, Subai, keep devouring everything. Immediately afterward, another notification appeared, confirming that the second Subai had also successfully leveled up. The young man triumphantly stroked the heads of his two cherished companions, feeling incredibly proud of their extraordinary growth speed. Just then, the door to the room flew open, followed immediately by an overly enthusiastic declaration. Subai, you are a deity among men. His friend, Jigam, clung desperately to Subai's leg, shouting excitedly that he had finally awakened his special ability and joined the ranks of beast tamers. When his friend enthusiastically presented his new battle beast, Subai was utterly speechless, wondering why on earth Jigang had chosen to raise a turtle as well. Jigang proudly mentioned that his father spent a fortune to obtain this bronze-tier exotic beast, while Subai secretly suspected the creature had absolutely zero potential. A beast tamer who fails to raise a turtle simply isn't a good beast tamer, Jigang passionately declared his new philosophy, leaving Subai completely dumbfounded. Subai flashed a mischievous smile, preparing to explain patiently to his friend that not every turtle possesses the same level of potential. But before he could speak, an unexpected system notification appeared, revealing that he had just unlocked a new talent named Tongjai. Subai was absolutely stunned when he read the ability's description, which included helping others awaken and bestowing divine beast bloodlines. Immediately realizing that Jigang's new power came directly from him, Subai's entire attitude instantly flipped. He enthusiastically agreed. Exactly, a beast tamer who doesn't raise a turtle really isn't good. Show me your turtle immediately. Meanwhile, at Janju Martial Arts University, an enormous crowd had assembled, with everyone desperate to enroll and become just as powerful as Subai. The female instructor stepped forward to greet the eager new students and requested that they summon their exotic beasts for inspection. A particularly muscular student responded enthusiastically, reaching into his backpack and pulling out, of all things, a small turtle. The female teacher was completely astonished to discover the entire schoolyard was swarming with turtles, silently wondering if this was a recruitment drive or some kind of reptile convention. The admissions teacher eyed the muscular young man, Wang, with deep suspicion, questioning how a dedicated martial artist could possibly claim to be a qualified beast tamer. He irritably pointed to another student in the crowd, calling him out for having a lightning element special ability instead. No matter what anyone told them, the masses were absolutely desperate to join the monster taming division, all because they worshipped their hero, Subai. The moment Subai stepped onto the school grounds, he was utterly bewildered by the sheer number of turtles wandering around like they owned the place. The female student nearly fainted right there on the spot when she finally realized the famous legend was standing directly in front of her. Instantly, the campus exploded into chaos. The students started stampeding toward him like shoppers on Black Friday. The frenetic mob completely enveloped Subai, screaming his name at the top of their lungs and showering him with declarations of devotion. Drowning in the ocean of fans, he felt like a lifeboat was needed and desperately shouted for the principal to rescue him. Meanwhile, back in the frontline briefing room, a critical intelligence report about the movements of the myriad species was being urgently presented. Commander Niking ordered a preemptive strike, dispatching 3 contestants from the 100 schools tournament to handle the reconnaissance mission. An officer instantly raised objections, pointing out that sending ungraduated students into the deadly Jade Water Pond Forbidden Zone was far too risky. Niking dismissed the worries, insisting that real warriors had to face the battlefield head on, and these particular students were definitely up to the task. He gave the command without hesitation, reiterating that this reconnaissance mission was absolutely critical and needed to commence without delay. Simultaneously, Subai burst into the principal's office, breathlessly reporting on the bizarre turtle epidemic that had taken over the school grounds. The principal, surprisingly composed given the circumstances, introduced an important visitor to Subai. This is Cow Man, the head of the Cow family. He explained that the Cow family was present specifically to negotiate the retrieval of their family's set of powerful divine weapons. The younger Cow family member abruptly stood up in anger, vehemently asserting that the pair of divine weapons rightfully belonged to their family. Subai simply smirked, completely unfazed by the aggressive posturing of someone bold enough to cause trouble at Janju Martial Arts University. The young cowman slammed his hand on the table for emphasis, only to receive a chilly, sharp warning from the principal in response. The principal then declared firmly, right in front of the Cow family, that he would protect Subai's right to self-determination. Cowman calmly invited Subai to name his price, but Subai simply smirked and replied that he had found these 2 weapons rather convenient lately. A woman within the Cow group attempted to sway him with arguments regarding cultivation resources and the necessity of contributing to the broader war effort. Subai adopted a pensive expression, saying, "What do you suggest actually makes perfect sense. In that specific case." He then dropped a truly astronomical price tag, delivering the number 10 billion with a mischievous, almost wicked grin. The Cow family member angrily shouted that forging new divine weapons didn't cost nearly that much, but Subai just reacted with a casual shrug. Subai explained his reasoning, stating that in Cow Zixuan's possession, there were essentially his life, so surely his life was worth at least 10 billion. The Cow family member stared blankly in shock, bitterly understanding they had been trapped by someone so incredibly cunning and manipulative. Finally, the Cow family head, Cowman, reluctantly made a decisive call. Fine, 10 billion it is, we accept the deal. Subai applauded sarcastically, while Cowman demanded that he immediately turn over the divine weapons once the payment was successfully processed. After escorting the Cow family out, Subai waved goodbye and assured them not to worry, because they would definitely receive exactly what they paid for. He immediately turned back to question the principal, sensing instinctively that a major event was about to unfold on the front line. The principal confirmed the rumors, stating that the military had issued a general mobilization order and had given Subai a very special mission. The commander stared seriously, telling Subai this was humanity's first counter-strike in a century, meaning cowardice was strictly off the table. Meanwhile, at Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, the principal held up a declaration, getting all the students pumped for the fight. Thousands of students enthusiastically accepted the invitation, all pledging to become heroes for their nation's glory. Concurrently, the new principal at Magic Capital Martial Arts University was delivering a rousing, tear-jerking speech to boost the morale of the soldiers. The Magic Capital students pumped their fists, making a dramatic promise to die in battle and get their names etched in history. The tense atmosphere enveloped the Great Walled Garrison Fortress as a broadcast blared. "Hurry up, everyone, the big war starts tomorrow." An order echoed through the Great Wall Fortress, requiring all units to stay alert and eliminate any enemy scouts within a 50-mile distance. The Janju student complained, "Principal, look at the other prestigious schools. They all have armor. Why are we stuck without any cool gear?" The principal clarified that wartime resources were basically credit rewards, and their Janju school hadn't exactly built up much credit yet. Suddenly, sirens began screaming throughout the fortress, a frantic voice announcing, "Surprise attack. The enemy is here. All units, go to your posts." A military officer barked orders, explaining to the martial arts instructors and students that since the enemy arrived early, they would assist the army in defending the Great Wall. The Imperial Capital Martial Arts University principal erupted with vigor, yelling for everyone from his school to charge and follow him onto the Great Wall. The Janju school principal led his students onto the city wall, calming a nervous student by assuring them their task was simply to stand guard. However, the instant Subai and his classmates climbed onto the city wall, they were completely stunned by the terrifying spectacle unfolding below. The students screamed in absolute horror upon seeing the endless tide of monsters charging forward. Realizing this was a beast tide, tens of thousands of savage monsters roared as they advanced, transforming the battlefield into what looked suspiciously like a colossal, living meat grinder. The principal instructed them to back up the real army and slowly adapt to the case. But Subai immediately interrupted, asking if spirit beasts could join the fight. Subai, wearing a calculating expression, mused that with this many beasts, he couldn't possibly pass up a prime leveling opportunity, before being harshly reprimanded by the principal. Just then, the magic crystal cannons on the wall unleashed a simultaneous barrage, spitting out enormous beams of glowing green energy. The destructive force was absolutely horrifying, completely vaporizing a large section of the beast army in a series of earth-shattering blasts. The military commander bellowed at the crew, "Faster, reload those things, get ready for another round, pronto." Subai pointed forward, sounding the alarm, "Heads up, the monsters are getting close. Everybody get ready to fight now." The commander ordered, "Platinum level fighters, prepared to meet the challenge," and those elite powerhouses instantly leaped from the city wall. Various streams of brilliantly colored energy violently crashed together, creating a massive explosion that shook the ground across the entire battlefield. Gold level fighters were also sent out, plunging into the endless ocean of monsters to defend humanity's final defensive barrier. The sounds of battle echoed through the Great Wall as humans and beasts engaged in a chaotic fight for survival where only one side would walk away. The most powerful fighters flew above the fray, launching incredibly destructive strikes down into the massive monster army below them. The earth literally shook beneath them as the brave champions went toe-to-toe with the absolutely ferocious monsters. Meanwhile, back on the city wall, an impatient student begged the principal, "Please let me in on the action, sir. Standing here watching all this fun is driving me crazy." The principal firmly shut down the request, explaining that their job was supporting the defense, not foolishly throwing away their lives for nothing. Suddenly, a colossal blast of icy, cold magic tore through the ground, instantly throwing the battlefield into complete disarray. The female spellcaster paused mid-battle, completely astonished, wondering aloud, "What is happening? Didn't they say the magic crystal cannon was out of commission?" A furious commanding officer let out a bell, demanding to know who on earth fired the cannon and ordering the signalmen to find out right now. From the top of the city wall, Subai started laughing hysterically, shouting down to his beast, "Pavar, Jayavar, keep firing those blasts." He completely ignored the principal standing nearby in shock, pointing emphatically and ordering Jayavar to specifically target the lower-level bronze tier monsters. A massive, devastating energy beam shot from Jayavar's mouth, sweeping across the battlefield and clearing out an entire horde of monsters. Subai continued issuing commands like a seasoned general, "Billing, Jayavar, stop being a dummy, focus only on the bronze tier ones, and done hit our side." Not only that, He turned to the other spirit beast and practically demanded, "Hurry up, or I'll let Chaber eat all the monster cores for himself." The other warriors on the battlefield stayed in disbelief, whispering, "No way, an ungraduated student actually managed to tame such terrifying beasts." After the terrifying barrage of attacks, the battlefield was left utterly decimated and littered with countless monster corpses. The commanding officer quickly issued new orders, telling the Platinum Warriors to pursue the enemies and instructing the Gold Warriors to clear the battlefield. Back on the city wall, the principal clapped Subai on the shoulder, simultaneously scolding and praising him. "Subai, you're really full of nasty surprises." Subai replied with a brazen grin, claiming that all this success was entirely due to the principal's generous support, which left the poor teacher speechless. He immediately seized the opportunity, asking, "Principal, I did make a massive contribution this time, so how about a slight increase in military supplies?" In the command center, an officer reported to the general that the combat assessment was finished, noting that over 120,000 fierce beasts had been eliminated. General Yuan Shan nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Outstanding. Issue the order for the main force to rest and regroup, as we have another substantial engagement scheduled for tomorrow." The officer hesitated for a moment before continuing, "General, there remains one additional matter that requires your attention." We then explained that Subai, the student from Janju Academy, utilized spirit beasts as a substitute for magic crystal cannons, successfully dispatching a vast number of enemies, and now seeks military merit compensation for his contribution. General Yuan Shan raised an eyebrow with curiosity, then made a decisive pronouncement, stating that the student would receive the standard military merit reward based strictly on the reported count of eliminated foes. Meanwhile, back at the base plaza, the other students were all murmuring and complaining loudly about how unfair it was that they were prevented from participating in the recent battle. Somebody pointed at the scoreboard and shouted, "Hey, Subai is just a student too, so how in the world did he accumulate such an absurd amount of military merits?" "Yes, definitely cheating." Cao Zishuren, a young man with fiery red hair, scowled deeply, thinking, "That's Subai, always Subai. Why does he keep popping up everywhere I go? And where did he get over 40,000 merits? What on earth happened here?" Right at that moment, Subai conveniently showed up, wrapping an arm around Cao Zishuren's shoulder while laughing. "Bull Cao, long time no see. The only reason I earned all those merits this time is thanks entirely to your Uncle Cao's strong backing." Cao Zishuren immediately brushed Subai's hand away, getting him a frigid reply. "Who do you think you are calling a friend? I, Cao Zishuren, would never associate with someone like you." Subai remained completely unaffected by the snub, continuing to pester him by offering to service his divine weapons for a small charge, but Cao Zishuren just let out a cold snort and storked off. The following morning, the solemn bells announcing the start of a new battle reverberated throughout the entire military fortress. The reserve forces of the Great Wall gathered completely, and a majestic figure floated high above them, preparing to address the troops and rally their spirits. Dari, the honorary principal of Madu Martial Arts University, bellowed in a powerful voice that today was finally the day to launch the counterattack. The entire army shouted counterattack in perfect unison, their spirits reaching new heights as they prepared to defend their homeland. With Zhao Yi leading the charge, the mighty army surged out from the Great Wall, ready to take back what was theirs. The air once again echoed with a deafening symphony of battle cries and monstrous roars. From the city walls, the students of Janju Academy buzzed with excitement, practically begging their teacher to let them finally join the attacking force. The commander grabbed his radio, shouting for the Spirit Legion to start a magical light show of unlimited elemental destruction. From the top of the Great Wall, the fighters initiated the battle, unleashing a vibrant, magical shower that was anything but pleasant. An endless torrent of energy rained down, utterly decimating the neatly arranged formations of monsters and wild wolves on the ground. Watching the chaos unfold, Subai couldn't help but note that the myriad race battlefield definitely lived up to its reputation as a living nightmare. The booming voice suddenly yelled a warning, alerting everyone that the drill bears, presumably the enemy's construction crew, were charging forward. The commander with a bizarre green bead bellowed, "Armored Legion, go, we absolutely have to stop this first wave of whatever it is." The Armored Legion formed a wall of spike-covered shields that slammed right into the stampeding beasts, creating a truly unpleasant sound. Right on the front lines, the armored commander bellowed at the top of his lungs, "All those monsters right here." Off in the distance, the second wave of battle bears continued their aggressive bellowing, marching directly toward the watchtower. From a nearby command platform, the humanoid bear leader sneered, wondering how humans thought they could stop the mighty drill bear tribe, before demanding they be shattered immediately. Subai was shocked and asked why the race leaders were humanoid, to which the principal casually replied that a platinum tier level ability let you copy humans. The teammate anxiously asked the principal when their superiors would finally give them a mission, and the principal vaguely replied that the time was drawing near. Suddenly, an officer appeared on cue, announcing that the mission orders were in and that the squad assignments were about to be revealed. Subai heard his name first for Squad 1, which oddly included Hu Qinshu and Hanjan, placing him as leader with a note of no mandatory mission. Every other squad received very specific orders, like reconnaissance or cleanup duty, but Subai's group was strangely given total operational freedom. The officer yelled for all squads to immediately assemble, pausing one student to whisper, What in the world is happening now? The students buzzed with gossip about the new split squads, specifically questioning why Subai, Panjan, and Hu Kinshu were all put together. The muscular young guy in a purple suit swaggered over, cheerfully greeting Subai and asking when their next huge brawl was scheduled. The 3 members of Squad 1 gathered, and Subai mused that putting all 3 of them together with such a vague mission felt suspicious. Subai's eyes lit up with a determined glint, realizing that this unusual arrangement likely hid a much deeper secret. Subai suddenly realized that the military order granting the squad leader autonomy to create their own arrangements was the key to this whole situation. He ran into the principal, who offered some sage advice, telling him to be cautious because personal survival always came first. Subai briefly responded to his superior, then enthusiastically shouted for old Han and old Hu to keep up with him. The 3 took off running, with Hu Kinshu immediately asking Subai what exactly their supposed mission was. Panjan burst into laughter when he spotted the spirit beasts on Subai's backpack growling, having presumably smelled potential snacks in the form of monster cars. Looking at the battlefield, now covered in enemy corpses, Subai exclaimed at how absolutely brutal the fighting had been. Han placed his hand on the shield of her soldier who had fallen in combat, declaring with conviction that dying on the battlefield was the ultimate honor. Subai was lost in quiet reflection when Hu Kinshu gently put a hand on his shoulder, asking if he was okay. Subai pivoted, a steely glint in his eye, declaring himself perfectly alright. For this, equipped, was simply their fated path, as their colossal companions, Zarabar and Zarabai, expanded to tidy the war zone. Panjan and Hu Kinshu pondered whether this unusual clean-up technique somehow bent army regulations, ultimately deciding it was entirely within their rules of engagement. A curious query drifted across the expanse, prompting Subai to swiftly shout, "Alright you two, Zarabar, Zarabai, park the snack time, we've still got a job to finish." With his formidable clawed implement brandished high, he vowed, "Once this primary objective is complete, I guarantee a feast fit for hungry champions." Subai pivoted, prodding his companions to move along, at which point Hu Kinshu, never one to miss a beat, promptly inquired about their current trajectory. While their squad trekked across the desolate plains, Subai playfully quipped, "We're off to the infamous Mist Mountains. So hustle, old hero, unless you fancy waiting for the entire cavalry to show up." Concurrently, the remaining units remained clustered beside their formidable armored transports, seemingly stuck in pre-departure limbo. Kauzikshirn watched, jaw agape, the Subai's crew, with reckless abandon, bolted directly into the ominous Mist Mountains, completely unchaperoned. With a determined nod, they barked, "Prepare yourselves, Team 2, we're crashing the party as well." The remaining squads received their marching orders, tasked with a rather thrilling job of helping map the treacherous topography inside that notorious perilous peak. One enthusiastic member of Team 2 practically bounced, exhorting everyone to pick up the pace, since, he declared, the quicker they entered, the more glorious commendations they could hoard. As Subai and his companions ventured into the Val's embrace, he mused aloud, "Well, it appears this Super S&T going anywhere fast, making our grand tour rather difficult to see." With Hu Kinshu fretting over the tricky topography, Panjan suddenly unearthed an intriguing item and quickly summoned the rest of the crew. Panjan proudly displayed a peculiar crimson fungus, instantly igniting a ravenous desire in Subai, who declared, "This gem is far too valuable to leave behind. Only a simpleton would pass it up." Mission or no mission, Subai promptly opted for an unscheduled foraging break, summoning his 2 majestic spirit creatures to assist in the lucrative mushroom collection. With a gleeful grin, he flaunted his freshly acquired treasures, only for Hu Kinshu to descend in a sheer panic at the sight of Zarabar and Zarabai casually munching on the precious fungi. Suddenly, Panjan issued a stark warning. "Heads up, folks, I am picking up several energy signatures ahead. Seems we've got some rather wild creatures making a beeline for us." Bursting forth from the swirling mists, the formidable 2-headed gold-tier lizard and a trio of menacing silver-tier demon wolves launched their surprise assault. Subai, brimming with swagger, announced, "Just an stage gold-tier bird. I assure you, this one's all mine. No need for backup." However, Panjan and Hu Kinshu, clearly unimpressed by his solo ambitions, vehemently disagreed, both hurtling into the fray, absolutely unwilling to let him hog all the valuable spoils. These 2 daring combatants immediately dove headfirst into the monstrous horde, igniting a truly ferocious engagement. Subai then unleashed a blindingly fast, electrifying kick upon the lizard, leaving Panjan thoroughly astonished by his sudden surge in prowess. Not one to be outshone, Hu Kinshu elegantly flicked his fan, conjuring a sharp vortex that fiercely assailed the pack of snarling wolves. Even while chaos reigned, Subai found time to playfully prod his allies, exclaiming, "Hey, you two, don't hug all the fun. Try to leave a few bad guys for me." Meanwhile, Kauzikshirn's squad, sensing the ruckus from a distance, gallantly resolved to rush in and offer their assistance. Upon their eventual arrival, they were met only with the unsettling sight of a vanquished demonic creature and an utterly profound quiet. Returning to Subai's victorious trio, the skirmish had concluded, forcing Panjan to begrudgingly admit their formidable mercilessness and astonishing swiftness. Subai then instructed his pair of loyal spirit creatures, "Go on, feast to your heart's content, but remember, Once the munching stops, the real chores begin. Kaohsiung and S bewildered swab remain at a safe distance, gasping in utter amazement. Just 5 short minutes, they declared. These three operate on an entirely separate plane of existence. Kaohsiung advanced, offering Handan a hearty thumbs up and a shower of compliments, which, predictably, left the recipient looking quite vexed, prompting him to grumble. "Are you making fun of me?" Hanjin muttered under his breath, feeling thoroughly annoyed. Subai and his ridiculous creature had somehow managed to steal every last scrap of praise from the recent fight. Wang Yang simply gaped, completely astonished. "Wait, seriously? He finished off the whole mess in less time than it takes to make instant noodles." Subai's mischievous grin only intensified, poking fun at Wang Yang. The red-headed youth, already fuming, simply snapped back, telling him to silence himself. Hu Qinshu quickly intervened to calm the situation. Sensing an opportunity, Subai immediately suggested they journey further into the Misty Mountains to hunt for more powerful creatures. However, Panjin and Hu Qinshu were well aware that Subai's real motivation was simply to fill his pockets with as much valuable loot as possible. Subai shrewdly proposed inviting Kaohsiung along, setting up a rule that a treasure race would decide who got the prize. In an instant, Subai's group disappeared like a blur, leaving Kaohsiung's bewildered companions standing in the dust. "What in the world are they doing?" one puzzled member asked. Kaohsiung just shrugged and answered, "You'll figure it out quickly. Just keep up." Catching up to Subai's group, Kaohsiung's people quickly noticed that the treasure hunters had come to a complete halt, clearly facing something problematic. Kaohsiung nearly choked on his breath when he realized the obstacle was a terrifying horde of gold-level ferocious creatures directly in front of them. An overwhelming force of mutated apes, ranging from burly to high stages of the gold tier, form an impassable barrier on the path. A disdainful voice suddenly echoed from the surrounding darkness, casually referring to the powerful apes as nothing more than useless distractions. A mysterious, robed individual emerged, rating his underlings for allowing the human intruders to venture this deep into their territory. Panjin was absolutely horrified upon identifying the enemy. "It's not just a platinum creature, they belong to the dreaded Earth Python clan," he shouted. He clarified that this lineage possessed strength vastly superior to their current tier, making them the most challenging adversaries they could possibly face in this area. The sinister figure pulled back his hood, revealing a wicked face as he bellowed a terrifying order. "Slaughter every last one of them. Ensure nobody survives." Instantly, Kaohsiung's entire group found themselves encircled by an overwhelming number of ferocious creatures, including a massive python. "Wang Yang, Yuri our speedster, run and bring back help," Hanjin yelled from across the rapidly filling battlefield. Kaohsiung acknowledged the call, let out a mighty roar, and activated his wind spirit, preparing to fight through the horde in a brutal charge. A formidable wave of power emanated from Kaohsiung deep within the woods, immediately scattering 3 of the ape-like creatures. A new fierce beast instantly materialized directly in front of Kaohsiung, causing him to react with a startled, "What on earth?" He clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes blazing with resolve. "Is this thing truly faster than me?" He wondered. "Well, I guess I have no choice now but to unleash everything." Elsewhere, the entire area had devolved into total chaos. His allies were completely overwhelmed by creatures, while the enemy leader watched smugly, promising to wipe out all of them personally. Across the way, Subai confronted a significant foe, who yelled to his companions, "Well, it looks like this one won't be a simple fight after all. Chabar, let us get busy." His 2 spirit beasts instantly shifted forms, revealing the concealed strength of the black tortoise and the powerful golden spirit within them. The creature's leader let out a mocking laugh while surrounded by snakes. "So, you wish to challenge me? Fine. I suppose I need to warm up a bit anyway." Not tolerating the insolence, Zairabai let out a thunderous roar and hurtled directly into the midst of the opposing forces. Concurrently, Panjan fought desperately against a massive white ape. He realized the high-stage gold creature's strength was absolutely immense and worried that Wang Yang, after drawing 3 apes away, must be in terrible peril. The monster stomped on Hanjan's weapon, shattering it entirely, causing him to scream out, "Old sir, you have to hurry. Old Wang is likely in serious trouble." Upon hearing the desperate plea, Subai took advantage of the distraction to snatch up one of the white snakes, successfully capturing it. Squeezed tightly in the python's grip, he remained completely unbothered, simply ordering, Zairabai, let us stop playing around and end this quickly." The 2 companions launched a synchronized attack, prompting the leader to unleash a grumpy roar about human arrogance and audacity. Once he detected Zairabai's roar power, however, his fear completely took over. Realizing this energy level was simply ridiculous, Zairabai fired off a devastating light column, wiping out everything in its path with extreme prejudice. As the smoke cleared, Subai muttered about the enemy still standing, reasoning that a normal gold-tier monster would be completely flattened by the kind of power. Something wasn't adding up. Rising dramatically from the scattered rubble, the gigantic, dark shape slowly revealed itself. The leader revealed its true form, the massive flying python, declaring, "You're actually quite tough. I wasn't planning on showing off my real self yet." The monster charged directly at Subai, but he merely smirked, glowing with golden light. realizing the creature had finally figured out who the main target actually was. Subai, perched casually on Zairabai's back, confidently announced, "You just can't keep up with this kind of speed. Zairabai, initiate attack." Zairabai let out a tremendous roar, collecting power for the black tortoise impact, and barreled straight toward the enemy python. With a devastating strike from its tough, steel, like shell, Zairabai slammed into the enemy, making the enormous python spit out blood. Subai, seeing the python wrapped around Zairabai like a scarf, shouted, "Zairabai, hurry up and finish this already, stop wasting time." Meanwhile, a student watching commented, "Subai's pets are ridiculous. They got the profound serpent cornered. So, this fight has gone on forever? Is Wang Yang still hanging in there?" Subai sternly stated, "Stop standing around, we have other things to do," and emphasized his point by delivering a crushing kick right to the python's skull. Taking advantage of the monster's temporary disorientation, he ordered, "Zairabai, clear out of here." Zairabai immediately descended from high above, using the profound tortoise gravity technique to thoroughly crush the enemy, standing over the python's completely lifeless form. Subai sighed, relieved that the messy business was finally concluded. He turned around, his expression firm and serious, announcing, "Time to go, we have other rescues to perform." Without warning, the monster let loose a final, dramatic roar, as the strange purple growths on its back began to swell up and shine brightly. Seeing the massive explosion from a safe distance, the blue, overall teammate yelled a desperate warning. Subai ground his teeth together when he discovered he was trapped in an energy barrier, realizing, seriously, it still had one more trick left in its arsenal. He watched, completely stunned, as the now tiny python slithered away, realizing with dismay, "Well, look at that, this monster is still alive somehow." Just then, Panjan rushed in, telling Subai, "Don't bother chasing it, saving Wang is far more important." Subai reluctantly sighed, "Fine, I suppose I'll let this guy get away just this once." Panjan turned to his teammates, instructing them, "Old hand, Pukinsher, keep fighting here while I go save Wang." Meanwhile, Cao Zishuren, facing two giant ape monsters, muttered, "I really underestimated these guys. Is this seriously where I bite the dust?" Then, his eyes became sharp with new resolve, deciding, "Well, if I am going down, I am taking one of these monsters with me." Tethering all his remaining energy, Cao Zishuren charged into the cluster of monsters, unleashing his ultimate skill, the sky, chattering spear. Cao Zishuren let out a fierce battle cry, concentrating all his energy into the spear for a final, desperate attack. Completely exhausted from the effort, he was instantly blindsided from behind by two smaller, quicker ape monsters. A brutal punch from the larger monster connected solidly, leaving Cao Zishuren completely stunned. Right then, a nasty thump on his spine forced some red juice out of his mouth while he performed an involuntary flight across the field. All at once, a shiny yellow glow sliced the air, zooming right toward the messy fight. Falling down in a cloud of gray soot, the battered warrior spat some crimson and felt like his life subscription was about to expire. Staring at the ugly brute waving its toothpick, he kept his chin up and teased, "Go on you hairy freak, taking my life is the easy part. However, eventually, every last beast shall be totally raised by the incredible strength of our mortal souls." With a pointy stick inches away, he shut his lids and sighed, "Hey buddies, looks like I am resigning from our little contest permanently." Out of nowhere, a pair of sharp sticks arrived, blocking the lethal strike just in time. Our hero popped up, making a sparkly wall and yelling, "Hey buddy, keep breathing," while the dying guy joked, "Did you just come to collect my leftovers?" Puffing his final air, the guy begged for payback, which sent his friend into a panic, shouting, "Hey man, no napping on the job." Getting totally triggered, the boy screamed, "Your animals are toast," while his two fluff balls of doom jumped right into the fray, clutching his weapon until his knuckles turned white. The guy felt a massive urge to delete every monster. He looked at the one-armed monkey boss and muttered, "Wow, you sure have a lot of ego for someone who is missing a limb." With a salty gaze, the young man landed the final strike and told the beast to quit breathing. This ray of sparkly annihilation went zooming across the center of the hairy beast. The giant primate got skewed against timber by the weapon, while its leaking limb and injuries turned the dirt into red slush. Amidst the quiet woods, the white kitty let out a loud shout, planing the wind. Hovering over his fading buddy, the hero yelled, "Hey pal, I killed the bad guys, stop acting dead." Out of nowhere, the magical pop-up menu offered a reboot option, suggesting he could fix his friend by making him part kitty. Clinging to this tiny prayer, he gave his friend a good rattle, saying, "Wake up buddy, I found a cheat code to fix you." Propping the guy up, he offered a tricky deal. "Look man, I can save you, but you will basically be my sidekick for life. You in?" Receiving a small motion of the chin, the leader commanded, "Hey frosty kitten, provide a trio of crimson leeks." The youth extended a palm for gathering those pricey crimson beads while telling his fluffy protectors to keep watching you by. "Stay with me buddy," the boy mumbled, while slowly pouring the super-powered red stuff onto the dying man. Next, he slammed his palm onto his friend's ribs and screamed the name of the biological restructuring process. The victim howled like a banshee while getting roasted in a fire of power, which totally deleted his favorite laundry. Once the flash died down, the guy asked, "Olf, how are you feeling?" The guy looked at his fixed skin in total shock and stuttered, "Dirge, what kind of wizardry did you just perform on me?" The boss gave him a serious look, saying, "You signed the contract, buddy, so you belong to me now, and do not tell a soul." The massive spooky ghost popped up behind the survivor, its loud voice making it very clear that his soul was now officially under new management. Folding his limbs with a smirk, the boy joked, "Hey pal, your pulse is worth significantly more than those 2 toothpicks you carry, so pay up." The previously stable ground suddenly decided to throw a violent, chaotic temper tantrum. "Heads up," Counterattack yelled, shoving Subai to safety right before a huge fissure split the earth beneath them. A swarm of serpentine creatures burst from the new chasms, which instantly made Subai realize he had miscalculated and missed a hidden foe. "Get rid of these revolting pests, Sarubai," Subai commanded, and the mighty tiger instantly dashed forward to clear the area. Yet as the claws tore through the monsters, they simply dissipated into thin air like smoke, leaving Subai completely stunned. "Not real entities," he thought, trying to process the strange development. Subai internally screamed, realizing the terrible situation. The more creatures they eliminated, the more new ones instantly spawned. Right then, help arrived just in time as Hanjan yelled across the battlefield, "Subar, we've got your back." Pukinshu swiftly assessed the situation, stating, "Subar, the snake tied 1T stop. A puppet master must be pulling the strings. We need to locate him." As the 2 Zyrobais cleaned up the area, Subai requested, "Hey old wamp, hand over that firearm." Out of nowhere, he noticed a shady silhouette hiding in the distance. "There he is." An arrogant voice boomed from the darkness as a powerful energy blast obliterated the figure's cover. "A handful of insects think they can challenge my 9 nether clan." Pukinshu gasped when the foe stepped into view. "We bounced back incredibly quickly. This guy is definitely out of our league." The villain snatched up a defenseless body, smirking. The previous attack only hit a disposable double. Wang Yang shrieked in terror. "Zenlik Sao." Wang Yang launched himself forward recklessly but was restrained. "You're dead." Turning back, he pleaded desperately, "Subai, please end him for me. I'll give you anything you want." Subai confidently announced, "Old hand, old hero, handle the lesser enemies. I'll personally deal with this slimy reptile." The enemy glared at him contemptuously. "You're just a trivial little bug with quite the loud voice." Subai's body went rigid as his power erupted. "I'll clean you out and turn you into a delicious bowl of soup for dinner." He roared a battle cry, activating a sequence of powerful moves, including Earth Spirit Possession and Ferocious Ghost Golden Shadow. The dazzling beam of gold energy hurtled forward, colliding directly with the foe's emerald. "You counter, strike." The resulting impact produced a deafening blast that annihilated the surrounding environment. Through the swirling smoke and debris, the enemy remained completely unharmed, letting out a small laugh. "Well, you certainly aren't completely incompetent, as expected," he goaded Subai. "Worm, show yourself." The answer to the taunt came as a blazing punch exploding from the dust cloud. "Your grandpa has arrived." Subai launched into a blistering fast assault. Yet the opponent stood completely unfazed. The white-haired fiend only took a small step back, clearly without suffering any damage. Subai squinted, coming to a sudden realization. "You appear to be even more powerful than when we last fought." He chose to unleash his most powerful move, Dilling, Chow Bai, activate the 7 stars 3, till formation. Subai mused internally that this was their ultimate secret weapon, fusing the strength of all 3 participants into a single strike. Prepared to die, he roared, diving down from above to unleash the newly combined assault. The villain casually put up a hand to stop the blow, remarking, "I must admit, the move of yours was quite creative, a solid 7 out of 10, but sadly, your strength is still far too weak." In retaliation, he unleashed a gigantic orb of energy that quickly transformed into a terrifying multi-headed snake creature. From a safe distance, Hanjin yelled a warning, "Subar, watch out, more of those snakes are appearing, and they are rushing toward you like they were late for a party." That specific attack was clearly classified as a terrifying Earth-tier martial skill. With the ominous name of Azure Serpent Annihilation, countless energy snakes immediately lunged forward to tear Subai apart. A truly monstrous explosion engulfed the entire area, obliterating everything in its path. Kaozichuran, completely distraught, shouted into the dust cloud, "Subar, dead or alive, just give me some kind of signal." Inside the explosion, Subai braced himself, using his already shattered shield, admitting internally, "This guy is ridiculously strong." The assault left Subai, Powbai, and Kalbar severely injured and covered in blood, resembling a bad horror movie scene. The enemy smirked, his eyes practically glowing with a look of overwhelming triumph. But suddenly, Subai let out a primal, earth-shattering roar, and a powerful surge of energy erupted violently from his body. The monster looked completely stunned for a second, then roared furiously, "How dare you break through right here in front of me? That's incredibly rude. Do you have a death wish or something?" he shouted, frantically controlling more snakes to rush forward and try to finish off Subai once and for all. The 5-headed monster unleashed its absolute ultimate technique, gathering destructive energy for one final blow. A colossal emerald light beam shot straight down from the sky, slamming into the ground below. The resulting explosion created a massive, deep crater, leveling the entire surrounding landscape completely. Panzant, watching from afar, desperately yelled, "Damn if the attack was too strong. Old Su is probably toast. We need to find a way to save him right away." Cao Zishuren, pointing frantically towards the epicenter, exclaimed in surprise, "Look over there, what exactly is that? Could it possibly be?" The monster sensed an unusual new energy surge, wondering, "Wait, this particular energy feels familiar somehow." Suddenly, 3 massive pillars of light shot into the sky, stunning the beast, and the words "with the white tiger serving as the blade" appeared, and the black tortoise as the armor, Subai declared, reappearing in midair, enveloped by the spiritual essence of 2 sacred beasts. With sharp, focused eyes, he delivered the definitive death sentence. "Perish." He showed no mercy, standing proudly in his brand new divine attire, gripping his shimmering divine weapon. Wang Yang and Hansen immediately recognized the legendary incantation. Heaven and earth converge, and all souls, sacred beast, divine attire. Cao Zishuren excitedly explained that this was the fabled sacred beast divine attire that Lord Liufen once used to defeat 2 king tier powers all by himself. The monster trembled, realizing the truly terrifying truth. The person's ultimate technique from a century ago. How in the world is this possible? A system panel suddenly appeared, confirming that Subai had awakened the sacred beast divine attire, but with a strict power limit of 3 minutes. Subai looked down at his enemy from above, his voice as cold as absolute zero. "Asfin, are you fully prepared to face your inevitable demise now?" The monster roared. "This is impossible," as its entire attack was effortlessly blocked by a simple energy shield. The force rebounded from the shield, hitting the monster itself, causing it to scream in pure horror. "How can this be happening to me?" Just before being completely consumed by the golden light, the creature gasped, "Now, Lord of 9 netherworlds, please avenge me." All that remained was an enormous, endless crack in the earth, definitive proof of the immense power just unleashed. Back at the Grand Wall, Guard Fortress, a man reflected, "The kid is certainly growing up faster than I expected." He scoffed into the mist. The Lord of 9 netherworlds, supposed dignified king, attacking a mere child, drawing forth his shining golden greatsword. He bellowed, "Did you honestly think I was dead?" The devastating, earth-splitting slash was sent hurtling forward. The bright golden sword energy violently collided with a powerful surge of dark energy. Facing the shadowy foe, Nijing laughed confidently at the challenge. "I am still waiting for that particular day to arrive." Meanwhile, as the battle concluded, Subai touched down on the ground just as his high-tech sacred beast armor dissipated. Subai collapsed from sheer exhaustion, causing Hanjan and all his friends to rush over anxiously. "Told sir, were you really alright?" Pu Kinshu happily summarized the victory, while Cao Zishuren was thrilled. "That was completely insane. I get to brag about this for a whole year." Hanjan was still dazed. "Honestly, without Subai's sacred beast divine gear, we would have been completely annihilated." Subai quickly got to his feet and warned them. "The strong smell of blood might attract other fierce beasts, so we really should not linger here." A cold voice cut through the air from above as a dark figure swooped down, announcing, "Absolutely none of you are allowed to leave here now." A wave of deadly energy descended, prompting Subai to shout, "Everyone watch out carefully. This one is a Lord-level enemy." The attacker stood confidently on a giant energy python, simply commanding, "Perish immediately." Subai gritted his teeth tightly and raised his hand in preparation for the upcoming destructive attack. To everyone's surprise, in just the blink of an eye, he remained completely unharmed. The man wearing a white lab coat appeared, effortlessly diffusing the attack and remarking, "Long Hour, attacking this group of youngsters is really quite unnecessary." The character named Long Hour hovered there, loudly declaring, "I must capture the one who awakened the sacred beast divine gear today." The savior, Hu Yuanshan, responded forcefully to his rival's threat. "You shouldn't even dream about trying that." Long Hour roared in challenge, "Let us see if you can truly protect him," while simultaneously condensing countless sharp sword ores. In response, Hu Yuanshan unleashed the myriad snake domain, stunning Subai's group with swarms of gold and platinum level snakes. The scene suddenly cut to a peaceful city, clearly indicating that a major holiday was quickly approaching. In this odd moment, the girl with red hair waved goodbye to Subai. "I am going home now. I will miss you immensely." All of his other friends left him behind to go out and have fun, completely bewildering Subai. The young man complained to himself, "Everyone else went out to play, so why exactly do I still need to draw? This is very unfair." Back in reality, Hu Yuanshan coldly questioned Long Ao, who was hovering in the air. "Where precisely are you looking now?" Long Ao exclaimed his opponent's name in utter surprise. "Hu Yuanshan." A massive surge of energy was released, and the powerhouse in the white coat demanded, "You should take this." Meanwhile, the greenhorn trainees barely had time to tie their shoes as the serpentine surprises launched themselves forward. Hu Yuanshan figured it was time to stop holding back, muttering that a little muscle warm up was exactly what he needed before unleashing the moonlight Wutan. Subai and Hanjan stood agog as the glowing, otherworldly tree shot up from the soil, wondering if this spectacle was real. Master Yuanshan's Wutan technique. Long Ao's face immediately fell as he grasped the depth of the power, realizing his opponent could actually command the very forces of nature. He sensed his essential life energy draining away, eroded by an overwhelming force he couldn't possibly resist. Law now conceded defeat by ripping a hole through reality itself, grumbling that while he was outmatched today, the protection wouldn't last forever. Even as he vanished, the menacing promise lingered, insisting that should the target venture beyond the great protective barrier, his forces would be there to eradicate him. From the center of the shimmering Wutan tree, Tu Huanshan delivered a frigid, one-word dismissal. The simple scram. Pan Jian and Wang Yang felt utterly crushed by the display, marveling at the strength on show, wondering if this was truly how the top-tier combatants fought. Subai observed the spectacle, a sudden wave of intense longing washing over him, making him question when he might possess the kind of earth-shattering capability, hovering effortlessly above the battlefield. Tu Huanshan offered his final piece of wisdom, reminding everyone that the toughest opponent to defeat was always themselves. "Alright students, let us head back," he announced casually, simultaneously igniting an enormous teleportation circle that sprang up directly beneath their shoes. The blinding column of iridescent energy shot upward, swallowing the entire group and whisking them far away from the desolate combat zone. The moment they landed in the new location, Han Jan cried out in astonishment, while Subai once again found himself secretly coveting the high-level strength. Unexpectedly, a noble-looking figure materialized, offering praise to Subai for his stellar performance and congratulating him on successfully mastering the divine beast armament. The enigmatic man gave Hu Huanshan a directive before disappearing in a sudden burst of speed, leaving poor Subai thoroughly confused. Subai turned toward his mentor, asking inquisitively, "Senior Huanshan, exactly who was the person who just vanished in a flash?" Hu Huanshan delivered a mind-blowing revelation, identifying the man as Lord Nijing, the legendary hero of the entire human race, leaving Subai completely dumbstruck. As they worked toward the conference room, Hu Huanshan started narrating the incredible history of Nijing, describing him as a peer of the esteemed Lord Liu Fan. He recounted the sacred oath sworn by both heroes, a lifelong commitment to promoting martial arts and ensuring the flourishing future of humanity. Upon their arrival, Subai immediately became the focal point of all eyes, with one female employee shouting, "S. Liu Fan's pupil, our new hope for humanity." Surrounded by the hushed whispers of anticipation, Hu Huanshan turned to Subai and inquired if all the attention was creating immense pressure for him. He gave the young man a supportive pat on the shoulder, advising him to simply concentrate on enhancing his abilities for the time being. The immense, planking metal doors of the conference room began to slowly grind open right in front of them. The moment he entered, Subai felt beads of nervous sweat forming as he saw the table crowded with high-ranking dignitaries, murmuring, "Power, those are all serious heavy hitters. I am feeling pretty swell here." He nearly fainted upon recognizing one man as Lin Zhenin, better known as the legendary Tiger Lin, considered the most formidable expert in the entire diamond realm. Nijing, positioned at the head of the table, immediately cut to the chase, announcing that rival factions had dispatched a lord specifically to eliminate Subai and requested everyone's strategic input. The silver-haired individual rose to declare that Subai's development guaranteed humanity's ultimate ascendancy, insisting he must receive absolute protection, whatever the expense. Another leader suggested allocating every possible resource to Subai's development, asserting that his survival outweighed the combined importance of everyone else present. Subai's heart nearly burst with happiness upon hearing those words, while Nijing calmly continued his moderation, asking if anyone else held a different perspective. Lin Zhenin, the man made entirely of muscle and grim determination, offered a contrasting point of view. In his expert opinion, Subai absolutely must return to the myriad race's battlefield. He argued forcefully that real legends aren't forged in cozy bubbles, but rather by surviving brutal, fatal conflicts. An old general, with hair as white as snow, immediately countered with fury, arguing that sending Liu Fan's sole heir into danger so early was utterly foolhardy. As the room grew thick with tension, Hu Huanshan suddenly offered his support, echoing Lin Zhenin's sentiment that eagles shouldn't cower when facing a tempest. He detailed Liu Fan's personal history of deadly struggles to win over the crowd, leaving Subai standing nearby, drenched in anxiety and cold sweat. Nijing listened patiently before concluding, declaring he would mobilize an enormous protection detail, 3 lords, 38 diamond experts, and a solid 1,000,000 soldiers. Subai breathed a giant sigh of relief upon hearing about such robust protection, thinking his days of worry were finally over. However, Nijing then delivered the bombshell, announcing they would be using Subai as bait to trap and completely wipe out the enemy. Subai immediately froze, then yelled out in sheer panic, asking if they actually planned to use him as bait. Simultaneously, a very different meeting was underway in the shadowy, ominous Janju castle of the myriad races. Within the palace walls, a chilling voice resonated, recalling the sheer terror once inflicted upon them by Liu Fan and his monstrous sacred beast. From his throne, Lord Janju issued a frigid command: "We absolutely cannot allow a sequel to Liu Fan. Subai must be liquidated without fail." He detailed the deployment of a powerful military to Misty Mountain and announced that he, along with 2 senior elders, would personally keep Nijing occupied, but the elder representing the ancient demon Phoenix clan immediately shoved him down, declaring, My clan refuses to send anyone for this specific operation. Just moments later, the elder from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan piped up, adding that they also would not be participating in the campaign. Lord Juyu narrowed his eyes to slits, radiating pure murderous intent as he growled, "Were you trying to start a rebellion?" Inside the grand hall, Lord Juyu furiously challenged his two supposed royal allies for having the nerve to back away from the impending battle. The two elders, representing the nine-tailed celestial fox clan and the ancient demon phoenix clan, bluntly revealed his true ambition, the full invasion of humanity. The female phoenix elder declared decisively, "If the Juyu clan feels like exterminating humanity, then my guests, we are merely here for the artifacts within the Forbidden Zone." As the two clans worked away, Lord Juyu let out a helpless roar at the sudden and complete dissolution of his powerful alliance. He contemptuously stated the Juyu clan would proceed solo and threatened that the defectors would live to regret their choice. Meanwhile, the female phoenix elder departed, concerned about the looming Great War and the mysterious disappearance of their saintess. Under the cover of darkness, an urgent decree was issued. The saintess must be located immediately, before the looming war explodes. After the human council meeting, the special treasure was presented, known as the heavenly firmament jade, which could completely obscure a person's presence from all senses. Naijing handed the jade over to Subai, assuring him it would help him dodge the pursuit of the myriad race powerhouses. Subai, with zero embarrassment, began haggling, stating that simple concealment was inadequate, and he required extra gear to truly enhance his abilities. Naijing, amused by his audacity, presented a chest filled with sparkling, valuable treasures, which caused Subai's jaw to drop. Diamond, plate armor, Baten, 000, Ear Ice Heart, and rare dragon soul grass, a genuinely legendary treasure trove materialized before his astonished eyes. Subai was ecstatic, hugging the armor and questioning if all of this bounty was truly meant for him. But Naijing immediately dampened his enthusiasm, explaining that he would be paying off the cost of the treasures in installments to avoid completely spoiling him. Subai desperately clung to the armor, pleading, "Please, just hand over this diamond plating, or I'm absolutely done for." "Keep dreaming, Tidged." Naijing laughed loudly, then promptly made the shiny armor vanish into thin air, leaving Subai completely baffled, watching his entire life savings disappear in an instant. Subai crumpled to the ground, weeping bitterly with extreme regret. Still moping about his recent misfortune, Subai shuffled out of the room only to run straight into a particularly muscular gentleman, who looked suspiciously like Yanran's dad. Lin Jian beckoned Subai closer, causing the young man to gulp audibly and stumble along behind Uncle Lin while desperately rehearsing excuses in his head. When Lin Jian proposed keeping Subai right there on the front line, the young man practically leaped with joy, realizing this was his golden ticket to leveling up. Lin Jian attempted to pry into Subai's connection with his daughter, but the young man firmly insisted, "We re just buddies, nothing more than platonic pals." Putting romance discussions on hold, Lin Jian then handed Subai a gleaming set of golden armor, instructing him to use it to keep himself alive. Subai's eyes lit up brighter than her supernova, absolutely thrilled to receive such a valuable present from Uncle Lin. The young man vowed that he wouldn't let anyone down, promising to train hard and prepare thoroughly before heading out. Just 2 days later, the air at the frontline base of the myriad races battlefield was thick with a high, strong tension of impending combat. Cao Zixun stood by a coffin, quietly informing the departed that Subai had finally exacted vengeance. As Han Jan observed nearby with a puzzled expression. Abruptly, Subai showed up wearing his new armor, causing Han Jan to let out a whistle of admiration and jokingly ask if he had stolen it from a museum. Standing on the command platform, Naijing's voice boomed across the area, declaring that more than 1 million myriad races soldiers were now invading. Answering their lord's rallying cry, every warrior present yelled in perfect unison, fully determined to secure victory. Subai carefully assessed the battle unfolding, fretting that the myriad races would undoubtedly unleash their strongest fighters specifically to take on Naijing. Han Jan simply shrugged off the concern, figuring their strategy was just to follow orders, which happened just as the command to scout the Misty Mountains was issued. The conflict between the two armies flared up violently, with soldiers crashing into each other, unleashing devastating attacks. From a distance, Hu Jinshu observed that diamond-tier experts had entered the fray, warning everyone to watch out for the overwhelming chaotic energy radiating from them. Just as predicted, Han Jan spotted a group of enemies making a beeline directly for their coordinates. The approaching horde consisted of turtle-backed wolves and giant horned demon deer, mostly low-level cannon fodder. Essentially, the whole team found themselves quickly encircled by the monsters, completely cutting off any potential escape route. Han Jan excitedly lunged ahead, calling over his shoulder to Subai that he could relax since these opponents were nothing more than appetizers. Subai, however, declined the offer to just stand there. He activated his abilities and summoned his spirit beasts, calling out, "Zyrober and Zyrabai, show yourselves." The moment it materialized, Zyrabai tore across the battlefield like a whirlwind made of pure destruction. Zyrober proved equally formidable, bulldozing through every single enemy that dared to cross its path. From behind, Cao Zixun grumbled, "Bold sir, you're being totally savage. Can't you leave us a few scraps of glory to earn, or are you hoarding it all?" Overwhelmed by the raw power of the two spirit beasts, the entire pack of monsters could only stand there shivering in terror. The overwhelming bloodline pressure was absolutely paralyzing, making it impossible for them to even form a thought of fighting back. The two spirit beasts continued their unstoppable rampage, effectively clearing the battlefield in the time it takes to sneeze. Subai glanced at his buddies, wondering why they were frozen like statues and yelling like lunatics. A floating screen popped up, showing he unlocked the army skill, making local monsters beg for mercy. Shocked at first, Subai cackled, realizing his new power could draft every creature into his service. Hanjin rushed toward him, as Ward, asking if he somehow brainwashed the wild beasts into submission. Subai puffed his chest down, jokingly asking if the monsters just fell for his drop. Dead gorgeous looks. He gave a sharp command to the alpha monsters currently groveling in the dirt before him. Parged, shelled wolves protect our back, while big, antlered deer watch the sides, so move out now. Fujinchu noted that with these hairy bodyguards, they could fly through their exploration much faster. Suddenly, Subai spun around and hollowed for his trusty companion, the small guy Zairaba. Zairaba glowed like a disco ball while excavating the dirt, prompting Subai to ask if he struck gold. The earth shook as a massive bug popped up and tossed Zairaba like a frisbee. Hanjan shrieked for safety because that serrated crawler is a famous monster from the fiery pits. Staring at the supposedly lethal swarm, Subai casually questioned if they were actually worth the drama. Fujinchu paled, explaining these bugs hide under the soil and slice through flesh with sharp legs. Hanjan added fearfully that their coils would turn any victim into a messy pile of confetti. Subai felt confused, wondering why everyone was overreacting when the reality looked way less threatening to him. Right before his eyes, the scary-looking bugs were actually cuddling with Zairaba like lost puppy friends. The pop up surprised Subai, stating the creepy crawler mob wanted to join him, which seemed totally absurd. Meanwhile, in the foggy peaks, the Scala lizard spy announced that the puny humans had finally arrived. A royal demon stood among her monkey minions, bragging that the targets would definitely fall into her trap. She suddenly felt a chill of pure malice and yelled for her soldiers to wake up and defend. In an instant, the monkey got yanked away, screaming out what on earth was grabbing his hairy butt. The royal demon gasped with dread, identifying the ambushers as terrifying jagged-legged bugs. She bellowed in a panic, wondering how they got here, and ordered and sussed to King Juyu. Her fancy monkey battalion was wiped out by the endless waves of many-legged crawlers very quickly. Desperate to survive, the queen went full power, activating her special territory of the blue snakes. The massive lavender spell circle ignited, trapping the whole combat zone in a peculiar light. She screamed for the ground to break, calling several massive cobras to rise and fight. However, the many-legged army chewed through the snakes anyway, causing her to cry out in disbelief. The female sovereign just stared at the clouds while howling her bitter rage and swearing loudly. A legion of creepy crawlies ambushed her legless lizard, snacking on its guts like a free buffet. Then came a spiky red monster, poking holes through those tough snake pajamas like they were wet tissues. The big noodle shook, thinking its armor was about as useful as a thin chocolate teapot. Suddenly, some ghostly power ripped its long wiggle-stick body into confetti before it could even hiss. A random guy stood there pondering what kind of absolute unit managed to choke out that sneaky shadow noodle. He figured out the killer, maybe those jagged-legged freaks, causing his buddy to gasp in sheer terror. But his partner shook while explaining those sharp-edged demons from the underworld finally decided to crash the party today. The leader barked orders for everyone to flee. If those insects appear, simply start running as fast as possible. Meanwhile in another zip code, Subai and his band of misfits were strolling across the dusty, empty wasteland. Hanjan began bell-aching, which provoked Subai to bark back, questioning if he mistrusted the mapped-out trail. Hanjan agreed they were totally misplaced, yet Subai kept arguing that getting lost was simply not doable. Eventually, Subai started wondering if he was the problem, despite knowing his internal compass was basically a broken toy. The angry man screamed, asking why he kept his absolutely garbage sense of orientation a complete secret until now. Once the trio confessed to being lost, Hanjan felt like he was falling into a pit of hopelessness. He yelled they were toast, as three directionless fools would never reach the shores of Clearwater Lake today. All of a sudden, Subai got a brain blast, suggesting they try one final desperate move before failing. He hoisted his tiny shelled friend toward the clouds, treating the turtle like a green scaly version of Simber. Setting him down, Subai joked that if old horses know paths, then this ancient reptile should be a GPS. He smugly observed his hungry little companion crawl, urging the greedy shell, Twello to start moving those tiny legs. Fujitsu and her partner whispered, noting that Zyrobar was significantly more dependable than their supposed human guide. Subai yelled from the back, asking if they were seriously comparing his navigation skills to a slow turtle. The little turtle wiggled its nose, noticing the thick white soup in the air finally started clearing. The whole squad celebrated like lottery winners, thinking they finally left that foggy peak far behind them. Panjan slapped his back with pride, amazed that Zyrobar actually possessed a working internal map in his head. However, the lady frowned, feeling like something was quite fishy about this place. Looking off the ledge, Subai noticed this area resembled nothing like their goal, asking the reptile for directions. The fellow inspected his fancy digital gizmo, claiming they were just loitering around the very fringes of Clearwater Lake. The whole gang craned their necks upward, looking like confused tourists searching for a flying saucer. A massive lake beast exploded out from the vapor, making Subai shriek, wondering why life hates them today. Scram! The entire squad bolted away in terror while the earth rumbled beneath their very shaky feet. Subai snatched up Zyro Bar with a shout, exclaiming, "You doofroll, where have you dragged us? Have we tumbled completely off the digital map?" While everyone was in a panic, a surprisingly sharp voice pierced the air from behind. "Dylan, you three rascals, just wait for your scientist to catch up." But the group just kept sprinting forward without slowing down. As the immediate peril abruptly vanished, Subai gasped for air, wondering aloud, the nasty beast, has it actually skedaddled? He slammed his foot down onto the soil, still quite shaken, muttering, "The wretched thing, my goodness, it was absolutely bone-chilling." Subai then dramatically flopped down, whining mournfully, "Pray tell, where on earth are we now?" The guidebooks where the edges of Clearwater Lake were perfectly safe territory. At this point, the entire crew was in complete agreement, concluding both Zyro Bar and that crummy map were about as trustworthy as a politician's promise. Suddenly, the sound of stumping feet accompanied by an indignant voice pierced the air, calling out, "Page, you trio of scoundrels." The young lady sporting fiery red hair appeared, hands firmly planted on her hips, cheeks puffed out like a blowfish as she scolded them. "During such a scary moment, you abandoned me to save your own skins instead of protecting your charge." All three gentlemen just stared dumbfoundedly at the unexpected young woman, while Subai inwardly pondered, just where did this fiery spirit magically materialize from? Right then, the luminous announcement flashed before Subai's vision, making him blink rapidly in surprise. "Wait, what on earth?" The vermilion bird lineage, the floating data screen materialized, instantly revealing the damsel's frankly shocking official standing. An ancient demon phoenix, a formidable high-grade silver champion, possessing that rare vermilion bird heritage. Subai mumbled something about the vermilion bird he saw being a toddler, which predictably sent the crimson-haired girl into a rage, shouting, "Who are you dubbing a mere infant? Watch yourself, because the saintess is about to turn you into charcoal." Observing her defiant stance, Subai suddenly conceived a rather audacious, slightly wicked thought. Perhaps a good sound thrashing might instill some much-needed manners. The fiery young woman shrieked, unleashing a torrent of indignant flames. "How dare you show such disrespect to the saintess? Today, I guarantee you will deeply regret this moment." Hands and watched the unfolding spectacle and couldn't he help but comment with genuine awe, "Well now, it appears this little firecracker isn't someone you casually trifle with." Subai simply grinned, energy beginning to swirl around his sturdy feet. Evidently, he truly carries quite the hot-head complex about her. Utilizing his swift golden shadow footwork, he darted forward like a flash of light and snatched the petite fury in a single smooth move, declaring, "Nevertheless, naughty youngsters absolutely require a firm instructional correction." Now firmly secured, the small maiden's cheeks inflated, her eyes wide with outrage and disbelief. "This contemptible peasant actually has the gall to lay hands on me." The tiny girl struggled violently within Subai's grasp, shouting threats, "You despicable human creature, you signed your death warrant today. The saintess vows she will show you absolutely no mercy." Subai offered no verbal reply, instead firmly pinning the struggling youngster face down onto the damp earth, commanding her simply, "Stay right there, you little rascal." He commenced a truly memorable educational session, administering firm swats to her backside while pontificating, "Still defiant, are we, daring to spew flames in the wilderness? Will you finally learn some submission?" Panzan and Hujinju stood well back, exchanging somewhat uncomfortable glances, prompting Hujinju to clear his throat awkwardly and attempt an explanation. This one, you see, is a creature hailing from the myriad races." Stunned by the discipline, the little girl finally dissolved into genuine tears, weeping dramatically while shaking her little fists. "Bar, you awful person, just you wait until I get older, I will absolutely come back and smack you 10 times harder." Subai remained completely unbothered, raising his hand again for emphasis. "Still arguing with me? What an incredibly stubborn nature you possess. Beg for my forgiveness right now, and I might consider letting you off lightly." Cries, sobs, and smacks echoed faintly across the darkening hillsides as the evening shadows lengthened. "Nar, war, Over by the crackling campfire, Panzan offered a sizzling chicken leg toward Subai, calling out, "Pay old sir, grab a bite of this. You need a serious energy boost if you plan on continuing this wrestling match." Subai sauntered over, still holding the whimpering little girl dangling securely by the scruff of her collar, deciding with a casual air, "Alright, that's sufficient corporal punishment for this session. Time for supper first, I reckon." He simply brushed off the small girl's renewed struggling to break free, coolly responding to her previous threat, "And if your grandmother shows up, don't worry, I'll give her a sound dressing." Down 2. When Hyunjin presented the drumstick, its savory, smoky scent instantly halted the little demon girl's distressed wails. "The smells is this roasted chicken? Why does it carry such an incredibly tantalizing aroma? I can certainly see why it smells so divine," the demon girl remarked thoughtfully, clutching the proffered meat. Realizing something, this isn't just any common fowl, she noted, holding the drumstick with a knowing expression. "However, The tiny lass with ruby peepers suddenly beamed as that seductive poultry fragrance tickled her nose. What magic dust did you toss on this bird? The kid inquired, leaving Subai to ponder if this holy lady had survived solely on raw snacks. Subai grinned cheekily. Well then, want to sample a nibble of this? Fear not, spice makes everything nice, he remarked while showering the meat in another layer of shiny flavor dust. He offered the smelly, the poultry leg to the kid. Here, give it a whirl. It is truly legendary. Casting aside all her lady-like doubts, the small girl chomped down with extreme prejudice. As the savory flavor nuked her tongue, the kid felt her soul brighten. Good heavens, this leg is ridiculously tasty. The child inhaled the meal, announcing that she would demand this menu every single sunrise from now on. Grabbing the chance, Subai set the bait. Simple, just tag along and you get fried legs for eternity. She signed up instantly. Don't forget our deal. I never break my word, Subai countered with a smirk that practically screamed mission accomplished. Suddenly, a digital ping chimed in his head. Congrats, you just befriended a prehistoric firebird. Rank boosted to top silver. Subai never guessed a single drumstick could bribe a legendary beast. Page, Subai, get over here and meet the new girl. He welcomed the recruit. Zaira is officially part of the squad, and the girl stayed white, eyed a cute turtle and kitty. The original pets inflated their cheeks like grumpy balloons. Listen Squirt, I am the senior sibling, so show me some love. Dismissing their whining, Zaira squeezed them both, prompting Subai to mention she should mind her manners with her older bros. Watching from the distance, Tanjan asked, Hey here, is Sue treating that child like a pocket monster? Sure looks that way. Hanjan kept theorizing. I never pegged Sue for a babysitter, plus his power jumped. He is totally hiding some juicy secrets. Hanjan strolled up and poked. Buddy, you're hit high. 2 silver already. There, it was a total breeze. Subai answered with zero effort. Hanjan looked baffled. The breeze? Come on sir, what cheat codes are you using to climb the ladder so quickly? Subai acted all cryptic, laughing internally about his digital assistant. Well, I actually do possess a very special training method. He draped an arm over his pal and murmured, but the formula for becoming a king cannot be shared with just anyone. Hanjan had a light bulb moment. Dur, I totally get it. While Hu Jingsu stood in the back looking incredibly unconvinced. Hu Jingsu hurriedly handed over a golden monster heart. Pound, Dante let this guy pull the wool over your eyes. Subai roared with laughter and flashed a thumb. S1 hand. Now pay attention to the wisdom from the great Nai Jing. Puffing on his smoke, he started his speech. When you practice the blade, you're actually polishing your own spiritual core. If your faith is rock solid, you will outpace the competition. But Hanjan still looked like he was doing mental math. Subai gestured toward the heights. Ignore the rocks in your way, focus on the summit and just keep moving your feet. Hu Jingsu grumbled in the back. He definitely just scammed Han for the gem. But Subai insisted this was a royal road. Hanjan grabbed Subai by the arm. I see now. I just have to give myself a pep talk every dawn. Direct. A massive wave of energy exploded outwards as Hanjan discovered his profound personal purpose. A determined roar echoed through the air, causing Subai to sigh deeply, convinced this fellow was completely beyond help. Shifting focus, Subai addressed his spiritual companion, Zaira, asking her to help Zyrobar and Zyrobai unlock their second elemental ability. He clarified that by utilizing her spiritual reserves, she possessed the newly acquired power to initiate awakenings in others. Zaira promptly followed orders, focusing intensely as a dazzling surge of vibrant pink energy began to shimmer around her tiny frame. The little girl immediately cheered with excitement, shouting gleefully that she could truly feel the energy flowing. The collected energy solidified, and Zaira aimed it directly at Zyrobar, giving the signal, alright, you get to go first in this magical process. Immediately, Zyrobar let out a gut-wrenching scream of agony as the rather violent awakening process violently commenced. Empowered by Zyrohan's influence, Zyrobar roared in response as its body rapidly expanded to an enormous, intimidating size. Subai yelled out in absolute astonishment when Zyrobar's tail suddenly flared to life with a brilliant, mystical blue light. The mighty water dragon image materialized and roared, erupting from Zyrobar's body, confirming the successful emergence of a brand new power. It as a success, Subai cheered when the reliable system panel confirmed that the mystical earth turtle had successfully awakened the water element. Reviewing the mystical earth water turtle's updated statistics panel, he simply couldn't hide his complete satisfaction, murmuring, well, that's not bad at all. Subai smugly folded his arms, proudly declaring that combining the earth and water elements had propelled Zyrobar's defensive capabilities to astonishing new heights. Immediately shifting his focus, he turned to face the visibly trembling Zyrobai, announcing, alright Zyrobai, your turn is now. Without a moment's notice, Zyrohan unleashed her full power, sending Zyrobai soaring through the air while Subai yelled, just try to endure the pain. Zyrobai unleashed a truly earth-shattering roar, its entire body completely consumed by the agonizing transformation. Its claws tore deep furrows into the ground as intense, powerful rays of golden energy burst forth. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy engulfed Zyrobai, its eyes glowing fiercely as a magnificent king's mark manifested upon its forehead. Parhart. The dark element once more, Subai shouted excitedly, ignoring his two utterly bewildered teammates as he sprinted around in circles. Embracing the now giant tiger, Subai envisioned a truly terrifying future where the white tiger bloodline combined with the element of darkness to create a dance of total annihilation. Concurrently, in a far-off location, a mysterious entity let out a booming laugh, promising, "Just be patient, I shall tear apart all the races of this world." The following morning, as the whole group still felt groggy, Panzan turned to Subai to ask for directions. Zairahan confidently gestured forward, announcing that they were approximately 80 kilometers from the very center of King Shui Lake. The entire group immediately began heading toward the lake, fully determined to set off at once without wasting a single second. Subai curiously inquired about the dragon shadow from the previous day, prompting Zairahan to sternly warn that it was Kinglun, a beast that annihilates anyone who dares trespass into its domain. Subai froze, completely stunned to hear that specific name. Repeating, Kinglun. Zairahan confirmed with a serious expression, clarifying, "That's correct, it's extremely terrifying. Even Lord-level powerhouses have entered its territory and never come back." Panjin asked nervously, face completely pale, "Did it devour every single one of them?" While Hu Jinshu wondered aloud why Ji Huang hadn't attempted to subdue the beast, a tragic vision appeared, explaining that in the past, even Ji Huang and the royal elders had attempted and failed. Panjin panicked completely, asking, "What? Even Ji Huang couldn't handle it? Is it really safe for us to just rush straight in there?" Even though folks told him no, Subai stood firm like a statue, so he commanded the system to check Kinglun's lineage, planning to nab all 4 mythical beasts today. The digital dashboard flashed a fiery crimson warning, indicating Kinglun was merely a half thinner, and the host's current punch wasn't nearly strong enough to tame such a beast in a rage. Subai was momentarily stunned silent by this incredibly dismal report, thinking, "Seriously, we cannot subdue this monster." We snapped back to reality quickly, doing some fast mental arithmetic, noting that even the computer was screaming danger, so a swift tactical withdrawal was absolutely necessary. Turning to his crew, Subai announced, "Old hand, old hooer, let us execute a tactical retreat for now." And then he quizzed, "Little red bird, do you happen to know the exit route?" Hu Jinshu tried to play smart, reasoning that if this mountain chain sits west of the Misty Lake, heading eastward to be our ticket out, hopefully, but he immediately cancelled that thought, realizing the theory only works if the sunlight is visible, and with this thick soup of fog, telling east from west is an impossible trick. Just as the situation looked grim, Zairahan suddenly chirped with excitement, "Boss, I recall a tiny settlement nearby. We could totally ask those folks for directions." Subai happily ruffled her feathers, saying, "Little Phoenix, why the silence until now? You are truly the most reliable source of navigation we possess. Let us depart." Zairahan cheerfully pointed the direction, explaining that they were headed toward the Serpent Spirit Clan, the nearest village to the big lake within 1,000 kilometers. The whole gang immediately started marching as directed, with Subai booming out the orders, "Okay, Little Red, you navigate for us. The Serpent Spirit Clan is our destination." Along the trek, they picked up gossip that the Serpent Spirit Clan used to be huge deals, but now only the ancient and the tiny kids remained since all the tough fighters left for a major skirmish. They finally spotted the hamlet, and Zairahan declared, "That's the Serpent Spirit Tribe's camp," which made Subai blurt out, "Father, the place looks exactly like a giant pile of woven sticks." Hu Jinshu performed a quick assessment, calculating based on the visible huts and faint energy signatures, that the whole community probably housed more than 10,000 wild critters. Panzan suggested going in guns blazing, but Hu Jinshu vetoed that as far too risky, preferring to first nab a mid-level tough guy for reconnaissance duty. Subai scoffed at their simple military mindset, saying, "Were you two only capable of brawling and killing? Have you forgotten? Zairahan holds the revered title of princess from the royal lineage." When his pals looked at him, waiting for the master strategy, Subai grinned with utter confidence, "Naturally, I have cooked up a magnificent scheme already brewing." Inside the Serpent Spirit Clan's area, frantic guards were shouting warnings that esteemed ambassadors from the old royal line had arrived and they must rush out to greet them properly. Hidden by dark fabric, Zairahan guided the VIP group, her inherent noble presence commanding instant deference, announcing that the saintess of the ancient Phoenix clan was present. The snake people felt the pure royal essence emanating from them, feeling both shocked and deeply honored, so they all poured out to offer their welcome. The tribe's second elder bowed deeply, saying, "4 distinguished visitors have graced us with their presence. Please forgive our rather humble manner of greeting." Bypassing pleasantries entirely, Subai got straight to the brass tacks. "Were you the second elder? I am critically low on mojo, so bring out every single restorative item you possess right now." Hu Jinshu and Hanzan were totally gobsmacked by his bluntness, but Subai simply waved his hand, signaling them both to zip it. The elder looked slightly unsettled but managed to hold on to some decorum, assuring them, "Since distinguished lords have traveled so far, our small tribe will certainly arrange a comprehensive welcome feast." Right after the promise, he presented some truly rare, glowing fruits as a gesture of supreme respect. The whole party was shocked, realizing those were top-tier, 4th-grade spiritual berries, with just one fruit capable of fully recharging a seasoned gold level warrior. Subai gave a single nod of approval, saying, "Very well done. Since the day is fading, we shall certainly stay here for the night." He pointed toward the most imposing structure. "We will be taking up residence in the grand building, and someone needs to procure me a detailed layout of the surrounding landscape." The second elder instantly started sweating profusely, stammering, "Sir, that is actually the chief's personal living quarters. Unauthorized entry is strictly forbidden without his express permission." He quickly tried to backtrack by offering to erect a brand new, much larger and more dazzling structure, but Subai just bellowed, "Insolent fool." Subai put on an intense glare, leveraging Zaira Han's fake identity for maximum pressure. "Even your leader here wouldn't dare deny me this request. Is the demon phoenix saintess truly less important than the chief of this tiny little tribe?" Faced with Subai's intimidating posture, the spirit snake tribe's second elder immediately bowed his head so low it nearly scraped the floor. "I would absolutely never dream of it," he stammered. "Not a chance." Zaira Han continued the cold act, causing a small flame to spark and ignite right on her fingertip. "But, you see," she added ominously. The flame suddenly intensified, releasing an ancient demon phoenix aura that terrified all the snakes nearby. "This," she declared dramatically, "is the authentic fire aura of the demon phoenix tribe." Subai then quickly switched to a much gentler, or soothing demeanor. "Now, second elder, don't worry yourself. We're simply passing through and only need to stay for one short night." He then added, "Remember to bring me that map later, understood?" And received immediate, absolute obedience from the cowering elder. The second they were inside the residence, the group started whispering excitedly, "The heck, I guarantee there's a serious stash of loot somewhere around here." They agreed. Right after, the second elder returned with the map and presented it, trying to convince himself that it looked perfectly normal and hadn't been tampered with. He tried to reassure himself, "I must be overthinking things. Thorpe, why would such noble, important lords bother coveting our tribe's completely meager possessions?" Once Subai gave his permission to leave, the second elder respectfully withdrew, leaving the rolled up map sitting innocently on the floor rug. The very instant the treasure door closed, the entire charade immediately came to an end. Subai instantly tore off his outer cloak, revealing his actual intentions. "Old hand, old viewer, search the first floor. Zaira Han, head up to the second floor. Don't miss a single spot. Search every nook and cranny carefully." All three teammates responded excitedly at once, their eyes practically glowing with pure, unadulterated avarice. Janju let out a surprised yell while opening a chest. "Hold on, what exactly is this?" "Theft," prayed Jade Marrow Spirit Liquid. When Hanjun started making a racket, Subai quickly reminded him, "Old hand, try to be gentle. If we get caught, our little party is completely over." Zaira Han also sent down some exciting news from upstairs. "Master, I found an entire chest full of fourth-grade spirit fruits." "Sir." The entire group gathered in front of an immense pile of stolen treasures and looted food items. Subai let out a roaring laugh and asked his team, "So, are you all ready for this?" Both the humans and the beasts eagerly agreed in response. "Why are we waiting?" he shouted. "Let us begin." The entire group dove headfirst into the magnificent feast, celebrating their successful plundering with gusto. Following the huge meal, Hanjan bragged that his cultivation bottleneck was nearly ready to break. As Subai held up the map for everyone to see, the group huddled closely, and Subai laid out the next phase of the plan. "Soon, we'll go and round up every single member of the Lynxy tribe, turning to assign special assignments," he said. "Zaira Han, you'll take care of the silver-tier members of the Lynxy tribe." The young woman happily accepted the task. Subai continued dividing up responsibilities. "Old hand, old hooer, we'll personally handle the gold-tier members," he instructed, deciding they would initiate the plan once darkness fell. Pujingsu burst out laughing, gently ribbing Hanjan. "I think you're not actually overflowing with power right now," he joked, "but rather overflowing with all that food." As darkness descended, it blanketed the ancient fortress belonging to the Lynxy tribe in shadow. Subai, once again cloaked in disguise, quickly rushed forward, screaming in an apparent panic. "Second elder, quickly gather every single demon beast in the tribe immediately." Responding to the urgent call, a countless number of snakes started slithering rapidly out of their hidden caves. The elder of the snake tribe respectfully addressed the mysterious visitor, completely oblivious to the fact that three of his top-tier gold warriors had silently positioned themselves around the intruder. From beneath his hood, Subai let out a cold smirk. "Dwarf, nothing much," he replied casually. He instantly made his move, launching the powerful emerald gold myriad claws technique directly at the snake tribe elder. Noticing he fell for a classic prank, the old guy bellowed, "Hey you skin bags, my scale of minions, death them." Every single noodle with scales dashed ahead at once, eager to shred those lying sack of potatoes. Panjan and his buddy Hu Jingsu dived into the brawl, prepared to mop the floor with everyone. Little Shell Guy went full monster mode, using his thick backpack to stop a massive serpent from biting. Elsewhere, the big fluffy cat went zoom, leaping straight at the grumpy old snake grandpa with claws out. In the middle of the mess, the bird girl whispered a few words while fire exploded. "Time to cook dinner." The tiny kid cheered about making some spicy kebabs, while the snakes played a symphony of painful hisses. Seeing that spicy display, even the boss got the chills. thinking that bird girl fire is seriously scary. Surrounded by a massive campfire, the pathetic yelling of the snake people bounced off every tree and hill nearby. The leader grinned and passed the final loser over. Tame, pay old man hen. Here is your toy. The coughing old snake asked who they were, but only got a chill answer. We're your final bad news. One sharp stick flew through the air and ended the old guy's life instantly. Hanjan sighed about the boring fight, but Subai told him to stay sharp since they were trespassing. At the same time, the two pets felt a tingle in their toes, getting ready to level up. Pujingsu wanted to go back home and nap, but the leader rubbed his chin and thought up a scheme. He suggested a wild stunt of punching everyone right now, which made his friends think he lost his marbles. With a sneaky grin, Subai claimed that luck usually favors the brave ones. He acted like a big shot to calm the crew, then decided they should just sleep on it. The plan for the morning was set. We are going to climb those big scary kitty cat mountains tomorrow. The deer started sweating, knowing they were walking into leopard land while their leader acted like a god. Next morning, inside the woods, some spotted guards were wandering around on patrol, dressed in goth robes. Subai yelled, "The Snake Kings of Yunda are here, so come out and bow." The kitty guards freaked out hearing their rival's name, then dashed away to tell their boss about the invaders. Suddenly, a huge angry cat man showed up looking for blood and asked if they wanted a funeral. The whole squad stood there like confused puppies, not getting why the cat man was so incredibly grumpy. The boss screamed, "Our cats hate you snakes forever, and today I am going to turn you into brutes." Ignoring any torque, the leopard man pulled out 2 knives and ran at them, yelling for his minions. The cat chief screamed murder, waving his sharp toothpicks while rushing toward Subai's team like a furry torpedo. Hanjan dodged a blade and yelled that the plan sucked, but Subai snapped back that he missed the memo. "Fine. We will just smash through," Subai said while tossing his coat. Zairobai, start working. Quicker than attacks for fun. Both Zairobais, doubling up on the heroics, darted forward to intercept the Black Leopard leader's enraged attack. Subai, always the delegator, pivoted to Little Hun, declaring, "These leopards have more zoom than our caffeinated cheater. I am entrusting them to you." The young lass gave a resolute nod, conveying, "Message received. Mission accepted." Zairahan rocketed heavenward, her entire form spontaneously combusting with a glorious, fiery roar, a truly dazzling spectacle. She invoked her signature technique, the Demon Phoenix Fire, summoning a colossal, blazing Aven wonder that promptly swallowed the whole arena in its fiery embrace. The leopard tribe leader, now a crispy critter, was utterly consumed by the demonic inferno, left with nothing but a final, despairing shriek. The battle swiftly concluded, prompting Handan to excitedly cheer amidst the ashes, proclaiming, "How about that? I've just managed to level up." Subai gave him a rather smug glance, simply noting, "Isn't that precisely the fine technique I taught you earlier?" A convenient system notification flash, confirming that both his beloved spirit beasts had triumphantly evolved to the esteemed golden tier, causing Subai to beam with satisfaction, remarking, "Now that's what I call some serious progress." The first Zairobai unleashed a mighty, earth-shaking roar, its form noticeably more substantial than yesterday, leading Subai to gape, uttering, "Wow, Zairobai has truly gotten gargantuan again." He meticulously examined its freshly acquired skill, a magnificent move that now slashes foe attacks by a hefty 20%, simultaneously ensnaring them in a watery prison. Truly, Zairobai's updated ability is ridiculously overpowered. Next, the other Zairobai appeared, surprising him immensely with newfound shadow strike and double speed, making emerald gold ghost steps appear positively sluggish. Gazing at his spirit beast, now radiating an intimidating dark energy, Subai solemnly pronounced, "From this moment forward, Zairobai, you are officially the master of shadows. No arguments." Tengen, utterly flabbergasted, exclaimed, "Good heavens, bold sir, you somehow managed to power up yet again." Meanwhile, Zairobai pondered, "I possess such a robustful and profound faith in the Tao. To the wire, am I still stuck?" Subai, with a slight sneer, clarified for his buddy, "Old hand, that simply suggests your devotion and faith aren't quite sturdy enough. Perhaps, Zairahan, ever the inquisitive one, posed the vital question, "So, where's the next grand adventure?" prompting Subai to consult the map in his grasp, responding, "Well, it appears only one spot on this entire chart remains unexplored." He dramatically pointed towards a particularly dismal, distant mountain, declaring, "Behold, the shadowy peak cradles the principal city of the myriad races." With a dazzling, utterly unshakable grin, Subai boldly proclaimed, "All right, lads, that's our next stop," completely flooring his 2 companions with such reckless audacity. Panjan, the master of immediate objection, promptly argued that a place like the city of the myriad races would undoubtedly be teeming with ridiculously powerful, highly dangerous individuals. But continued, "Charging the main metropolis with merely our small squad, is that not simply volunteering for a rather spectacular demise?" Pujingsu, nodding in agreement, also voiced her worries, fearing that if their human identities were exposed, they'd truly have nowhere to run or hide. Subai then retorted, "Old hand, old hur, Have you both somehow forgotten your valiant faith and the steadfast will to relentlessly pursue the Tao? He boldly stated that to truly become mighty, they literally had no other option but to infiltrate the main city itself. Imagine, he proposed, reaching the king-tier realm someday, then nonchalantly looking down upon all other races as if they were nothing but a tiny pile of ants. He elaborated, even if our chances of returning are slim to none, we are still accomplishing something incredibly monumental. Do you genuinely grasp this concept? Incited by these stirring, utterly heroic pronouncements, Panjan visibly stiffened, then let out a booming cry. Absolutely right. Panjan was always destined for greatness, and I shall perish in a blaze of glory. Subai clasped his teammate's hand, while Hu Jingxi remained utterly dumbfounded, trying to process this dizzying, unexpected shift, with their collective wills now impressively aligned. Subai ordered, Terahan, lead the charge, and the spirited girl happily accepted her trailblazing command. A particularly articulate crow seemed to echo their inspiring new battle cry as the determined group initiated their grand expedition towards the majestic, distant mountains. Just 3 days subsequent, Terahan, in high spirits, joyfully dashed ahead of the others, proclaiming that their journey's end was practically upon them. As they arrived, Terahan bounced with enthusiasm, gesturing excitedly towards the main city of the hidden demon serpent, which completely baffled Subai. From a distance, the city resembled a gigantic mountain fortress, making Hanjan suddenly regret their choice. Told sir, I am genuinely having second thoughts now. Subai attempted to calm his teammates, while Zairahang nonchalantly revealed that she had visited this very location before with a Grand Elder. She then explained the city's complex layout, featuring multiple entrances for various species, each requiring both proper credentials and a hefty fee. Subai was startled to hear about the required payment, but Zairahang clarified that the fee was collected in purple crystal stones. She added that these purple crystals serve a dual purpose, acting as both currency and a source of vast energy, essential for high-level cultivation. Zairahang further explained that purple crystals, imbued with elemental power, were the preferred resource used by true masters for their practice. Subai patted her head, teasing, Zairahang, you're a genuine saintess. You couldn't possibly be telling me there's only one of these in your spatial pouch, right? To prove him wrong, Zairahang promptly emptied her bag, quietly thinking to herself, I am actually quite wealthy. The small avalanche of purple crystal stones tumbled out, leaving the entire group speechless. No wonder she was so calm. She was truly a little heiress. Zairahang looked at them with wide-eyed innocence, confidently asserting that those valuable objects belonged to her alone. Subai's eyes gleamed as he conceived a plan. It's far too dangerous for a child to carry so much money. Let your master hold on to it for you. Snatching the bag away, he declared triumphantly, well, that settles that. We've completely hit the jackpot this time. Despite Zairahang's protests, the young girl had no choice but to change the subject, revealing the plan. I shall bestow upon everyone the protective aura of the hidden demon serpent, allowing us to enter the side gate for free. Disguised in their black cloaks, Subai watched smugly as other beasts hurried out of their way. Sir, this little trick absolutely never fails. At the city gates, the snake guards respectfully bowed. Welcome back, honored sirs, to the main city. The group calmly worked inside, with Subai asserting, of course, we're heading directly into the heart of this capital. But as soon as he stepped in, he exclaimed in surprise, Power, why on earth are there so many formidable beasts here? Before them lay a bustling, monstrous metropolis, leaving Handan equally overwhelmed. Old sir, I truly didn't expect it to be this crowded. Pu Jingsu pondered, the strength of all these races runs far deeper than we imagined. Humanity simply isn't a match for them. Zairahang clarified that the 10 million strong army was mere cannon fodder, explaining that the true elites were the royal families and specific tribes of the hidden demon serpent. Realizing the intense level of activity, Subai suggested, I didn't anticipate the city would be so lively. How about we take a look around? Suddenly, a notification appeared, conveying Zairabal's voice. Master, I've located something pretty useful in the southwest area. Seizing the opportunity, Subai informed his teammates, we should probably split up and carry out the mission separately. It will be much faster. He gave each of them one purple crystal stone, prompting complaints. You only gave us one? How incredibly stingy. Especially when Zairahang has a whole pouch full. After distributing the single purple crystal stone to each person, Subai casually said, no need for thanks. Just remember this moment. Zairahang, let us go. Meanwhile, Fujichu invited, I plan to go somewhere to examine ancient records. Would you like to come along? But Hanjan already had his own itinerary. Subai and Zairahang quickly found their target, a heavily fortified building guarded meticulously by the snake tribe. With a sly smile spreading across his face, he wondered to himself, I wonder if there's anything worthwhile hidden inside here. Judging the walnut to be excessively high, Subai prepared to climb over when Zairahang suddenly shrieked, pointing dramatically towards the sky. A heavy breath escaped him upon spotting the protective ward. Grateful he avoided charging in like a reckless buffoon. Telbai squinted at those dusty markings, trying to remember if they popped up in some boring antique scroll. His heart sank realizing the zone forbids flying. Those slithering pythons definitely spent their entire budget on gravity. Just then, The red one hissed the company arrived, causing both to vanish into thin air immediately. Tucked away in the shadows, the pair watched three scaly sentries waddle past while claiming that nothing spicy was happening. Subai pivoted and told the red companion to just park it there for a moment. He then triggered the white one's newest trick, turning ghostly while his partner watched with a dropped jaw. Drifting past the guards, Subai commanded the lady snake to shut the entrance, which she did quite mindlessly. Seconds later, a quick strike from behind sent that scaly sentinel into a deep slumber. Subai materialized again, brushed his palms, and mentioned that this spooky darkness maneuver was pretty convenient. He sidled up to the massive portal, feeling quite giddy about whatever shiny loot lay hidden behind it. The interior was blinding, packed with glowing violet rocks that made him feel like he hit the jackpot. However, the joy evaporated when a weird clatter made him wonder if some uninvited guests were joining him. A pair of silhouettes blocked the exit, and as one spoke, Subai felt a weird sense of familiarity. Hansen, Janju stumbled inside, gasping his name like they had just seen a ghost. Subai stood frozen, asking how the weapon shopper and the bookworm managed to crash his private party. He wagged a finger, asking how such noble heroes managed to slip past security without being seen. Hansen rubbed his noggin and chuckled nervously, admitting he just sort of tumbled through a random hole. Subai just rolled his eyes, telling them to grab some shiny rocks and keep their mouths shut. He signaled toward a glowing box and forbade them from tailing him, though Hansen whined about his stinginess. Soon, the pair had stuffed their sacks, prompting a sigh from Subai about their lack of any grand vision. Out of nowhere, a heavy chime clattered onto the floor, sending a deafening ring through the dusty shrine. Subai whipped around and hissed that Hansen was a total bonehead for attracting every guard in the vicinity. The sentry found his snoozing buddy and hammered the alarm, screaming that some bandits were looting the place. Time to bolt or become snake food, Subai shouted, as the trio scrambled toward the exit with speed. Slithering security squads scrambled into action, beginning their hunt. Creepy, thin colored shadow limbs reached out from the main gate, eager to snag them before they escaped. A loud, mouth vapor boss bellowed for a total lockdown, demanding his troops inspect every residence. From his rooftop perch, Hansen noted that they had officially upgraded their situation to a total disaster. Jinju pointed out that with the gates shut tight, nobody was coming to bail them out now. So, Subai gave a cheeky grin, reminding them that hiding right under the enemy nose is usually the smartest move. Those two fellows named Han and Hu traded empty stares, looking like they failed a basic math test. Out of nowhere, Zaira gestured toward those approaching sentinels while shrieking about a few smelly bipeds invading the area. The scaly sentinels scrambled around like panicking noodles trying to find the uninvited guests. The piercing whistle echoed, marking the start of a very speedy ambush. The guide Subai left the mess for Han and his partner while waltzing inside with his tiny companion. Within the vault, the man felt the vibe way more valuable than some dusty plants or rocks. The small girl gestured toward the bricks and whispered that a magic hex was hiding a sneaky back door. Subai poked the stone wall gently, forcing the secret gears to groan and start working. As the heavy entrance creaked open, the girl felt a massive power surge bubbling up from the basement. Our hero decided to investigate, marching down the spooky stairs like a boss. The moment he hit the bottom floor, he saw something nasty enough to ruin his lunch. He faced a gross timber made of endless dead serpents, glowing with a spicy crimson vibe of pure malice. Zaira shrieked in terror as she realized this ugly plant was the legendary myriad wish tree. The girl ranted about this forbidden magic, shocked that the Dezang, Chuanming group would grow such filth to become the fourth imperial clan. Subai muttered the name of the plant, thinking it sounded like something he read on a cereal box once. His digital screen popped up, validating the timber as being an ancient relic while suggesting he grab it immediately. The girl fumed that the Dezang, Chuanming tribe murdered millions of poor snakes just to build this horticultural nightmare. Subai eyed a shiny thing at the top, learning it was an 8th grade spirit fruit made from way too many souls. He scrambled up and grabbed the fruit, which was fist-sized but heavier than 100 jin. Since he had never seen such a weird snack, Subai asked what exactly this heavy fruit was good for. The girl noted it held sufficient juice for aiding big-shot warriors who need to upgrade their fancy bloodline concentration. The girl spilled the beans that this tree grows on relatives, making it a total no, though for the trio of fancy imperial clans. Subai glared at the cursed plant, thinking it was way too dangerous to leave sitting around. He questioned the menu regarding moving the plant, though an alert concerning a minor disturbance caused a brief hesitation. Risk or no risk, the man decided he simply could not leave such a shiny prize behind. Touching the bark, he told the interface he was ready to start the cosmic robbery. Suddenly, a wave of angry red power exploded from the timber like a spicy volcano. The protagonist flew backward, screaming that reality was breaking while mocking how the interface defines a minor disturbance. Zaira panicked and yelled that the room was falling apart so they needed to run or be squashed. Wrapped in a massive blast of power, Zaira shrieked that her boss better move his butt before they both turned into charcoal. Right in the center of the hurricane, Subai flailed his limbs like a desperate penguin to calm the shredding magical madness. Gnashing his teeth, he snarled that this entire neighborhood was about to crumble like a stale cookie. Subai barked at Zaira to stram, seeing his creepy shadow limbs were hugging his magic sack way too tight. The pouch blasted out a blinding yellow glow, finishing its last chore while the reality around it cracked like glass. Gasping for air after his narrow escape, Subai watched Zairahan cheer that he actually shoved the brainy tree into its new home, staring at his shiny floor and heap of loot. Subai questioned why the floor was still doing the char despite his win. He gasped as his mountain of shiny rocks disappeared, realizing the hungry plant was snacking on all his premium loot like a buffet. Losing his cool, Subai charged and booted the trunk, demanding that the leafy thief barf up his retirement fund immediately. The shrubbery suddenly glowed like a supernova, making Zairahan scream for her leader to duck because the tree was acting weird. Over at the Great Wall Fort, the terrified grunt told Lord Nijing that this vibe was breaking every rule of physics known to man. Inside the command center, an old pro felt the scary power and guessed something way scarier than her king just woke up from a nap. He snapped at his crew to call the scouts and figure out why the world was currently ending. Far away in the Fox capital, the queen shivered, realizing this massive surge was basically the work of her deity on steroids. Shaken that this cosmic blast came from the Swanman hometown, she told her minions to go snoop around that place right away. Down in the spooky dark city, an old royal with snowy hair felt the weirdness and scratched his head in confusion. The clumsy lackey scrambled over to admit he had no clue, promising to run to the capital to play detective and find answers. The shockwave even rattled the dusty old restricted zones, starting with a fancy pool filled with jade water, extending to the blade graveyard, where countless swords screamed like rolling thunder, even bothering the grumpy monsters locked under the deep Liutian river. Those poor souls trapped in the void cheered, laughing that their grand return to the living world was finally happening soon. At the great race battlefield, a random power blast went off, making the ground shake like a Massar's chair on high. The Swanman tribe boss went white as a ghost, cursing loudly when he noticed the blast was coming from the ancient ruin. Sweating bullets, he panicked that the big scary clans would find out about his illegal, Nordy magic training habits. Giving no reasons, he screamed for his entire Swanman squad to pack their bags and haul tail out of there. But then the troops pulled a classic betrayal, stabbing their buddies in the back and leaving the other races completely bewildered. A frantic monkey boss screamed at his hairy crew to get out of town before things got even weirder. In the middle of the messy brawl, everyone was yelling that the alliance was toast and to just stab everything moving. The grumpy bear chief, feeling totally useless, hollered for his clumsy cubs to stop staring and start sprinting. Subai stood like a deer in headlights, wondering if he had just accidentally wrecked the entire planet by himself. Looking around at the complete wreckage, he stayed in total disbelief, thinking that this whole situation had really gotten out of hand. Abruptly, a powerful shout echoed from the sky, calling him a filthy robber for grabbing the holy plant, which made Subai feel quite doomed. A lady with sharp ears, some top-tier elder boss, suddenly materialized and barked a command to grab the intruder immediately. While running for his life, Subai realized that if he did not bolt away right now, he would definitely end up as a corpse. The grumpy old woman snarled, conjuring a glowing blade of pure power while asking if he honestly expected to escape her reach. Then, she dived from the clouds, swinging a massive strike that seemed to split the world, screaming for him to perish. Subai watched with absolute terror as that massive sword came crashing down right toward his very startled face. He scrambled to lift his arm, popping a shiny six-sided barrier into existence to keep his limbs attached. Even though he caught the blow, the force pushed him back several yards, making him realize those high-ranked fighters are actually scary. Right then, his buddy showed up to annoy the old lady even more, as who wondered why Subai was suddenly glowing like a neon sign. Subai felt pretty stoked to see his friend looking so buff, shouting that he had finally reached the shiny gold rank level. Dressed in his fancy violet suit, Hanjan jumped in the way and told Su to get moving while he dealt with a lady. The granny screamed about his death wish and swung hard, yet Hanjan used his massive blade to deflect the strike just in time. Falling to one knee, Hanjan glared back at her insults, even when she mocked his gear and asked if it could survive her power. Subai voiced his concern, but Hanjan told them to get lost already since he would be the one protecting their backs. Pujenshu suggested they bail immediately, and Subai followed while yelling that Han was a total beast for staying behind to fight. Hanjan wobbled back to his feet with a fierce look, telling the enemy to prepare for his sword skills. He sent out a flurry of cuts while laughing that her tiny moves were never going to actually hurt a guy like him. The team bolted away as Subai tossed a magical snack to his buddy, telling him to munch on it for a quick boost. Seeing she was tricked, the elder shouted in rage, swearing that none of them would escape today. The three became colorful beams of light, zooming through the sky like they were late for a party. The fast-paced race began, with a bright pink flash of power chasing after the three flickering lights that were desperately trying to flee. The old elder was baffled, wondering if those gold-ranked weaklings were actually supposed to be moving that incredibly fast across the landscape. Hours later, she stood on a ledge and hissed that those annoying rats had vanished, but they simply must be cored at all costs. The minion spoke up and made her scowl, mentioning they were in the forbidden Tanlior River and nearing the dangerous Bishuaden. Ignoring the risks, she commanded everyone to keep moving because catching those three human troublemakers was the only thing that mattered right now. Back with the guys who were taking a breather, Subai questioned why those crazy people were following them with such insane obsession. He grinned awkwardly and said it was a messy tale, suggesting they nap for a bit before trying to find an exit. All of a sudden, a loud voice shouted from the sky that nobody was leading, and she would handle the situation personally now. Hanjan jumped forward to confront the high-level lady, Purr was busy demanding that they return the holy plant belonging to her people. The jerk howled and morphed into a massive snake, promising to end my life before I could blink. The scaly tail Spax sent Han flying like a wet noodle, causing Sue to shriek in pure terror. Poor Han. Sue yelled at the oversized worm. That twig you worship is been because I already chopped it down. Old Manju growled like a hungry dog, wondering how long we could actually survive. Han stood up and shoved the magical snack at his pal, telling Sue to take you and scram now. Pleading and hacking like a heavy smoker, Han shouted that humanity winning was way more important than his skin. Sue glanced over his shoulder while gnashing his teeth, prying out his buddy's name with a heavy heart. Han yelled for them to move it, so Sue reluctantly agreed to wait for him further down the road. The snake, Lady Roman 11 blocked their path with her long scaly body, telling them to just give up and perish. Han jumped out to block the path, declaring that he was the only fighter she gets today. Their first big crash sent that oversized garden hose smashing into a wall of solid rock. She bounced back and squished Han, laughing that her puny human like him was worth less than a flea. Roman 11 glared down her nose with total disgust, mentioning she had many nasty tricks left in her bag. Even though he was getting pummeled, Han kept yelling that he was still the one she had her fight. You dumb waddle, the serpent hissed while Han refused to get off her scale back. The giant tail whip landed on the kid with enough force to make the clouds tremble and his bones rattle. Han coughed up red juice and flew through the air like a broken ragdoll. I am done playing games with you. Roman 11 hissed with eyes that looked like they wanted to fry him. Glowing spirit snakes wiggled out of the dirt, trapping poor Han in a very wiggly circle. The kid got squeezed tight by the glowing noodles, unable to move a muscle against the villain's scary magic. At the same time, somewhere far away, the whole scene became incredibly quiet and calm. Sue and his buddy reached a place called Bashuden, which was just a super pretty blue pond. Sue wondered why it was so spooky quiet, while Hu worried about their friend who was still missing. Near the edge of the scary zone, that ninth leader was confused by the silence of the blue pool. Official number 10 wanted their magic tree back, so the ninth leader agreed to risk some trespassing. Just as the old dude dipped his toe into the forbidden dirt, something absolutely horrifying started to go down. A giant blue dragon popped out of nowhere, making everyone feel like they were being squashed by an elephant. Terrified and shaking, the ninth high-ranking official yelled for his crew to bolt away immediately. Back at the pond, Hu was freaking out because Sue was just chilling and giving snacks to monsters. Sue told him the bad guys were too chicken to approach because of the giant blue dragon's scary presence. Hu Jinshu thought joining the big crowd sounded great. However, Subai shut the party down faster than a wet blanket. The man clarified the previous trail was basically a buffet for snipers, so retreating will be donating their heads to science. Subai had a twinkle in his eye that usually meant trouble, as a ridiculously spicy scheme started cooking in his noggin. His wild pitch involved spinning around and kicking the front door of the myriad races, right where it hurts the most. Hu Jinshu nearly had a heart attack, helping that such madness would just make every monster in the neighborhood chase them. Subai kept his cool and mentioned a secret scenic route, path only his personal mental GPS could actually find. He backed his play by noting this detour was also the perfect excuse to go play hide and seek with Hansen. Once Hu was sold on the dream, Subai had to pry his hungry pets away from their snacks to get moving. While jolting along, Subai shared some wisdom he gathered from the School of Hard Knocks, which was basically not dying. He understood that when fighting those shiny platinum bosses, the best combat move is actually just having very fast legs. Hu Jinshu squeezed his hands tight, realizing that the difference in their power levels was wider than her Grand Cannon. Suddenly, Subai signaled a halt, mentioning some suspicious wiggling in the grass further down the road. They were shocked to see poor Hansen acting as a reluctant luggage piece, being dragged through the woods by a hairy bear dude. Crouching in the shrubbery, Subai knew charging in like a bull would get Hansen cooked, so he needed a genius stratagem. Hu asked what the heck they were doing, but Subai just smirked, saying one sneaky trick would solve all their problems. Over there, Hansen was torquing trash to the bear bully even while getting a spicy slap from a very painful whip. Before the bear could swing again, an icy shout drifted out from the trees, commanding the big fuzzy jerk to freeze. Wearing fancy black bathrobes like mysterious messengers, Subai and Hu appeared, making the bear bow and babble about his prisoner. Hansen almost lost it seeing his pals and nearly yelled their identities, which would have completely ruined the secret mission. Thinking fast, Subai decked Hansen right in the face while screaming nonsense to make sure the bear didn't hear the truth. He claimed to be a big shot supervisor here to watch the prisoner and grab some free groceries from the local cat clan. The bear guy started sweating about the supplies, but Subai shut him up by claiming the war zone was basically a dumpster fire. Terrified by Subai looking like he wanted to eat him, the bear stopped asking questions and just nodded like a bobblehead. He did exactly what the scary messenger said, happily agreeing to guide the whole gang back to his own fuzzy neighborhood. When they hit the kitty cat village, Subai told the bear to fetch the boss while he went to bully the prisoner. The old cat boss ran out to say hello, but Subai interrupted him by demanding all their shiny rocks and snacks immediately. The elderly feline seemed a bit suspicious since they just sent a delivery, but Subai spun a depressing yarn about war tragedies. Subai launched into a dramatic rant about his people dying and yelled at the cats for being cheaper than her discount store. He got real close and whispered scary things, asking the old cat if he was planning a rebellion by being so greedy. Trapped and terrified, the old kitty started sweating bullets, apologized profusely, and offered to hand over the entire family savings account. Watching the theater, Hu Jingxiu and Han Jan mentally high-fived Subai, seeing he was masterfully multitasking between heroics and daylight robbery. Feeling completely crushed, the Cat Clan's patriarch acted like a humble butler, inviting the guests to follow him and collect their treasures. That ancient feline leader delivered 10,000 items, explaining that his tribe also collected magical pebbles to impress the distinguished visitors. Our hero grinned like a thief in a vault, telling them he would definitely mention their generous bribery to the big boss later. Subai barked for them to prepare a buffet, while his team stayed to squeeze secrets from the shackled prisoner. Once the villainous shape vanished from sight, Han Jan shouted that the coast was clear and demanded immediate freedom from his ropes. The leader tossed his cape aside, joking that dead cats cannot provide the snacks needed to murder Han Jan later, while Hu Jingxiu started the rescue. Suddenly, Subai sensed a disturbance in the force, asking the others if they noticed the creepy vibes radiating from these damp walls. He stared at his hand as if his battery was dying, complaining that his inner mojo was leaking out into the air. Hu Jingxiu and Han Jan watched in total horror as their precious glowing rocks started evaporating like cheap perfume in a heat wave. Han Jan confirmed his riches were disappearing too, so Subai gestured towards the abyss where the suction originated. The leader grumbled about that old cat smugness, promptly deciding that they should venture inside to explore the mystery. Our pack wandered into a concealed vault, marveling at rows of bowing granite pets and that strange magical wall across the room. Han Jan screamed upon seeing the gigantic skeleton pass the barrier, questioning if those remains belonged to some ancient feline patriarch. They spotted a rocky warrior frozen in time, having shoved a ridiculously large blade deep into the ribcage of the prehistoric bones. Our leader assumed this was a holy feline burial site, entirely oblivious to the threat posed by those nearby granite figures. One rocky sculpture abruptly leaped forward, which made Subai yell a loud warning for Han Jan to stay alert. The creature vanished among the shadows, leaving Han Jan stunned while questioning if the undead feline had just been resurrected. Right then, every single feline sculpture woke up and chose violence, glaring at the group with ruby eyes from every possible angle. Deep growls accompanied the grating noise of granite scraping against granite, echoing throughout the concealed chamber while the statues awakened. Hu Jingxiu hollered a warning about the spooky speed of these rock beasts, volunteering to be the meat shield for a bit. Hu Jingxiu popped a massive circular blast, summoning a mini tornado that tossed the pebble, brain creatures across the room like confetti. Taking his shot, Han Jan screamed like a barbarian and noted the enemies were lagging, telling them to eat dirt. That man channeled power inside his wooden pole and struck the ground, triggering a massive blast designed to pulverize the earth below. But the move barely made the rocks flinch, making Han Jan feel like a total loser despite his shiny gold status and fancy title. Subai crankily pushed his pals Han Jan and Hu Jingxiu to seek an escape, moaning that this narrow tunnel hindered his majestic combat style. During the frantic scuffle, someone grabbed the handle of a bizarre massive claymore stuck firmly within the stone ground. Han Jan looked amazed while liberating the oversized tool, witnessing it sparkle with neon lavender light which appeared very valuable. Subai chuckled with delight, shouting that the shiny new toothpick really complimented Han Jan's rugged and slightly dusty look. Nutting, Han Jan seized the grip, his pupils dancing with a fresh hunger for total wreckage. Staring down the sprinting beast, he shouted, "Time to see if this oversized butter knife actually works." He threw a massive swing, leaking a glowing purple mist that looked like a magical light show. A jagged streak of neon grape energy sliced the cave's gloom, making the dark place look like a rave. Han Jan stood frozen in pure disbelief, gawking at the massive crack his fancy swing left in the stone. Subai looked equally baffled by the display, noting that the weapon had ridiculous juice, meaning his buddy finally got lucky. Roaring with eager, the swordsman cackled about how this dangerous field trip was finally worth the medical bills. Time to bounce, so they exited by slicing a gory tunnel through the trash mobs cluttering the exit. During the frantic retreat, Subai bolted to a halt, causing Hu Jingxiu to yell for him to stop acting like a lone wolf. Outside, the ancient cat geezer screamed about those dirty crooks who lied about their family names just to trample his holy bushes. He commanded a mob of furries with serious anger issues, promising to paint the snowy peaks with intruder blood. Facing a literal ocean of angry fur, Hu Jingxiu panicked about the math, but Subai told him to relax and watch a pro. Subai lifted his hand, summoning 3 glowing beams, then told his magical pets to go make a mess. The magical zoo lunged, featuring a pouncing pale cat, a heavy gravity turtle, and some very spicy fire. The cat grantor shouted from the back, telling his goons to target the pet. "Oh no, because humans are just the worst." The sneaky attack flew in, so Subai barked at his pets, telling them to stop playing and start the mass deletion. In that messy moment, he shouted a warning and shoved his friend out of the way before things got squishy. Subai propped up his hacking buddy, offering a glowing piece of magic produce, telling him to chew and stop being weak. His gaze sharpened into steel, declaring that since they ditched the capital, they sure as heck weren't losing to local allocats. They barked out tasks, telling one to babysit the old man while the others protected him and the shiny glove. His body started glowing like a cheap lamp, and Subai decided it was time to go punch the manager. Sprinting at the foe, he snarled that retirement started immediately, while the feline geezer maintained his arrogant attitude. The blinding flash of pure violence shredded the air, carrying enough murderous intent to scare a ghost. The elder realized the terrifying power, stuttering about some legendary beast armor that definitely should not be there. Subai raised his arm, now wearing a legendary beast glove, and shot a massive beam of light at the ceiling. After the big boom, he called for a retreat, telling the guys to grab the human luggage and guard the back. The whole crew scrambled, with Han-Jan lugging the wounded while the pets stayed behind to play tag with the chasers. Han-Jan started yapping about the cool fight, but Subai told him to shut his mouth and move his feet. Far away, a horse-petted guy felt the tremor, realized the cat village was exploding, and told his crew to follow. Over in a drafty ice castle, some edgy guy with white hair sat on a throne, probably being very dramatic. The snowy dude looked genuinely surprised, wondering if that legendary beast glove meant the humans were finally up to no good. Chilling on his frostbitten chair, we barked a command to send 2 diamond rank thugs to the Yahello Mountains to delete Subai. Meanwhile, at base, an officer frantically informed Nijing that 2 diamond level experts were approaching the clan like missiles. Nijing realized it was Subai and the kids, so he ordered 2 diamond masters to the mountains to assist them. He looked stressed and shouted to mobilize the Jin. Pure cavalry too, sensing Subai was being swarmed by a sea of enemies. Elsewhere, Subai and his crew finally caught their breath, but he told Old Han they couldn't stay in this spot for long. Suddenly a lady demon dropped from the clouds, blocking their path and mocking how fast the little group could run. She wore a creepy grin, calling the trio smelly ants and promising to turn their bones into fine dust today. The spectral blast swept through, launching the trio into the distance like weightless leaves in a storm. Subai regained his balance just as a massive snake appeared, hissing that he was surprisingly sturdy for a mere gold ranker. Perched on the snake, the demon lady told Lao Shi to puke toxic gas so the ants couldn't escape their grasp. Trapped in the smelly green clouds, Subai let out a frustrated grunt, saying that running away was not his style. He shouted for his little spirit helpers to wake up and get to work, because the break was over. Magic exploded as Subai equipped his legendary beast armor, prepped a gold sword, and asked the old hag if she was scary. The demon lady was shocked before her hands turned into blades, admitting his armor trick was cool but ultimately useless. However, during the chaotic scrap, Subai effortlessly parried every single strike coming from the grumpy lady and her giant snake. Watching the scene, Fu Jinshu and Han Dan were stunned to see a gold ranker bullying 2 platinum tier veterans. The brilliant streak of golden light suddenly flashed from Subai's heavy sword. He lunged forward in his armor, boasting that his Jin energy could slice through anything like a hot knife through butter. The lady demon grunted that the legendary gear was powerful, so they had her stop him before he grew even stronger. Feeling suspicious, Subai asked what kind of desperate, sketchy move they were trying to pull off with their weird behavior. The giant snake began to twist, merging its body with a demon woman in a gross display of magic. Out of the lumpy meat pile, the gross mouth yelled that her gold rank brat was still way too green for them. The combined freak stabilized and growled that he was dead, but Subai just asked if she knew how ugly she looked. The monster lady screamed in a rage, telling him to enjoy his arrogance before charging up a ball of dark energy. Perish, she screamed, as a wave of concentrated demonic energy zoomed across the dirt directly at Subai's face. The landscape trembled violently as the massive explosion slammed into the dirt with terrifying power. Fu Jinshu and Han Dan were launched away by the scary shockwave, tumbling like laundry in a broken dryer. Noticing his friends were in trouble, Subai yelled to see if they were okay while cursing the messy situation. His temper finally blew, and he sprinted forward with his knuckles radiating a bright, golden shimmer. The massive firebird was unleashed as the demonic phoenix flame erupted, soaring across the battlefield. Yet the lady beast chuckled while sipping those flames like a spicy latte, mocking how such a weak spark couldn't even tickle her toes. Subai gnashed his molars, contemplating how these 2 expensive tier fossils were proving more annoying than a mosquito at a nudist beach. Roaring loudly, he maxed his aura, declaring their platinum rank was just a shiny participation trophy. Refusing to accept defeat, Subai launched himself toward them like a spicy habanero flying out of a high-pressure cannon. Despite his suicidal bravery, the scaly dame swatted his strike away like she was boldly dismissing a persistent insurance salesman. Her face soured sensing a shiny diamond threat. Realizing things were about to get expensive and painful, cursing her lack of her stopwatch, she frantically punched Subai so hard he started painting the scenery with his internal tomato juice. Thwarted, the beast screamed that since he wrecked her family's favorite houseplant, she would personally escort him to the afterlife's waiting room. Howling like a broken siren, she propped a big boom, yelling that he should go cuddle with a mulch of her dead tree. Pan and Hu watched in terror as she engulfed Subai, realizing the crazy lizard lady intended to turn them both into permanent fertilizer. Out of nowhere, a shimmering golden beam sliced through the darkness, aiming directly for the middle of that messy energy meatball. The massive explosion swallowed everything, flattening the landscape into a very sad and dusty pancake instantly. Standing by the fresh hole in the dirt, the duo gorked at her glowing blue bubble sitting right in the center. Han sensed the vibe of General Lin Jenin, that almost pinged out, wondering if the old man had just ordered a Subai rescue. Within the shield, Lin propped up the wobbly lad, who asked why his favorite uncle decided to crash this particular monster party. Scanning the area, Lin noted that making 2 fancy snake seniors explode required someone much more impressive than a mere energetic teenager. Turning around with a stern face, he praised the boy's moxie before insisting they skedaddle back to headquarters before things got weirder. interruption came by, two shadowy flyers dropping in, shouting that the search party was over and the killing party had officially started. The snake boss and a bear bruiser showed up looking pricey, mocking Lin for showing his face at this unfortunate family reunion. Elsewhere, the massive scuffle between Team Humanity and the local monster zoo was turning into a very loud and messy spectacle. Surrounded by flames, the ginger-paired boss lady stared at the spooky kitty mountains while looking like she just bit a lemon. With a sharp gesture, she told her fuzzy troops to rush over to those cat-infested peaks before everything went completely sideways. The hairy bear man grumbled that Lin should check his pulse, as everyone was about to become an offering to the basement king. The slithering snake smirked, hurling a blast to turn everyone into a pile of gray dust. Lin instantly popped a glowing energy umbrella, acting like a human-sized insurance policy against the incoming magical disaster. Feeling the heavy vibes, the kid struggled to breathe, wondering if this shiny diamond ranking came with a free side of annihilation. Lin told the trio to beat it, while he handled the mess. Though Subai fretted about leaving his uncle with two grumpy monsters, Lin snapped that his ears must be broken, repeating the command to scram because he was the boss of this operation. Tyne grabbed his stubborn buddy, arguing that finding extra help was smarter than staying and becoming a snack for a giant bear. Accepting the hint, the three of them turned into glowing zoomies and disappeared faster than a free pizza. However, a spooky quake from the dirt obstructed their getaway route abruptly. A pair of shiny diamond big shots loomed high, the chunky one sneering, "Let us see you waddle away," making Subai holler, "Old Han and who? Let us gamble everything." Meanwhile, Lin Jenin blocks some monster punches while yelling, "You trio lack the bling to fight diamonds. Quit crying and skedaddle fast." Disregarding that advice, Subai called forth his ghostly pets to brawl. Pale Whitey, Pinch Thumb, Tiny Red, strike their faces, use every drop of power. That massive bear dude started giggling like a villain while pointing a spicy hot finger. "Nobody is coming to help. Just perish already." One nasty wallop launched Subai and his weird pets into the clouds like Team Rocket. During that sad vibe, they felt that Diamond's strength was basically a hurricane. Totally unstoppable. "Keep shaking, you tiny little bugs." Right before the final bonk landed, the spicy crimson laser stick poked a hole through the big guy's tummy. Some fancy soldiers in hot red capes arrived, the boss shouting, "The city chief sent us for backup. Keep Subai safe, kill those weed aliens forever." Subai and his pals felt fantastic. "The fire ponies have appeared. We are not dead. Backup is finally here. Let us hit them back." The fuzzy bear monster looked confused, shocked that the humans actually brought out the spicy horse riders so soon. Feeling quite beefy, Subai hollered, "Little Whitey, kick their butts for me now." The dark noodle monster quickly built a rocky wall to block the scary punches from the new guys. Subai stayed straight toward that villain, his peepers glowing with battle vibes. "Do not start celebrating your victory yet," we told the kitten to duck, letting the turtle burp and bird fire mix together into a massive boom. One chunky bear warrior flexed his muscles, making the floor do a funky disco dance. We screamed like a jerk. My big teddy bear SWAT is definitely unbeatable. However, a quick butter knife wiggle led to a very sad loud noise. Looking at the scary foe, the snake guy confessed, "You are definitely worthy of becoming king. Sir, your skills are amazing." Leonard, Jenin floated in the sky, his blue glowy blade looking very mean. "This is the day you finally expire." The big sword wave crashed down, making the snake man weep for aid. "Hey bear, they have way more people. Help me." Somewhere else, the hairy bear warrior with the messy chin fluff was also having a real bad day. That beast growled, using his mega buff mode, changing into a massive fuzzy creature. "I will rip you tiny insects apart." The horse guys answered with a big group punch, using Tier S special move to wreck the enemy lines. Trapped by Lin, Jen and S sharp blade vibes, the tribal guy yelled in a panic, Chuck sang, "I cannot beat this man solo." The big bear, looking like a pincushion, finally gave up. "The luck has shifted. Run away while I stay behind." Spotting the losers trying to bolt, Subai chuckled, "You behaved like a tough guy earlier yet currently you skedaddle. Chiaber, go clubber him." Chiaber screamed while a scaly noodle part popped out of his backside, launching a pair of death rays. The tribal man was shaking in his boots. How is this possible? The ghost pet uses two different magic powers. The turtle smash hit the big teddy bear right in the gut, making him spit out some red juice. Noticing an opening in the defenses, the Hoying cavalry charged forward, unleashing a barrage of fiery spears. The deadly strike descended from above, and the poor Chi tribesmen only had enough time to shout a final, desperate cry for Lao Zhang. This friend, seeing the comrade was beyond saving, wasted not a single second before turning to flee, yelling, "Lao Zhang, I'm bailing first." However, this chosen escape route was suddenly blocked by a mysterious energy barrier, accompanied by truly horrifying screams. The fleeing Chi expert suddenly froze in terror, shrieking, "This is not good, it's a shadow." The black shadow rapidly transformed into a familiar white tiger, completely shocking him. The sacred beast white tiger, pinned beneath the illusion-esque claws, let out a final, desperate scream, "No, this is absolutely impossible." Meanwhile, on the actual front lines of the battle, Lin Jenin was desperately fighting while completely surrounded by the opposition. High above the caves, the white-haired leader of the Wonder, quietly observed the entire conflict. Nijin, the leader of the human faction, confronted him and offered a stern ultimatum. Dear Yu, if you attempt another move, I will show you no mercy. Yu responded with obvious disdain, claiming humanity's recent victory was simply a lucky accident. Nijing declared seriously, our human race has been preparing for 100 years, and anyone who defies fate will bring about their own destruction. Yu chuckled dismissively. Wu King, you were already a dying man. What right do you have to lecture me about fate? After a long standoff, Yu abruptly ordered his entire army, every single force, to retreat toward the Liushan River. Elsewhere, near the Myroya Mountains, Subai was urging them onward. Sarubai, hurry up. We have to meet the main force quickly. Han Dan complained about their slow speed, but Hu Jingsu gently reminded him, stop whining. We are lucky to have a reliable mount at all. Suddenly, Lin Jianin blocked their path, warning them, don't go any further, there is military activity up ahead. Subai looked down at the Liushan River, surprised to see the Wonju army densely gathered below. Lin Jianin explained, the human faction just won a big victory, and the enemy's retreating. We must circle back to the main base quickly. As they headed back, the group cheerfully discussed their victory and all the rewards they were about to receive. The moment they reached the camp, a leader greeted them with a hearty laugh. Pawar, Subai, you actually managed to lure Saint Xiaofeng away. Inside the command tent, Subai quickly corrected him. How dare you call it luring? Taira Han willingly followed me. Isn't that right? Taira Han, gnawing on a chicken drumstick, nodded innocently. Yes, Master S roasted chicken drumsticks are absolutely delicious, so I wanted to follow him. Nijing laughed loudly. Heart. Incredible, a single chicken drumstick tamed the ancient Mohuangu Dai Santes. Subai, you truly live up to your reputation as Liu Fan's successor. He offered the group a chance to rest before the celebration banquet, but Subai quickly interrupted. With anticipation written all over his face, the young man rubbed his hands together and asked, Lord Nijing, regarding our rewards for this recent mission. After receiving assurances, the group happily departed, while Nijing instructed them to recover quickly for the next battle. When only the two leaders remained, Nijing praised Lin Jian's accomplishments, but he coldly refused the credit. Now, Subai defeated those two Jinging-level experts. Nijing leaped out of his seat, completely astonished that such a young man like Subai had actually accomplished such a feat. He began to think, realizing that Subai's extraordinary potential came with the immense danger posed by Ju Yu. Nijing, with a gaze that promised doom if disobeyed, sternly charged Lin Jianin to safeguard their VIP. From just outside, Lin Jianin, ready for clandestine duty, readily promised to shield Subai from every lurking shadow. Later that evening, Nijing, with a flourish befitting a king, lifted his goblet high, boisterously declaring humanity's triumphant success and formally commencing the grand feast. As jubilant shouts of humanity reigned supreme echoed, Subai and his companions gleefully drained their drinks, while Zaira Han, ever the gourmand, stayed utterly mesmerized by her beloved chicken drumstick. Pan Jan lifted his glass, directing it towards Subai and Hu Jingsu, admitting today was a real nil fighter. As he nearly became a ghost, he expressed his sincerest gratitude to both of them for pulling his bacon out of the fire. Subai, with a grin that hinted at mischief, casually remarked that her single drink barely scratched the surface of gratitude, confirming he had already dispatched the itemized compensation list straight to the academy. Han Dan chuckled robustly, readily embracing this rather tangible form of thank you. He added, I've seen Sue's incredible knack, but a favor owed is a favor paid, and I absolutely intend to settle it. He emptied his glass with gusto, as Subai chimed in, well, look at you, pound, proving you actually possess a moral compass. Plus, consider it a happy little accident. You just scored yourself a legendary divine weapon. Pan Jan emphatically clanked his empty glass onto the table, placing it dramatically next to a truly majestic greatsword. He lifted the magnificent blade, pondering why its legendary might refuse to awaken for him, while everyone else, brimming with nosiness, quickly gravitated closer for a thorough inspection. Nijing eyed the sword with a knowing gaze, remarking, if my old eyes aren't deceiving me, this appears to be an incredibly ancient divine artifact, though its formidable essence seems temporarily locked away. He elaborated, rather dryly, that unleashing its full potential would require the wielder to achieve the formidable Wang's rank. On learning this, Han Jan's hand balled into a mighty fist, his eyes practically smoldering with fierce resolve, as he vowed to hit the Wang's level faster than her speeding bullet to shatter that seal. After Han Dan's bold declaration, the group heartily raised their glasses, toasting to the day he would swiftly conquer the Wang's level. With a resounding cheer, the following morning, at the Chanshan garrison, the red-haired young man fretted nervously, admonishing the principal, You've practically glued yourself here for 3 whole days. This isn't a playground, sir, and Subai and Hu Jingsu possess 0 actual battle scars. All at once, the general burst back from the front lines, his voice booming like thunder, trumpeting, humanity has unequivocally triumphed. A staggering 800,000 enemy troops have been thoroughly vaporized, and the Wangs were retreating all the way to the Liushan River. This electrifying news of victory sent the entire base into an absolute frenzy of pure, unadulterated elation. They really won. The Page man bolted away in a blur, shouting, "Throw open those gates, pronto! I absolutely must find out if there's even a whisper about Subai and Hu Jingxiu." Even the stoic principal couldn't quite mask his palpable concern, halting the general to inquire, "My dear general, have you by any chance heard anything at all, regarding Subai and Hu Jingxiu?" The general, with a reassuring twinkle in his eye, shuffled, "My venerable principal, those two young rascals aren't just alive and kicking. They've actually racked up some seriously impressive achievements." Hemmed in by the eager throng, the general, incredibly calm, suggested, "Brothers, let us not get ahead of ourselves. I'll recount the tale with all due leisure." The detailed battle map materialized, illustrating how the human forces had brilliantly fended off the monstrous hordes and cleverly erected a brand new strategic outpost along the Liuxian River, all thanks to Naijing's astute command. The masses erupted into another wave of ecstatic jubilation, chanting, "Fantastic! Victory for humanity is practically guaranteed now. Once that base is complete, we'll be zipping straight to the front lines." The general then launched into his formal battlefield debrief, stating that in this particular conflict, their warriors had demonstrated truly astounding courage, particularly highlighting Subai, Hu Jingxiu, and Henjian from Janju. This impressive trio wiped out 100,000 monsters within their dark lairs, completely eradicating no fewer than 10 whole tribes. Furthermore, the audacious three actually stormed the Black Serpent tribe's capital city, causing such a ruckus it practically self-destructed in an artificial earthquake. Thor and Subai, just for kicks, personally dispatched 2 diamond-tier big shots. Visuals of the 2 vanquished diamond-tier juggernauts then flashed across the screen, revealing a colossal bear and an ethereal, shadowy white tiger apparition. The subtly mind-blowing revelation sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. The principal and the red-haired young men simply stared, their mouths agape, wondering if that mere kid actually took down a diamond-tier adversary. The general then proceeded to read the official commendation order, announcing that Subai, Panjian, and Hu Jingxiu had all received promotions to lieutenant colonel, officially stationed at the Liutan garrison. Subai, the overachiever, was specifically honored with the first-class Medal of Merit. The red-haired young man, still visibly reeling, stuttered out his disbelief, asking if they were absolutely, positively certain that Subai had left their barely a silver-tier rookie, adding that this was just subtly bonkers. The general unequivocally confirmed its absolute truth, explaining that Lord Naijing personally ordered this report to be broadcast, saying that Subai, the chap, truly is an undeniable force of nature. Bathed in the spotlight, that ginger-haired fellow hit the deck in total misery, wondering how on earth he could ever hope to outrun the legendary Subai. A subordinate offered a deep bow 3 days later, expressing shock that Lord Bai Yan visited personally, since his smallest gesture would likely delete every human alive. Reclining on his chair, Bai Yan yelled at them for being total garbage, noting they failed to steal the planet and got their butts kicked despite having plenty of time. The deputy commander looked like he had swallowed a brick, reporting that the seal was crumbling and the Chanhai Pass was the next spot on their violent travel itinerary. He mentioned those hairless bipeds grabbed the saintess of the ancient demon Phoenix clan, making Bai Yan smirk about the absolute balls it took for them to touch her. Bai Yan brandished a sparkly red rock, ordering them to take this divine blood and ensure the human species finally gets wiped off the galactic map for good. Back at the bunker, Naijing held a high-stakes group chat, noting the baddies were clumping together and asking Yuan Shan for his very best expert opinion. Yuan Shan gave a very smart look, suggesting he would fake a punch at Tan before sending every single soldier to smash through Shanghai Pass no matter what. Just hearing that name made the whole room tremble, leading one panicked suit to shout that they would be absolutely cooked if that fortress actually fell down. Naijing whacked the table with authority, announcing that 200,000 grumpy soldiers were heading to Janju under the watchful eye of General Lin Zhenin himself. In another spot, Lin Zhenin stood tall with fire in his eyes, promising to follow the instructions and brawl until his heart finally decided to quit beating. Right then, the lackey announced that Subai had finally shown up, so Lin sent everyone else packing to have a super secret meeting with the kid. Subai walked in with a massive smirk, admitting he accidentally shattered the fancy armor he got earlier and asking if there was another free set lying around. Lin suddenly turned into a scary father, Lord, staring deep into the boy's soul to ask if he was actually crushing hard on the lovely Yanran. Totally rattled, Subai started tripping over his words. All Lin mentioned the girl missed her big wall job because her mom got hit with a sickness. The tough warrior looked at his boots with deep regret, admitting he was basically a giant failure when it came to being a decent husband or dad. Subai put a hand over his heart with a serious face, promising Uncle Lin that he would protect Yanran better than a highly trained attack dog. Lin gave him a pleased thump on the arm, saying he was leaving to guard the pass where a truly legendary punch-up was about to go down. He gave one last order, telling the boy to hurry up and find Lord Naijing because the big man had some special gift for plan ready. A lady helper escorted Subai to the roof, where Naijing was busy looking cool and dramatic with his back turned to the rest of the world. Naijing pivoted and threw a coin, telling him to stop being a leech to Lin and go swap that token for a Lord tier armor set from supply. The kid was over the moon with gratitude, but Naijing shut him down with a stern face, saying he was actually here for some real work. Subai told him to just spill the beans, so Naijing suggested that they take a little trip together down to the legendary and spooky Bishui Pond. At the mention of that place, Subai turned white as a sheet, complaining that the pond was a death trap because the Azure Dragon was totally scary. Naijing squinted at him and asked if he was a chicken, which led Subai to clumsily claim he wasn't afraid, just slightly concerned about things. Naijing told him to come for a stroll before the magic portal vanished in a minute, then ripped open a hole in space, leaving Subai speechless. Even though he was sweating, Subai decided to just go for it, figuring a little brawl wasn't that bad right before the portal sucked him in. Popping out of the magic gate, Naijing realized the silence was incredibly weird, wondering why the local area felt like a ghost town with no noise. Standing by the huge water hole, he shouted that he and Liu Fan's successor were visiting, asking the Azure Dragon to stop hiding and come out. After standing there for ages without a single ripple, Naijing whispered that maybe the giant lizard was on vacation or something even worse. Without warning, thick clouds swarmed overhead, making the atmosphere feel quite depressed. One vibrant Azure spark crashed into the pond, violently shattering the quiet peace of the area. The boy turned white as a sheet, rambling that the local landlord was extremely pissed off. Beneath the waves, the massive serpent surfaced with a roar while Naijing announced his own presence. Seeing the beast dash forward, Subai lost his cool, but his friend screamed for him to dodge. Shoving the kid aside, Naijing grabbed him and commanded the immediate use of soul merging. Following orders, the boy pressed his palms together, leaking a shiny yellow glow from every pore. Both floated high while wrapped in pure light, forcing the giant lizard to freeze in midair. The Scala monster noticed the well-known energy, inquiring about the current location of its former comrade Liu Fan. The fellow sadly stated the old master had died, presenting Subai as the fresh soul heir. Staring at the boy, the beast calmed its temper, claiming it had smelled that scent before. The boy shyly wondered if that monster worked for his teacher, offering his services for any needed choice. The giant Scala lizard insulted his combat ability, prompting the boy to confess his skills were currently quite trashy. Suddenly, the creature requested some blood samples, which made the companion feel very protective and wary. The dragon explained that the kid had special liquid that would keep its fading spirit quite stable. It shared a final request, hoping the youngster would eventually explore an old tomb for the master. Naijing told the kid to donate the goods, so the boy quickly followed the instructions without any complaints. 3 glowing droplets of life force zoomed into the monster's mouth like magical vitamins for God. The legendary animal closed its lids, slowly digesting the primordial power like a very expensive snack. A massive wave of force erupted, causing the beast to yell about the intensity of the liquid. Once its mind cleared, the monster asked how a tiny human could possess such potent restorative fluids. That boy bashfully identified himself, mentioning his status as a normal pupil attending classes at Wuhan University. Don't worry about it, I will pay you back. The dragon roared before tossing them both away. Subai cheered when his digital menu appeared, hoping to catch the lizard, but the game rudely said it was too strong. After escaping, the boy remembered he still needed to visit the supply shop for some better armor. Meanwhile, back at the base, soldiers gossiped that Subai was only good at killing tiny little insects. His name sat at the peak of the rankings, surprising everyone by proving that excellence beats raw numbers. A buddy joked that the boy had tons of points but would likely waste them on junk. Arriving at the warehouse, our hero confidently asked the clerk for a set of high-rank lord gear. The lady behind the desk looked shocked, asking why gold-ranked rookie wanted such expensive heavy metal. To demonstrate his validity, Subai slammed Naijing's fancy badge onto the counter and inquired if the shiny metal was enough to satisfy the clerk. The lady behind the desk gasped in shock, confirming it really was a legendary token and wondering if the boss truly authorized a luxury gear swap. She regained her composure quickly, reminding Subai that her set of peak-tier protective suits would drain a massive billion points from his account. Subai grinned like a thief, presenting a crumpled document and suggesting they just harvest the debt from his buddies using their signed blood oaths. He chuckled internally while admiring his own foresight, feeling quite proud of himself for tricking those two into signing that sketchy legal contract. The clerk nodded slowly, agreeing to process the massive billion-point transaction while promising the shiny new battle suit would arrive shortly thereafter. Suddenly, the school's digital leaderboard went haywire, showing the scores of those two unfortunate souls plummeting down to a very lonely 0. A swarm of curious students started gossiping, wondering what expensive toy Subai bought and why his friend's hard-earned points vanished into thin air. In a different area, the two victims stared at their MP bank balances and shrieked, claiming someone committed highway robbery against their digital wealth. The angry men shouted they should confront the supply office, disgusted that anyone would have the audacity to pilfer their hard-earned military accomplishments. Once they stormed in, the icy receptionist tossed a sheet of paper at them, asking what their problem was while telling them to read. Their jaws hit the floor upon seeing their own messy fingerprints on the debt note. Finally realizing Subai spent every single cent they owned, the realization hit like a brick, making them realize those healing herbs were just bait in a trap set by a very greedy salesman. One man crushed the paper and groaned, suggesting they retreat since they clearly needed more lessons in the art of avoiding Subai's scams. Meanwhile, Subai paraded around in his sparkly new defensive gear, making every passerby drool with envy at his incredibly expensive fashion choice. Quiet murmurs filled the air, with some shady characters already planning to mug him for his high-quality metal pajamas. Suddenly, the abilities hero skipped over to his pals, asking the two bankrupt warriors how they liked his incredibly expensive and shiny new outfit. He struck a goofy pose to showcase his gains, while his two former benefactors looked ready to commit a crime out of pure rage. The two friends mumbled something about sudden stomach cramps before running away, leaving the confused armor wearer standing there scratching his head alone. Simultaneously, on a lonely shore, the minion informed the big boss that 300,000 fiery bird soldiers were finally prepped for war. Over at the fortress, the commander surveyed his massive collection of angry monsters and gave a satisfied grunt of approval. He whispered to himself that while a million allies plus the birds sounded great, they only had one shot at a sneaky backstab mission. To guarantee a slaughter, the leader added another 100,000 beefy savages to the mix, making his pale-haired assistant dance with wicked joy. The glowing sphere of spicy magical juice began to sizzle inside the commander's hand. He lunged forward, ordering his demonic servants to manifest and begin the slaughter. The crimson bolt sliced the clouds, creating a glowing hole in reality that looked quite terrifying. Out of the rift, a stampede of angry bull-men rushed out, hunting for victims. The violent, crazy, and bloodthirsty pack of nightmare creatures had officially landed on the beach to begin their destruction. The elderly general bowed low in thanks, praising the Lord because this fresh batch of beef would surely make the upcoming battle trivial. The boss pointed toward the fortress and screamed for everyone to go break stuff, forcing the giant cows to bellow in loud agreement. The bullish forces, propelled by an outrageous surge of power, thundered ahead like a colossal, and controlled deluge of bad intentions. Our second, command, with an air of theatrical grandeur, bellowed his ultimate directive: every soldier, listen to my decree, and let us conquer Shanhaguan. The formidable creature horde emitted a collective bellow, then galloped ahead in surprisingly synchronized, terrifying fashion. Concurrently, the sovereign of the Inferno Phoenix lineage proclaimed, for an entire century, give or take a few awkward glances, my kind has managed to sidestep any direct conflict with mankind. Her gaze ignited with an infernal intensity. Nevertheless, if those pesky mortals went and snatched our revered saintess, for such an unspeakable offense, I vow to erase every single one of you from existence. No refunds. The whole Inferno Phoenix Legion erupted in a unified, lucardling chant. Rescue our saintess, eradicate every human. The two colossal forces coalesced into a single, furious deluge, heading straight for unsuspecting Shanhaguan. Meanwhile, in a setting far removed from all the drama, Subai and Lin Yanyan shared a truly bewildered moment. Wait, we're redoing what now? Tying the nut. Lin Yanyan, with an unnerving placidness, confirmed, precisely. You both have reached the ripe old age of marriageable, so let us schedule the 16th of this very month. It is a perfectly lucky date. Lin Yanyan put on a rather unconvincing show of protest. But sire, I simply haven't picked out my wedding socks yet. Subai, however, was in a state of authentic terror, blurting, indeed, this is rather abrupt, esteemed future father. Lord, Lin Yanyan, ever the master strategist, laid a cunning verbal snare. Subai, could it be you possess no desire to join our family with Yanyan? Before the poor lad could even stammer, he triumphantly declared, excellent, the nuptials proceed exactly as planned on the 16th. At the precise moment, a hired official burst through the doors, thankfully cutting short the awkward familial discussion. Emergency dispatch, the S Priority 1 military bulletin. The grim tidings arrived with a gasp. General Lin, this entire predicament is truly abysmal. Apparently, the entire collective of races military decided today was the perfect day for a comprehensive assault on Shanhaguan. Within the Grand Supreme Command Center, Nijing stared intently at the strategic display, then with decisive theatricality, barked, relay my immediate directive, every last one of our station forces, report to Shanhaguan, pronto. Back on the actual Wazan, General Lin Yanyan, having apparently decided he had enough of paperwork, personally stormed the vanguard, bellowing, you motley collective of races, my Lin family, collectively and individually, refuses to let you gain victory. The colossal creature horde, teeming like an exploded anthill filled with angry, porn tourists and flapping gargoyles, poured into the fray, their collective vigor reaching ludicrous new heights. Lin Yanyan, perched heroically upon the rampart, loudly spurred his troops onward. Listen up, you magnificent champions of mankind, grip those pointy bits tightly, and for goodness sake, don't let those rascals seize another measly inch. Following the seasoned guidance of their commanders, the human battalions courageously plunged into the thick of battle, eager to give the encroaching foes a rather rude greeting. General Lin, with a confident nod, barked, energy cannons, unleash your fiery wrath. From the elevated fortifications, dazzling, devastating bolts of pure energy descended, carving chaotic new pathways through the disoriented adversary ranks. Simultaneously, Subai remained nestled within a truly obscene pile of valuable resources, grunting with intense effort as he pushed his very being to transcend his current spiritual tier. He gritted his teeth, fiercely resolved, I simply must gain a new level with utmost haste. A colossal, terrifying power burst detonated from Subai, violently rattling the entire stronghold. Enlisted personnel nearby gaped in genuine terror as a colossal column of pure radiance pierced the heavens. collectively whispering, "Good heavens, which ridiculously powerful individual is having a breakthrough now?" Through the dissipating haze, Subai rose, flexing his newfound might with a satisfied grin. "Well, look at that, folks. I've officially hit the platinum realm." Hanjan and Hu Kinshu simultaneously registered the immense shift, their minds struggling to comprehend. "Hold on, did our dear Subai just actually ascend to the platinum realm?" The astounding intelligence was promptly relayed to the command center. "My esteemed Lord Nijing, prepare yourself for this shocker. Subai has achieved the legendary platinum realm." Nijing paused, the thoughtful glint in his astonished eyes. This young man, his capabilities just might outshine even the famed Lero Fan. Bless his heart. The boss immediately called it. Flaming war zones are the top spots for training. So tell those martial students to group up. At the restricted watery abyss, the massive crowd of various monster types had finally decided to congregate. The Scarlet paired lady leader wondered why they brought their main squad to the ocean. So Bai Yan noted that crossing it lets them sneak up on mortals. She felt nervous, saying her fibered group was ready for a suicide mission. Yet the spooky rumors about an underwater Grim Reaper had her sweating. Bai Yan told her to relax because the shiny red crystal he was waving around would keep them from becoming fish food during the journey. He acted like a total pro, promising to be the lead scout as long as they stayed glued to his heels and did not get lost. Our captain planted his initial footprint upon the soggy beach while the ocean began its retreat from the coastline. "The snowy head second, the man gasped when the tide lapped, secretly feeling jealous that he lacked the magic rock to break the mountain gates himself. The chief barked for them to quit loafing and follow his lead, while the old assistant yelled for the troops to huddle together tightly. Every single soldier became enclosed inside an enormous power dome, descending toward the sand at the ocean floor. Tucked within the bubble, the ginger officer felt creeped out because her family's dusty old scroll specifically warned everyone to avoid the deep blue. Without warning, the elderly sidekick pointed a trembling finger toward the dark, shrieking for the boss to see whatever freaky thing was lurking nearby. From the gloom, some real ugly face mutants appeared, looking ready to start a fight. The lady commander whispered that she felt those creepy eyes watching them, worrying if the legend of the ocean soul, Steeler, was actually a true story. The old guy begged for a plan, but the leader stayed totally chill, telling everyone to stop trembling and just keep their legs moving. Simply continue trekking ahead now. Out of nowhere, the giant power surge up front made everything rattle. The leader signaled a halt, admitting they could never pass through that mess. The starlit, paired woman gasped in shock, questioning if they had accidentally stumbled into a divine no entry zone. The boss figured they were not tough enough to fight that force, so they would take a long detour. The paired helper turned around and hollered for the army to dodge the fake magic show ahead and stay far away from it. One day later, on a lonely beach, the giant mob of monsters was told to wash up and take a nap right on the sand. That snowy, paired assistant updated the chief, noting that they were only 48 hours away from hitting the big mountain pass. Their strategy was to go around the bug mountains and the big puddle to smack Lin Jen right in his unsuspecting rear end. The leader was super confident that after this huge win, the human species would be too weak to even bother resisting anymore. The second, command explained the job, saying he and the boss would stomp Nijing while the minions trashed the rest of the human walls. The ginger leader agreed, reminding them that their only goal was to snatch their holy girl back. Bai Yan let out a laugh, bragging that the human world would be history in just 2 sunrises. When the stars came out, the mountain pass was quiet enough to hear a flea sneeze. Perched on a stony ledge peering below, the lady commander remarked that mortals usually snore the loudest right before the sun pops up. The leader named Bane snarled, telling his minions to turn the famous Shanghai Pass area into tiny bits of confetti. A shining yellow flare zoomed upward, basically telling everyone it was time to start the big party. "That's no you, top second, command yelled while zooming at the fort, telling his wing buddies to flatten the Shanghai Pass area. A bunch of ugly critters screamed as they charged, really hoping to delete every single person on Earth. Perched on the wall, the sentry jumped and asked his pal if those guys were friendly or if his eyes were broken. Seeing the massive crowd clearly made them both turn into statues, wondering how all those weird creatures arrived so fast. Chaos erupted as a poor watchman was flattened by a very angry bull. "That a beast," one guy shouted through the mess, telling everyone to find General Lin because the monster army had officially crashed the gate. The boss man tried to stop the screaming, telling the cannon guys to aim those magic blasters properly. Right then, a real stressed guy hollered for his friends to keep an eye on the ceiling. The frightened sentry hollered, asking what was floating way up above everyone. The very grumpy Phoenix Queen screamed from above, asking those spelly humans to return her favorite holy saintess right this second. Spicy meatballs of doom fell from the sky, making the wall a very unpleasant place. Inside the giant barbecue, an officer yelled to go find the big boss Lin quickly. That old-looking monster captain chuckled, thinking their little boat trip was worth it because everything was breaking perfectly. He asked his boss, Lord Bane, if they could poke some holes in the strong guys defending the gate. Bane acted very cool, saying he only cared about finally hooking that legendary prize known as Nijing. Lin Jenin got some very bad news about a sneak attack and their stash of magical cannonballs being totally blown up. Feeling a weird vibe, he yelled, asking if the jerk Juyu had actually shown his face here. Lin Jinan flew up like a rocket, asking those ugly invaders if they had the guts to square up, grabbing a massive glowing blade. He called out Ju Yu for being a coward who used cheap tricks instead of fighting. The snowy, hey jerks worked, saying cheating is fine and that Lin was useless without his precious stone walls. He signaled his guys, yelling that Lin Jinan and the rest of humanity were getting cancelled today during a funeral. The giant grape-flavored beam of destruction zoomed through the air directly at the brave leader. The commander waved his shiny sapphire light, preparing to block that nasty wave of purple doom. Those two huge chunks of magic smashed together, and he held on tight so he wouldn't get blown away. The big cross mark popped up on his face while his eyes glowed with pure annoyance. Muttering some naughty words, using every ounce of his power to push back, he screamed out for all the folks back home. Spicy red power exploded from Lin Jinan, ruining his favorite shirt while he hollered that they wouldn't lose this round. Tensing his muscles and focusing his inner juice, he yelled at those weird-looking space invaders. Swam back home, he shouted, then swung a massive glow, sick of pure, unadulterated doom. That snowy, headed second, enro. The man looked quite annoyed by the sloppy strike. His tomato juice sprayed everywhere. Wearing a cheeky grin, he asked if Lin Jinan and Rila wanted to go on a permanent vacation together. Feeling extra spicy, the human grunts hollered that their boss would triumph and humanity would stay winning. Sprinting like madmen, they vowed to squash every alien bug, keeping hope alive as long as their pal survived. Hovering high, Bai Yan scoffed at the tiny insects, while his frosty assistant bowed and addressed his majesty. Raising a casual palm, the boss decided that if they hated breathing, he would happily stop it for them. A spicy wave of annihilation cooked the grass, followed by a tragic scream calling for the big boss Lin. Flattened among the rubble, Lin Jinan wheezed while asking the scary stranger for a name between his dusty cocks. The sidekick apologized for the ruckus, but the boss coldly said he wanted whales, leaving the tiny sardines for him. Following orders, the snowy warrior crafted a glowing toothpick of death, promising Lin a permanent nap at Shanghai Pass. As the final slap zoomed in, Lin closed his peepers and whispered for Subai and Yan Yan to get revenge. That spicy flash of murder swallowed the entire neighborhood. Out of nowhere, the massive reptilian shield popped up, making Lin realize that Subai's pet had finally arrived. The cavalry landed with style. The Subai and the gang asked if the old man was still feeling groovy. Seeing the mess, Subai's eyes caught fire, angry that someone dared to poke his future wife's favorite old man. A pair of legendary monsters, one hard and one fluffy, screamed at the sky, prepared to start a brawl. Dismissing his buddies, Subai cranked his power to 11 and screamed that Ju Yu King was about to meet God. Hanjan passed the battered boss to the grunts, telling them to haul him home while they handled the garbage. Right in the case, a shiny gold explosion occurred. The Subai started charging up like a super-sized shiny battery. Watching the glow, Bai Yan looked genuinely shocked that a mere human toddler could have such a terrifying aura. Spreading his neon chicken wings, Subai hollered that Ju Yu King was finally going to foot the bill. The two buddies stood there blinking, realizing the kid had upgraded his level once more and was now super-duper strong. The spectators far away dropped their jaws, questioning if that world-shaking vibe really belonged to the young Subai lad. The wrecked, Subai hollered while lunging, though the frosty dude just grinned, mocking the kid's tiny chance of winning. The massive boom rattled everyone's teeth and shook the dirt. Keshu cheered at the scary strength, and suggested to Hanjan that they should go bully the other powerhouses. Feeling brave, the pair dived headfirst into the enemy crowd. Haibo, Subai pulled his shiny light bow, raining down glowing toothpicks on all the unsuspecting fools below him. Ju Yu King finally stopped playing around, admitting he missed the mark, though he still had a few tricks left. Prepare for your funeral, he roared while firing a giant flamingo, pink laser beam. Our guy Subai got totally swallowed by that spicy lethal blast, but he waltzed out the soot without a single blemish, smirking and asking the Ju Yu King if that was really all he had. Hey little line, your ego is writing checks your life can cash, whispered the snowy-haired man appearing behind Subai. A sharp gust sliced the atmosphere, making Subai yelp like a kicked puppy when it landed. Watching the drama, Panzan bolted over panicking and asking if old Su was still breathing. The Ju Yu King cackled like a maniac, claiming even if Liu often respawned, nobody could stop his monsters from deleting every human today. Right in the middle of the mess, a weird sapphire light cracked the heavens. The Ju Yu King froze like a deer in headlights, his face turning purely ghostly. Thoush! A pathetic scream rang out as the beam poked a hole through him. Suddenly Nijing teleported in, grabbing Subai and asking Juju if picking on little kids was his new hobby. Down in the dirt, the grunts started partying and yelling that Lord Nijing finally arrived to save their skins. Holding his leaky side, the Ju Yu King barked about how Nijing was a sneaky ambush artist. Nijing shrugged with an icy stare, asking if the villain didn't just mention that rules are for losers. The Ject warrior emerged from the darkness past Ju Yu, as Bai Yan tipped his hat to the mortal monarch before announcing his singular goal. Specifically your head. Bai Yan growled with grape-colored fire, but Nijing invited him to come and take it. Two massive egos smashed together, causing a boom that definitely ruined everyone's hearing on the field. The peons below just gaped like fish, wondering if this was how the big boss tears actually scrapped. Bai Yan sneered through the dust, asking Nijing if he really thought one guy could save humanity. Nijing barked back with a glowing vibe, promising that as long as one heart beats, the humans will keep swaying. Before he finished his speech, the two monarchs were already throwing hands in a brutal brawl. In a different dimension, their giant spirit avatars were basically wrestling in a high-stakes cage match too. Bai Yan's grape-colored phantom swung a cheap shot right at Nijing's shiny golden warrior. Down on the grass, Hu Qinshi looked up confused, wondering why they paused. Bai Yan wore a creepy grin, admitting the human king was pretty cool, but things were changing. He lifted a shiny ruby rock, shouting that it was officially closing time. Nijing grunted as a deep cherry-colored toothpick stabbed him right through the spine. Cross-red noodles burst out, wrapping around Nijing as he yelled about his battery being drained dry. The villain chortled while explaining his scheme, having secretly stashed a cursed kernel inside the royal spine so that Gore deity could feast on him. Back on the floor, the protagonist and his buddies looked horrified until Han Zan told them to keep cool. Confronted by the grand speech from Bai Yan, Nijing ground his molars and inquired, "Was dragging this messy hemoglobin deity to this spot solely to punch my clock?" Although the situation was gloomier than a basement, Nijing grinned. "Same. I suspect I am about to ruin your little party plans." Bai Yan became a human statue when a glowing neon azure blade scar ignited on his torso, revealing a fancy weapon stamp. A flash of glittery death zipped through his body, giving the villain no moment to think, asking when this actually happened, even while bleeding. Bai Yan bragged, "Your death equals human extinction." But Nijing snapped back, "I already said humans are stubborn." Bai Yan shouted with murderous intent, regardless of whether mankind turns to dust. Nijing, we're definitely getting cancelled." Wrapped tight in calamari arms, Nijing squeezed out his final willpower, yelling, "Subai, steer the humans, kick these alien pests out." Just before getting eaten by the giant pile of ground beef, his voice rang out, telling them to never quit. Han Zan grabbed at the air fruitlessly while watching his boss get trapped in that spicy glowing crimson energy. Bai Yan announced the boss was dead and barked orders, "Underworld King, smash the fence, let the butchering of humans begin." The spooky king followed through, throwing a punch that broke the shield, yelling for the monster mobs to rush in and delete everyone. Hearing the dinner bell, a chaotic circus of pig, men, furry wolves, and winged creeps screamed loudly, rushing in like a leaky faucet. Han Zan stared at the mess in absolute terror, muttering, "This sucks. The freak show is sprinting toward our front door." Right at that moment, a sparkly yellow laser beam shot out of the dirt like a holy volcano. Inside the bright shine, Subai climbed up, his gaze intense, shouting, "Boss Nai is staying alive. I am here to rescue you." Deep within that meaty sleeping bag, a shiny battery of power was attempting to pop the locks. Subai screamed like his heart was breaking, but Bai Yan chuckled, "Tame," laughing loudly, "Stop wasting your energy." The creep explained meanly, "He has got a divine parasite now. Even a sky god visiting Earth would definitely kick the bucket." Looking extremely pissed off, Subai held his toothpick firmly, promising, "I am going to end you. This is for Boss Nai." He lifted his pointy stick toward the sky, yelling a name that made the ground wobble, calling for King Lun. Answering the phone call, the giant blue lizard ripped the gloomy clouds apart and showed up for the fight. The mythical noodle wrapped around the kid, saying in a deep voice, "You are calling me back already." Bai Yan turned into a block of ice, stuttering, "The dragon, wait, I thought the other guy was dead." Down on the dirt, Han Zan shrieked in fear, saying, "My buddy Su just called the big dragon from the watery pond." Subai aimed his finger at the foe, shouting an order, "Blue dragon, assist me in making the sky history." The antagonist shouted back, forming a spicy obsidian marble near his ribs, boasting, "Even if that Leofren guy still breathed, he would be powerless." The dragon did not bother with small torque, unhinging its jaw to spit a giant beam of delete button energy. Getting smacked right in the face, Bai Yan yelled in agony, cursing, "You annoying little bug," taking advantage of the chaos. Subai zoomed forward, waving his blade alongside the giant lizard. A pair of clashing powers slammed together, making a boom that probably broke everyone's windows. That scary boom power basically gave the earth a giant, unwanted belly button. During all that mess, Bai Yan saw the Kai sword and wondered if Nijing was actually still kicking, which is bonkers. He sadly figured out he got pranked hard, because that pointy bit inside him was just the human king's final spicy blood drop. Looking at his leaky bits, Bai Yan gnashed his chompers and cursed Nijing for being such a total meanie. Hanging out with King Lun, Subai mentioned it was time to leave, right as Bai Yan turned into itchy, floating confetti. Way over there, the old guy with the snowy hair stood shocked because Big Boss Bai Yan just facepalmed into eternity. Then he showed off a creepy grin and teased that the wall is broken. "So my monster buddies are coming for dinner." He did a big stretch and screamed at the flying guys to go ahead and eat their fill of the locals. Throughout the bloody war zone, one loud voice screamed for everyone to start dying. During that messy brawl, Subai lugged Nijing along and saw that those nasty creatures were flooding every street. His panicking pals kept bugging Subai for some sort of plan while asking if Nijing was still alive. The young leader Subai told his group to fix the Shanghai Pass, then he and Hu Qinshi hauled the old folks home to check. He told the lucky ones still alive that the wet people should put out fires, while the others just tag along. Inside the Great Wall base, the map was blinking red like a broken disco, showing monsters were crashing every single neighborhood. Yuan-chan smacked the table and shouted for the whole country to hear that it is officially time to panic. The breathless messenger arrived from Nafwan City, Janju, yelling that everything is doomed without more meat shields. Those two guys, Subai and Hu Kinshu, were totally floored to hear that a monster army was currently raiding Janju. Right away, Subai offered to help out at Janju, and his friend Hu Kinshu said he was coming along. After the boss Yuan-chan called it, the 7th squad provided the muscle while those school kids were sent in first. Just as they were about to head out, Subai nervously checked on the health of Yuan-chan, Leonard, and Nijing. With a real alarmed face, the boss noted that the old man Lin is mending, but Nijing's situation is quite messy. Yuan-chan looked at the wall to hide his sad face, telling him not to sweat it and just go get ready. Subai worked faster, feeling bad for his folks but looking angry enough to fry eggs, swearing he would eventually delete all those monsters.